Hello and welcome to the Library of Chaos. I'm Wozni.
I'm Ogrium.
And I'm Jimbus.
Today we have got a guest with us, Goz, who is a friend of ours who is into the Eisenhorn books as well and wants to come on and talk about them with us.
A long-time 40k fan, would you say, Goz?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing the hobby for far too long. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. So, as mentioned, we're going to be looking into the Eisenhorn books over these next few episodes, but before we get into that, I just want to call out a few things here. So, one, we are now on Spotify, so if anyone prefers listening to things on Spotify rather than YouTube, we are now there. We've got a Discord server set up, as mentioned at the end of the last episode, so if you want to hang out, ask questions about the books, you can do that.
Nice.
So, to go over what we're going to be talking about in the next few episodes. This episode, we will be discussing Master Imus's Transgression, Regia Occulta, and Xenos. And then in the next few episodes, we'll be following up, talking about Missing in Action, Malleus, Backcloth for a Crown Additional, The Strange Demise of Titus Endor, our nice pair of awkwardly wordy short story names, and Hereticus. Something
Sounds
to note.
good.
Yeah, something to note here is that this is not the publication order, or even just an order from the Eisenhorn Omnibus. This is an order Abnett set out in a later publication called the Magos, and in the Magos he has set out a whole reading order for the Inquisitor Cycle series, which I recently learned is the name of the whole thing.
Sorry, what did you say? The Inquisitor Cycle?
The Inquisitor Cycle.
Yeah, see, having read the entire series and all the various short stories beforehand, like previously, I should say, I had no idea that that's what that was called. It does not make it clear in any way, shape, or form.
I've seen people call it the Inquisition series. I've seen people calling it Abnett's stuff. I've seen like the Eisenhorn versus Ravner. But I found that in the annotated edition of Xenos, he calls it the Inquisitor Cycle. So there we go.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah,
it's a fitting name, I suppose, given the themes of the series as it progresses.
Yeah,
it's definitely about an Inquisitor. It's about quite a few Inquisitors.
So Abnett sets out a reading order in the Magos, and the first two in there are, well, the first one's a relatively unrelated story called Pestilence, but then there's Master Imus's Transgression and Regia Occulta, and they were first released as audio dramas about 10 years after Xenos, but they're set right at the start of Eisenhorn's career. So, yeah. Before we go into spoilers, do we have any more general comments we want to make about these two audio dramas and Xenos?
So the audio dramas themselves, as an audio drama, as opposed to, say, a regular audiobook or a publication, the audio drama is fantastically done. The first one, especially, Master Imus's Transgression, they do a really good job with both the actual voice acting and then the edits, editing, sound effects and stuff into the background. Previously, I think the only audio drama really I've listened to is the first book of the Mistborn series by Brandon Sanderson. And that one is also well done. I'd say that these are on par with that in terms of quality, but obviously they're a lot shorter.
That's quite interesting because I listened to the audiobook versions of these, so they don't have the full cast. They only have who does all of the series, which is Toby Longworth. He's a great narrator. Like
he might as well be a full cast himself, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like his vocal delivery is so varied with each of his characters that I think, yeah, you're right. I think he is just casting for himself. So I'd be interested to go back and listen, because I historically I really don't like audio dramas. It's the same sort of thing as a radio show. Like they just do not do it for me. But it'd be interesting to, now that I've got Longworth's
version
performance, I'll be interested to see how it compares. And if you like, seeing as you speak of it so highly, I might have to give it a try.
Yeah, so the first one especially is really good. The editing, I'm commenting on the editing specifically with the first one because the second one I feel like there was a few, maybe it showed a bit more of the disadvantages sometimes of an audio drama, in the sense that they had quite loud music playing over the speech at the beginning until about halfway through. So that kind of annoyed me a little bit, because you're hearing Abnett's description of things, which is always fantastic. He's describing the new world that they're on. It's always a unique, like, cultural world in almost every time he goes into like one of these long descriptions. You could only like half hear that because the music was so fucking loud.
Oh no.
That wasn't ideal. The first one didn't have any of those issues at all. And to be fair to the second one, after that first section, it leveled out a bit more.
Fair enough.
I think there might be some interesting stuff to talk about the history of this V Eisenhorn series. This is something Jimbers brought up to me in the past, which was that actually Abnett did not create Inquisitor Eisenhorn. Inquisitor Eisenhorn existed in the rulebook of Inquisitor, which was written by our favourite author, Gav Thorpe.
Interesting.
Yeah, so have you ever had a look at the Inquisitor rulebook?
I had a look at it specifically for this podcast.
Good, because it's a great read.
Yeah, it was quite cool to see what stuff from that made it in, because you can see very directly things in the Inquisitor rulebook that then make their way in, including the character of Eisenhorn and one or two others, who I guess we should probably call it out when we get to them.
Yeah, we can talk about them when they come up.
Yeah, I think Abnett was saying Abnett has stated his inspiration for the whole series was a John Blanche picture, which I think was it was labeled like Inquisitor Tannenberg or something in the Inquisitor book. It's this picture of an Inquisitor with I think it has like a big eagle on his shoulder.
Yes, they reused that art in some of the third edition. Some in one of the third edition codex as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, having no experience with rulebooks, could you sort of give me a brief idea of what sort of things they actually have in a rulebook, so that there is a character to be taken?
Well, in this one in the first place, there was so Inquisitor's a weird one because it's almost like it's kind of like a halfway house between like something like 40k and something like D&D. So it's like I think
also
that's
describes a setting. Would you say?
It does describe certain things around Inquisitors in a setting. It describes like a lot of Inquisitor background. I'd say it also. Go on.
I think I'd best describe it as a. Are you familiar with the RPG books, Dark Heresy?
No,
stuff like
not
that?
very.
Okay, then that is a worthless comparison to make. You carry on.
Haven't you played Dark Heresy at some point?
I have played Dark Heresy, yeah.
Just one of those plays the game and doesn't learn the rules. Classic.
I mean, I'd already played D&D plenty of times. I was like, this will be fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
It's not the same at all, is it?
No.
It's really not.
That's Demon Hunter-based system.
Yeah, if you've played it, then it is, like, in terms of mechanics, it is a bit like a rules light version of Dark Heresy. Obviously, it scrapes out a lot of the RPG mechanics, but it does still keep, like, the bare bones stuff. And
is this like Pathfinder for D&D, would you say? Or?
No, it definitely still feels more like a tabletop game.
Yeah, it's like, what if you have a tabletop game, but you only have a few minis and they're going through scenarios?
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Well, the scenarios, the way they're written, they do feel a lot more like an encounter in an RPG.
Okay.
So as far as how that ties into this, there's a bunch of characters in the rulebook who are sort of used as a little, like, throughout the book, there's like little flavor boxes which talk about the characters and like describe little stories going on with them. So, like, there'll be a little box out which has a little story about Inquisitor Eisenhorn doing something, and then a story about a different Inquisitor doing something, and then it uses a bunch of those characters as examples for here's like what an Inquisitor could look like. You can use Inquisitor Eisenhorn as a model, as an Inquisitor if you want, stuff like that.
So, do you think there's a specific reason then that Abnett, having read that, I assume, at some point, and then said, right, I'm going to write a book about an Inquisitor, and I'm going to specifically choose Eisenhorn? Because obviously he makes up a shit ton of fucking other Inquisitors in his story.
Yes, but I think we should get into that when we talk about spoilers.
Okay.
Because my understanding is it wasn't that Abnett lifted the character from this, wasn't it? Because they were written at the same time, right? No, they must have been, because they were published.
He'd been sent this rulebook and said, "Here's like, you're writing stories. Here's like some rulebook might help give you ideas background wise." And he was like, "I want to write a story for one of these guys." So this rulebook had been printed, and he then rushed out this book so that it could be published at the same time. I can't remember.
They were published the same year. It was 2001, wasn't it? Eye of Xenos.
Yeah.
Same year as Inquisitor.
He
must have written that very fast.
In a few months, he said.
What's the relationship like between Thorpe and Abnett?
I don't know. He didn't mention Thorpe specifically in what I read. So I should say, I read the annotated version of Xenos, which is something that released like as an anniversary edition thing last year. Was it last year or this year? It would have been last year, wouldn't it? Because that would be the 20th anniversary, surely.
Yeah, last year was the 20th anniversary.
Would have been late in the year, I guess. Doesn't feel like it.
I was working in stores at the time when it came out, and it was about autumn time, I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was late summer, I want to say.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting sort of things that he's brought up there. Trying to think what else might be.
Well, I think thinking about it, it does actually show that the later installments in the series, in terms of like writing quality, like Xenos is a good read, but I think the latest books are definitely better written, and that would explain a lot, given that he rushed it out so fast.
So you say that. I feel like Xenos is probably the better of the three, personally.
Really?
Yeah. It feels like the one that is, at the very least, it feels like the one that does best as a standalone narrative.
Yes.
In spite of having things that are like breadcrumbs for future narrative, it feels like the best standalone, like this is a story with a start and finish, you know?
He leaves he goes out of his way to leave a lot of things for the future. It almost felt to me, I'm quite surprised to hear that you saying that he must have rushed this out, because
he said
obviously it feels like he planned
a few months. Oh yeah,
but it feels like he planned like the entire trilogy, because there's so many things that he's just like leaves it sitting there, and he comes back to it then later on, obviously.
Yeah,
he made a point about this in his notes about how he doesn't write books like that anymore. Now everything he plans out meticulously, and apparently he did not do that in Xenos at all.
Wow.
I'm quite surprised at that again, because there's so many things in the other books. So there's very few things in Xenos where I thought, well, this is world changing, and he seems to have thrown it out, very carte blanche. Whereas there's plenty of things in the other books. There isn't so many in Xenos.
Mm-hmm.
I have something to say about that as well, but I feel like it's a potential big spoiler for Mali, for the future of the series. So
yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, hold on to that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably also.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
It's fine. No, it's cool. I'd just be accidentally spilling beans, I think. So we need to just move on.
Keep those beans in the tin.
One thing that's worth mentioning here is this is the first story we have, which then links back to other Abnett things. So we see characters in. I'm trying to think. Did Ravner show his face? He only starts showing up in Malleus, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, Ravner doesn't show up. It's too early in his career.
Yeah. Ravner shows up in the next book along, but this series, like, he's a name that had been mentioned in the Gaunt's Ghost series as someone whose writings are respected by Gaunt. And we have Inquisitor Heldane's origin story here, after seeing how he ends in Gaunt's Ghosts, which is cool. This is where it starts to sort of, an Abnett verse starts to develop. So
yeah.
So Haldane.
When are we going to get the Abnett cinematic universe?
Oh no!
Haldane, Horseboy.
Oh yeah.
Haldane's Horseboy, right?
We've at some point decided Haldane is going to be Horseboy, I think, because he is in fact he is a Horseboy in Gaunt's Ghosts.
So I think that happens towards like somewhere towards the end of Malleus, right?
Well, we'll get to that. We have that. I also want to note as well, Xenos was all written in first person perspective, and I think Jimbus apparently disagrees on this, but I found it was quite well written. At the very least, I found it very good as a comparison going from the Last Chance's books, which were not only do I not like Gav Thorpe, but also like 13th Legion in particular, I complained about before, and it's like, you know, to be fair on him, it's the first book he ever wrote. Whereas this, I kind of found myself like, it's very deliberate. Like, it's kind of like a very like weird sort of deliberate pace to how it's written, but I kind of gelled with it.
I think especially so listening to the audiobook when it's read by Toby Longworth it's very, it fits very well because he has the sort of voice where you can almost imagine Eisenhorn is literally reading you like his memoirs, or he's, you know, he's dictating them to something, and you're just sitting there listening as it goes along. So it does flow very well.
Well, that reminds me, actually, that was an interesting note in the book. The inspiration, there was another inspiration for the character that Abnett gave. If I can find it. Oh, it was Christopher Lee is apparently Christopher Lee's character in, I think it was called something like When the Devil... Let me see if I can find this.
Devil Calls Your Name? No?
When the Devil Calls Your Name? The Devil Rides Out. I think it's The Devil Rides Out.
Devil Rides Out?
Yeah.
I was just trying to Google it now.
Christopher Lee's character in The Devil Rides Out is apparently the inspiration for like Eisenhorn's personality and his behavior. I've never read that. It's a 60s movie. Read that. Watched it. I'd actually planned to watch it at some point before doing this, and that slipped my mind completely. But I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that either, obviously.
Unfortunately, Christopher Lee is no longer with us to play the part of Eisenhorn in the live-action TV show that this is getting.
Yeah, that's horrifying. Who's the guy who played Tyrion Lannister? Not Tyrion, sorry. Tywin.
Charles Dance.
He'd make a good Eisenhorn.
He'd make a good Inquisitor of some sort.
Maybe towards the later books, he'd make a good Eisenhorn. Maybe not for Xenos, because obviously Eisenhorn is much younger in Xenos.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see it. I feel like he's a bit more of a blunt character than someone like Charles Dance is sort of suited for, but I could be wrong there. Very, like...
Tywin wasn't blunt?
Not in the way that I mean.
I'm just going to point out Eisenhorn wasn't a blunt either, mate. He was a true psycho.
Okay. That's not what I'm talking about. You also know that. Oh, that was something as well. That was something I was going to comment on. You know, at the start of every chapter, there is a 3-line teaser. It will list 3 things, which are like, this is what's going to happen. I think this is the first time. This is where Abnett basically created that style, and later he used that when he started the Horus Heresy series, which became the style guideline for that. So you might have recognized that one, Obroom.
I did feel like I remembered that from Abnett stuff in there. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's almost like he couldn't decide on a name for the chapters, so he sort of just he goes with 3, all the 3 things that he liked about that chapter, which is it works. It works.
See, I had never picked up on that. I've read quite a good chunk of. Yeah, I mean, I've read like a good chunk of all sorts of different, you know, stuff the Black Library has put out. But now I think about it, yeah, that is something that is totally unique to these books and then the Horus Heresy. Because if you read stuff like some of the Warhammer Crime books, they don't do that like at all.
Yeah.
No, I had never made that connection before.
Yeah, I think it might just be Eisenhorn, and I can't remember if it persists in Ravenor or what, but I know it's in Eisenhorn and it's in Horus Heresy. Yeah.
I'm sure it must be in Ravenor as well. I'm pretty sure it is, but I'd have to go back and read them again.
We'll see. Okay.
I think that's been a pretty good introduction to the series.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else we want to talk about before we get into spoilers?
I haven't got anything to add in particular, no.
If I think of anything else, I'll bring it up in a bit. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure plenty will come up as we go through it.
Alright, here we are, back again to, whatever, fuck it, spoilers over. So, first up, we're going to discuss Master Imus's Transgression, which was the first audio drama in the Order. So to start the trend of what is going to be these episodes, having listened to all of the correct pronunciations, it's Imus, not Imus. Oh, okay. All right. Master Imus's Transgression.
There you go.
I'm glad there's someone else here who listens to the audiobooks, because this is usually me. I only put comment like half the time as well, because half the time I've forgotten how they pronounced it in the audiobook.
Right.
No.
Audiobook nerds.
I'm glad I could be here to be of service.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get the pronunciations right this time, Was.
So, Imus's Transgression is it's kind of like a horror story for auditors.
It's a mathematical chaos.
It's a finance industry horror story.
Finance jump scare.
So
It's kind of is like so. It's what is this a thing like that's from lore in general, or is this something that Abnett made up?
Which thing?
Absolutely something that Abnett made up.
The number of chaos.
The number of ruin,
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Ruin,
right?
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll be an Abnett original.
Love it.
Although interestingly, I think later on there's a callback to this later on, which kind of throws it in a more ambiguous light. Like, was there actually? I say later on, but this was written 10 years after Malleus.
Canonically later on.
Yeah, but like I'm just realizing now, because when I was, oh wait, was it, or was this? Oh crap!
No, you are thinking of the right thing. You're thinking of another short story.
Right? Yes, but I am and I'm not, because the Strange Demise of Titus Endor was also written way later. So, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, so that actually would have been written not long after, or around the same time as this. Okay, so that's interesting. But yeah, it's framed.
It is mentioned
elsewhere.
in that, isn't it?
It's framed elsewhere as a guy who like thinks he's found a number of ruin, and he hasn't really. What happened in this story is a bookkeeper finds a clerical error which he believes is due to a sort of number of ruin, chaos number, and we get to see Eisenhorn and I think it's a young Titus Endor. Yeah.
It's both of them. They're both effectively just out of being teenagers.
Yeah, they're fresh into they're only interrogators at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are interrogating this bookkeeper, who's reported he's found a number of ruin, and they're like, yes, very good. We're gonna have to go and like investigate your home, and they do that, and then they're like, all right, yeah, this is the evidence we needed to take action against some actual chaos happenings. So they go deal with some people who are doing black market trades for chaos goods, some sort of prescribed goods, and then the guy's like, what will I do for a job? And they go, oh, that's not my problem. And I think that's about it, the story.
This is a really interesting sort of look into the Inquisition first, because if you're reading this canonically, as you like, at least in Abnett's like order, this is the first thing you'll see really about Eisenhorn and any of the Inquisition sort of the powers that they have and how they operate. So I find it kind of funny that Eisenhorn, after they sort of talk to Imun, they just go and kill this guy. They go and kill the guy's boss, and they just walk in, I think, and just shoot him. It's described as.
I think it's described that they go to apprehend him, and then they immediately end up in a like firefight and shoot and kill them.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember if there was like any more around that. I just remember the guy ends up like dead immediately and shot by an Inquisitor.
Screen, to be fair, so like they don't really go into any detail other than your boss is dead. See ya.
Yeah, so there's a suggestion earlier on that like they say something like during this description, we've been after him for years, but we never had anything on him. So clearly there is some sort of limit on the Inquisition power. They seem to actually need evidence before they just go and murder people, which is funny considering what happens much later on. Yeah, that did surprise me, considering all the shit that happens after, like later on, and then the fact that they did just go and murder this guy. Also, at the beginning, did either of you think that they were like planting evidence? Because it almost seemed kind of like they were setting up Imun.
I didn't get that vibe. Imus. Oh well, they initially thought it might be Imus, I think. And then when they interrogate him, they figure out, it's not Imus. Which I guess you could say that's why they're doing it, to make sure they get the right guy.
Yeah, but it was an interesting bait and switch though, because it looked like at the beginning that they were corrupt and they were just planting shit in his house because that's what the Inquisition does. You know, they're kind of feeding into the stereotype of like they'll do whatever they need to prove the guy is criminal. But then Eisenhorn says, "We think you're being set up." So it kind of immediately flips that, and all of the evidence that was found in the house that we thought maybe the Inquisition was planting, turns out actually it was all planted there, but it wasn't by them. It was planted by someone else trying to make Imus look bad, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do like how during the initial interrogation you almost have like a good cop versus bad cop vibe between Titus and Eisenhorn.
Yeah.
With Eisenhorn being the quote unquote good cop, sort of. But then of course he gives poor Imus a Benadryl nightmare and makes him wound out.
Yeah, he absolutely it's a very. I actually this stood out. Mainly this one as being very edgy compared to a lot of the other Eisenhorn stuff. Like he's very just I'm going to scare you because that's what I need to do.
Is it because he's young Eisenhorn?
Also, there's horrific sound effects for that in the audio drama.
In the audio drama.
Oh gosh, I hadn't even considered that because the description enough is pretty grim.
Yeah.
But I didn't even think about there being sound effects.
You're correcting me on Imus's Transgression, but I did actually listen to this one as an audio drama.
Oh, for God's sake.
Just this one and the other one, I listened to them as audio dramas because that was how they were initially released.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had a really I had a question, I guess, about about that scene with the scaring Imus to kind of open his mind to interrogation. Because I feel like in most fiction, when it comes to say mind reading and stuff like that, it's usually the direct opposite. So if your mind is completely
focused on something, not thinking about something else.
Exactly. If your mind, because Eisenhorn basically describes it as, I scared you so that your mind was completely wiped blank by abject terror, and then I could get into your head. But in most fiction, it's
rather than relying. I guess you could argue it's rather than me having to rely on your surface thoughts, I made sure you had no surface thoughts, and I could go a bit deeper.
Well, but, it's almost opening his eye up. Yeah, it was described as opening him up, whereas usually is what I was going to say is in fiction, it's kind of if you were completely abjectly terrified and you had only one thought on your mind, which is the crazy image that he's projecting into your brain, it would be harder to read your mind.
Yeah.
So I thought it was quite interesting that it was basically the reverse here to what is usually kind of used in mind reading.
I think the way I interpret that as a whole is that it's because he's, as the story is set, and in the very early stages of his career, his psychic talent is unrefined, so he needs to pull those kinds of tricks. And he does this kind of thing later on with something like the harder nuts to crack, if you will. That he has to use these shock tactics in order to actually read people's minds properly.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that from later on. I think there's one case where he drugs somebody to try and break their mental defenses, and there's a few things like that where using other methods to try and kind of break them down a bit so that you have easier access.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've got a few notes on this one. The first one is I really like the way he adds flavor to the place, and this is you mentioned this. It's a really big theme across the whole series, but it happens over so many locales, and every locale has got flavor. So this one, he talks about even little things there's different names for the weekdays, but it still has weekdays. Just the way he describes all the other people living in the Habs when they go back to his Habs. It paints a very vivid sort of picture of a distinct culture that place has.
Yes, quite often I find that Abnett he'll go out of his way to describe things that it feels like he didn't need to describe. And in many other cases, maybe sometimes in Gav Thorpe's writing, it was definitely unnecessary and didn't need to be described.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the time, because it kind of flows with the way Abnett writes, it doesn't feel out of place, and you just sort of feel a little bit more like you're seeing more of the 40k world and the uniqueness of each planet and everywhere and every location that they go to.
I mean, I'm thinking when I think of that, if I think of the idea of an author doing that, I think of Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time books.
Yes, although people often say he does that a bit too much.
Yes. I would say that. I hated it. You'd have three. It wouldn't, because it didn't flow into it. It wasn't naturally there as part of what was happening. You weren't being shown it, or you didn't have Eisenhorn just being yeah, here's a thing about this place I'm at, basically in the first person narrative.
Exactly.
Instead, you just have a description of the town was blah 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 blah. Caravans passed through with red and green and blue canvases covering it. It was just, oh my god. You have to read through 3 pages of that and then you can get on with your life.
So there's a perfect example. There's a perfect example of Abnett using this to actually drive the story, like moments later as well, in the next short story, which I'll mention when we get to it.
Yeah. So I had that. There's Eisenhorn. Yeah, Eisenhorn in this, we mentioned that. He's a very, he's cruel, almost quite callous here. He seems almost more so than he is later on, which is strange because you'd almost expect an Inquisitor to become more callous over time. But yeah.
I mean, you say that, but I wonder if it's anything to do with the fact that, as God said, they're both interrogators. They're both like fresh part of their training. Like all of the techniques they're using are very harsh. They're very blunt. It's their
education rather than their practical, like actually seeing. Because they'd be Inquisitors come from like the Skolums, don't they?
Yeah, generally speaking.
So I should say I don't know if you're. Oh, we might have touched on this in the Gaunt's Ghost one over him, but basically, war orphans go to the Skolum and become different things. So they might end up as a commissar, they might end up as a stormtrooper, Tempestus Scion, they might end up as a Inquisitor. There's a bunch of different roles where they basically just, war orphans get put through some sort of military education.
I imagine this
specifically it's only more noble bloodlines get put through the Skolum. It's not just any old, like, random mook.
Yeah, I imagine there's an awful lot of war orphans in the 40k universe somehow.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a couple.
Well, the thing is, if you're not a noble, you don't become a war orphan. You just become nobody. Nobody knows who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
On what you were talking about with Eisenhorn appearing callous, like I actually I didn't attribute Eisenhorn to be callous particularly in this.
I mean, I
thought Titus was much more.
Oh,
callous,
he was far more callous, yeah. But the thing is, Eisenhorn. Even then, Eisenhorn at the end is just like the guy's like, "What am I supposed to do for a living?" Eisenhorn's just like, "Not my problem."
Yeah, he did. Up until that point, I guess, he had been.
I was just going to say there, like, Eisenhorn is the good cop, as he said, and then he's still callous.
Yes. Up until that point, he hadn't been that.
I would say
cruel. He hadn't been
other than like scaring the guy into fucking pissing himself.
Yes, but he was kind about that afterwards. He did do it, but he was also kind of almost like commiserated with the guy. He was like, "I'm sorry, I had to do that," but you know. Yeah, afterwards, it was a blunt technique that he did to get the answer, basically.
We got Amos here, our first sighting of Amos. Well, I say first, in this narrative order.
Big character for the rest of the series.
Yeah, love his characterization here as always. Yeah. Oh, I did find it funny as well that Imus apparently knew about like the power certain numbers had, including like Nurgle numerology shit with the power of 3 and 7. How does this random fucking like bookkeeper know about Nurgle numbers? I didn't
pick up on the Nurgle side of things.
Oh, yeah, he mentioned I did 3 and 7.
Yeah, I did notice he knew a bit more about chaos than I was expecting, and also Eisenhorn seems kind of a little bit surprised by that too. But at the same time, I didn't realize.
He just lets it go. It's a bit weird that.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
Although he doesn't actually attribute those numbers to chaos, does he? He attributes them more just to simple mathematics, if I remember rightly.
But 3 and 7 being powerful numbers as far as symbols in 40k is chaos. Whether he like says
I'm fully aware. But
so,
that's more
especially that specific pair that he called out.
I mean, it was almost more concerning.
Yeah, but then again, I suppose you would. If you wanted it, if Abnett's intention of mentioning those numbers was to make it a more overt chaos reference and even hint at this guy being, more than he seems, they would have potentially used more of the chaos numbers.
I think 3 and 7, if you wanted to have just 2 of them, like, what are you going to do? Go, like, 3, 7, but also 6, 8, and 9. Like, 3, 6...
also all the other numbers, too.
3, 6, 7, 8, and 9 ends up being a bit silly, because, like, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are, like, the different Chaos Gods numbers. But Nurgle has got the biggest numerology theme going on. You've got the whole thing of the Plague Bearers counting deaths as they happen, and Tallymen tallying that up, and 3 and 7 specifically being Nurgle related. Yeah.
Yes.
It's the ones you bring up.
Kind of help reinforce the almost like a red herring, like is this guy actually corrupted? Oh, we don't know yet. And then it turns out it's he's inevitably he's not.
I
But I
never
guess
really,
it's just another layer of Abnett's. Well, as we said, Abnett's world building.
Well, it's kind of worth saying that, like, in real life, obviously 3 and 7 are relatively powerful numbers, or more like, I guess if you're talking China, it's 4. If in like 7 is always considered lucky, and then by some unlucky. So like there are numbers that, like, it could be completely random, right? So
it could just be not quite a coincidence almost, but just a natural way that numbers like that have become.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't,
I follow.
If it wasn't, I'd be much more worried, because the fact that Imus just sort of, if he didn't know anything, if he hadn't read anything about chaos to know that these numbers were actually chaos numbers, and yet he just pulls these out of his head in the front of Eisenhorn and is like, yeah, these numbers, the numbers of chaos, I've always noticed, like, in maths that they're terrifying. It's like, I'd be more worried as Eisenhorn. I'd be like, how the fuck did this guy figure this out? I don't know.
There's a weird sort of contradiction at the end almost, where the guy's like, I'm glad I told them, but I wish I hadn't, or something like that.
Yeah, he wished he'd stayed away from the Inquisition, I think is what he says, basically.
Yeah.
And I guess at that point, since if you haven't read anything else beforehand, you're kind of put in the position of wondering, does everyone who comes in contact with the Inquisition end up feeling the same way? How much good are they actually doing?
Well,
we'll see, obviously.
I'd say they're doing some good, but yeah, that's not for him in particular.
Well, yeah.
The needs of the many, something like that.
That's definitely a theme. That's definitely a theme that runs through a lot of this.
Do we have any more on Master Imus's Transgression?
No, I've got nothing more to add to it particularly. You've covered all of my notes quite succinctly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can go on to Regia Occulta then, which is the first book in this order that has Eisenhorn as an Inquisitor, as a fresh-faced Inquisitor just doing the rounds, basically. And part of the rounds involves checking out stuff going on this planet, where there's just this massive electrical storm that goes on every now and then, or periodically.
This was another example, I guess, of fantastic world building, although it was done in almost the style of Robert Jordan, as you were saying earlier, where he dumped it all right at the beginning and then continued it. We get this very detailed picture of a planet that gets, was it basically like severe electrical aurora borealis constantly during certain seasons of the year, right?
Yeah.
If I remember right, it's called the cackle.
Yes.
Yes, because he talks about it like almost sounding like a laughter, like
it's very
throughout the story.
Sounding.
It is very sinister. Yeah, the description was very was kind of ominous.
I've just seen my first note. It's something that cracked me up. I think I was reading it and also listening to the audio drama at the same time, and I think in the story it's written as innumerable waterways, but in the audio drama it says like thousand waterways. Or the other way around. I'm just like, what?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it says one of them in the audio drama and the other in the book. I thought that was quite silly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was the audio drama that at the beginning during the description I was saying that the music was quite fucking loud.
And another one actually, I think in the audio book it mentioned Imperial Guard, I think. But then when it was written in prose, as a story in the Madros, that got changed to say local militia.
Ah.
Which is a bit of like maybe we can make this make more sense than having it be Imperial Guard. Which is interesting.
Okay, I suppose when this was originally written,
this was originally written in 2011.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was an audio drama in 2011, and then it later got collected as a written story in the Madros.
Weird.
Yeah.
This is almost like that, what you get in films where you get the subtitles and they differ to what they actually say.
Yeah. I feel like it's probably like, I don't know, it was very weird for me to actually see that, because I'm like, wait, the different editions actually say a slightly different thing. And I was only like, I know there's one particular series, the Dark Imperium series, which got a very big here's the Redux edition, where we actually we decided we changed our mind on what the new 40k lore was going to be. Sorry, this creature lasted 10 years, not 100.
So this would be less like the subtitle change, and maybe more like George Lucas going back and changing parts of his Star Wars movies in re-releases later on. I
think this is more like the subtitle change, and that other one is more like doing a George Lucas. I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't know. This is more like putting a rock in front of R2-D2, whereas the other one is more like changing it so that Greedo shoots first.
Greedo shoots hand first.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a story about electrical storms summoning orcs. Hell yeah.
Well,
no, not quite, because they're not actually related, are they?
yeah,
Well,
they're not
they
it's
kind
not
of
the electrical
are.
storm.
The electrical storm and the bridge. Because it only happened because of the electrical storm.
You ruined the reveal, wasn't he?
I have. Well, I'm not going to worry too much about the reveal for this, half-hour story.
This was good, though. This was good, because this was the example I was going to use earlier about sort of casual description of the world to add flavor, actually ending up driving the story.
Yes.
So there's they were having a conversation as they wander through the city, and Eisenhorn has just been told that there's basically a serial killer, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to the first scene of the crime, and they're wandering around, and as they're wandering past this river section, during the middle of their conversation, Abnett also throws in a description of the bridge that's being slowly raised in the background. We later find out that the orcs are summoned through the portal, the Regia Occulta, while the bridge is raised.
Yes.
And only while the bridge is raised. So this is basically Abnett flagging in the background, the portal is being opened and orcs are coming through while they're having this conversation. So I found that really interesting, because at the time, it just sounds like he's adding flavor, as he always does. And it goes without notice in an Abnett book, because he's always doing this.
Yeah. And it has quite fast escalation, which is what you want for a short story. Oh, there's 4 dead. Here we go.
Yes.
Oh, this does look like maybe it could be this doesn't look like your average serial killer. Maybe it is ooh. They have the auto seance.
I will say this reminded me more of something out of
the interview with a dead sex worker is an interesting thing to include in a Warhammer 40,000 short story.
Yes,
this reminded me almost more of something from Dresden Files.
Yeah,
it made me think of that as opposed to 40k.
Yeah, I also want to say that this was 2 for 2 on these audiobooks for Eisenhorn making people wet themselves. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Abnett at this period.
Well, to be fair, if I remember rightly, it's not. He doesn't make someone wet themselves, does he? I thought it was the orc that does it.
Abnett makes a character wet themselves, is what I'm saying. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
sorry.
No,
I think I did say Eisenhorn, but yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Abnett, what are you doing?
The autoseance. I thought that was a bit interesting, though, because obviously the autoseance is with a ghost of a prostitute, and there is a moment where you think, why is her character specifically a prostitute in this case? And she starts about to take her clothes off, but this is not Gav Thorpe, so she didn't go through with it.
Oh God, is that something that Gav Thorpe does?
There's always a scene in every book.
All 3 of the Last Chances books had a scene which was kind of it felt like if it was a movie, it would have been here's the shower scene in a B movie, but it just really didn't.
No.
It wasn't gratuitous or anything, but it was just why is this here? And we came to the conclusion because he watches movies.
It was so not gratuitous. At the one point, they hadn't even realized the scene had happened, because there's a scene in I think it was the second one, wasn't it? Where they all
so fast. You were just did you notice you got her to take her clothes off again? And I was I didn't even notice that. It was one line. It was one line, and everybody got distracted.
Basically, they go and investigate a Tau shower. And it just happens to be the case that the only female member of their team is naked in the shower while they're looking at the shower. For no reason at all. Literally no reason.
I glossed right over it. But it's very, I don't know, it's not it doesn't make a big deal of it, but I guess it is technically gratuitous because it's there and doesn't need to be. Whereas
you could say the same about Thorpe as an author, right?
I'm going to stop making comparisons with Thorpe after this, though, because it's unfair, because they're obviously very different types of authors,
very different caliber.
Well,
if you will.
Okay. Also, I misunderstood the meaning of the word gratuitous there. I was using it completely wrong. When I said this is so not gratuitous, it is exactly the opposite of that. That scene was the most gratuitous nudity I think I've seen ever.
It's not what you normally think of with gratuitous nudity, because normally it's just you didn't need to and you shoved this in our face. But there it's just it's just included, and you can go right past it, but it was still technically gratuitous because
he didn't make a big deal about it at all. It was just going on in the background for no reason. It was bizarre,
completely unnecessary. Yeah.
It was almost the definition of gratuitous in this case. Sorry, back to the short story.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there's a really nice. The description of the orc is what you want from someone who's not a space marine. Just absolutely fucking horrific. Just this hulked out monster that's just It was very brutal. I like that.
That's something that I really appreciate about Abnett's writing in this series, is he gets the sense of scale spot on. There's even like when it comes to describing the Space Marines, although they appear very, very fleetingly, he still nails their descriptions. It's not like a lot of the other Black Library books that are just,
here's the Space Marines and they are people, and here are the humans and they are people, and the humans are a bit scared of the Space Marines, but they're still, you just write them both as people.
Yeah,
they're not here. They have like a sort of weight to their presence in the book, how they're described.
Oh yeah, every time they turn up, it's with definitely with a sense of reverence, and that's even when the Space Marines are amongst Inquisitors.
I also, one other note I've got against this book is it was actually very cool. Like, these two are a day in the life of an Inquisitor. These are like the mundane, everyday things the Inquisition deal with.
Yeah,
which is funny because like the last time we said it's just a day in the life was fucking Ragnar like in a fucking orc drag race in Ragnar's Claw.
A day in the life of a Space Marine. Because that was the best bit about that was the self-referential joke, which was that Ragnar was saying that this must be what a Space Marine's life is like normally. On his
first time he'd ever been out of Fenris. You gets into the orc drag racing shenanigans. Yeah, this is more like actually every day, and it's crazy weird shit, but it's still like low level. Like, I found this thing and I dealt with it. Now I'm going to do the paperwork.
I think this is
type thing.
This is very much why I see the comparison to the Dresden Files, because it feels very much like the short stories that they write that he writes about Harry Dresden, which is like there's a very simple, obvious like problem, and then Dresden like solves the issue with some magic, very much like this. He brings the seance up, and then people. It's like it shows civilians and their take on what the weird fucking shit that's happening to him every day is like, and it's just a bit of as you said, a day in the life of a wizard or an Inquisitor in this case.
Yeah, and then you contrast that against the larger story, which is not a day in the life, which is a larger epic narrative.
Yes, exactly.
Do we have any more thoughts about Regia Occulta?
So I have a few more notes. Let me quickly scan through and see if they're useful. There's a funny scene that isn't funny at all, I guess. But after the orc basically bites some guy's face off and then throws him away or something, and Eisenhorn just says, "It is unfortunate that I have to note that this man lived another 10 weeks." It's just like, why did you even say that? But I guess okay.
I completely missed that. That's hilarious.
This like fucking grim callousness, and he's just like, I felt the need to include this in my notes.
and he'll do that. He does that a lot. He does that a lot, even in the larger stories.
He does. Yeah, he does. Like, he will tell you it's an account from him, and as an account, it's not all now. Sometimes he'll just tell you incidentally, blah 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 blah, and it kind of works to make it feel like that sort of detail in like the storytelling makes it feel like an account from him.
Yeah, and sometimes he'll say things like, "I won't detail it here, but you can look it up at X." And half the time I'm thinking, is this a short story that he's written outside of this, or is he just teasing the fuck out of us? Because a few of them are short stories, like when the tale of when he has his hand blown off, and I think there's one or two others I can't remember right now. But
I think
and then some of them,
the hand gets chopped off before the story that references that way. So
his hand. Yeah. His hand gets shot off, right?
His hand gets shot off. So in Missing in Action, and then but we get to that later.
Hand in is it? I thought he already had it by the time of Xenos.
No, that's after Xenos. All of that.
Oh, I'm thinking
it's in like the flash forwards.
Yeah. We'll get to that later on. We can talk about his hand.
But Missing in Action came out after all of these, didn't it?
No, it came out about the same time. Interestingly. Came out about the same time as Malleus. We'll come to that. I'll go into the detail of that when we get to that bit.
Okay. Is it established law that human psychers cannot read the minds of greenskins? I would imagine that seems pretty reasonable, to be honest.
Well, that's like almost the opposite of what, like in Ragnar's Claw, they do read. They do end up connecting.
I thought that was the case. But I wondered if this was like Space Marine psyker as opposed to. I don't know what the reference here was.
I think this is. Yeah, because he has trouble interacting with the orc mentally here, doesn't he?
But he outright says no human psyker can read the mind of the greenskin.
That's really interesting, because I know that
that's a very weird
the
thing
only other time I've heard that be mentioned is not specifically with the greenskins, but to do with the Tyranids.
Well, the Tyrannus, there's a whole thing about to look into the hive minders to go fucking mad, right?
Yeah, and only one librarian managed to do it. Oh, was it Tigris that did that?
I think it was.
Yeah. Doesn't matter, but yeah.
The wonderful thing about Tigris is that he's the only one.
It's one of those things where in the 40k lore he is the only one, but then there's also like 1 or 2 cases where somebody else has done it.
Not true.
But the official line is that he's the only one.
Okay.
Just
did either of you see pick up on the bit right at the end, which I wondered if this was actually the case or whether this turns up in Madros, and I don't know whether we saw this yet. So Eisenhorn says the mocking cackles of the town would return to haunt him on his last legs, describing like his deathbed or something like this. And obviously, I don't think we've come back here yet. So does this happen later on in another book?
I don't.
I don't know how much I can say without massive spoilers for the Magos. But there is a scene. I'll try and keep it very succinct. And there is a scene when
we can cover this when we do the Magos.
Yeah,
I just wondered if it was actually a callback, or if he actually ever went and actually called back to this.
No, because the Magos references are lots of these short stories as well as the things that go on in the book. And it's during a particular scene where you get lots of flashes of stuff.
But the Magos was written a good few years after this came out, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't remember this, but yeah, we'll have to look at that at some point.
And one final thing before we move on.
Go on.
So, the orcs. Every time the bridge is raised, right, the orcs come through and they're coming from somewhere, right?
Yep.
So, Eisenhorn says the orcs must have stumbled across this thing. They don't know what it is. They just sort of find themselves suddenly in an Imperial world. So, there's been a bunch of murders before he gets there.
Yep.
Then this gate opens, and an orc literally stumbles through the gate, and they fight the orc. Then a second one comes through, and they fight that orc. So, there's been a bunch of murders before this happens. Where is the orc that did all those murders? Nobody's seen one yet.
Maybe
so there's still an orc somewhere.
Maybe the orc. Don't think about it.
It's only the one orc, isn't it? I thought there's not more than one in the story.
Oh, there's definitely a second one at the end.
Is there?
Yeah, because he says something like, and then I looked up and saw something horrifying, another orc or something. Sure. I'm sure there's a second orc.
That sounds.
I'm almost certain it's the one, because that's the whole point. That it's like the orc is coming through.
The orc is the serial killer.
Like a tribal, not a hunt, but he's they're deliberately trophy taking, and the one orc has all the ears.
Oh, I remember the ears. I remember the ears.
It would make a lot of sense if there was only one orc and he was somehow going back through the portal. But does that mean that every time...
Maybe the one with the ears was like a trophy taker and then another one sort of stumbled through this time.
Well, would he not be kind of confused when he goes back and the gate's actually been... the bridge has actually been lowered again, and suddenly he's like... He's just under a bridge as opposed to back in his tribal world or whatever. Because he stumbles through the actual portal when Eisenhorn's there, right? So he's coming from somewhere else to the Imperial world, to the portal.
I'm not entirely sure what your question is.
Oh, my question would be so if he goes back to the portal where he knows he came into the Imperial world and the gate is and the bridge is down, he's not going back to his world.
But clearly he's managed to get back there before it went down.
He's very fucking lucky then.
Yes, orcs have been known to be quite lucky animals, creatures in this setting.
And it's just happened every time. Every time he's come through and murdered somebody, he's gone back and the gate has just happened to be up at the same time.
So my understanding of the Regia Occulta, and at least how Abnett writes it, is it's not strict, it's not like a wormhole as you would expect it to be.
It's almost more like it's a tether, and then when it closes, the orc goes back.
A tether. It's like an anomaly that when it opens, then this particular creature gets pulled through, and then when it closes again, it gets shunted back again. It's almost like space and time kind of folding together temporarily.
I think.
Okay.
I feel like he described it more explicitly like the wormhole, but I definitely got the vibe of it being more like what you just said, especially since, the orc, there isn't an orc loose running around, so.
Okay, I'm just going to post a quote quickly from the book because I just went and found the section. So it says, the Regia Occulta was still open. While we had been standing there gawping at the orc's cadaver, a second one had walked in through the hidden wall.
Well, there we go.
So it almost seems like this is literally just a portal. Although what you said, Gauze, would make an awful lot more sense.
I remember
if he had actually done it like that.
I remember one of them having all the ears, the trophies. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it does seem like maybe that guy had been doing that. I just really
This
found
is
it
the
funny.
one time
like,
that 2 orcs made it.
I just like the idea that there was still an orc there somewhere. Eisenhorn's like, I've solved the problem. Off I go into space, and then like meanwhile there's a fucking orc running around, murdering people still. Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was interesting, like way the portal was functioning, and like almost an oversight if Eisenhorn had just like left at that point. Sorry. That ends all of my notes. We can move on now. I liked that one. The reason I took a bunch of notes is because I really liked that short story. It reminded me so much of, as I said, of like a Dresden Files short. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's a good point. So next, then, we'll be looking at Xenos. I remembered something that I was going to bring up in the non-spoiler section, and I hate that you said you don't want to compare it to Gav Thorpe, because I need to compare this last thing to Gav Thorpe, which is the fact that it is, well, yeah, compare. Which is that it is, in fact, a first-person story.
That is a good point. That's a fair comparison, though.
And Abnett, I think in one of the editions of the Eisenhorn Omnibus, he has a comment. If I ever work out whose idea it was to write these stories in the first person, I'll be round their house with a baseball bat. The problems that caused. Oh, hang on, that was me.
Oh, no. I see.
Yeah, so
Abnett saying that it was his fault that everyone was writing in first person?
It's his fault that he had to deal with the problems of Eisenhorn being in first person.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he's taking accountability for Gav Thorpe and Last Chances. Nor could he, because they were written before it, I believe.
that would make much sense.
So,
it's kind of what I was asking about their relationship, though, because I wondered how Gav Thorpe felt about the fact that Abnett had used one of the characters he wrote into the Inquisitor and then made such a successful series about it.
Hopefully good.
I hope they had a good relationship, and he didn't feel like, kind of sour that Abnett, because Abnett is obviously a more experienced writer.
You know something I will say? I have never seen any Black Library author ever say anything bad about any other Black Library author.
Oh, that's really good then.
Not even any of like the most piss baby behaving Black Library authors online. And some of them do act like piss babies online. Even ones that I like the writing of. Yes. I can think of 2 or 3. And none of them have I seen actually say anything bad about any other authors.
Okay, well that's really good. That's really good to hear.
Professional amongst themselves. It's good to hear.
But no honor amongst thieves, I guess.
I definitely feel like surely some of the better ones are hold some sort of judgment towards some of the worst ones. I'd think, because you know, if you're a good author, you surely recognize good writing. But I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I reckon there's a secret club of like good authors only. No Thorpes allowed.
Isn't that the guys who were invited to write Siege of Terror?
No, definitely not.
Who's on that list? Wasn't Abnett and
Abnett's
Graham
in that.
McNeil
ADB is in that. Graham McNeil is not in the Siege of Terror series list, but he's written some short stories, novella type books around it.
Stuck in the back door. And
stuck in the back door to finish off his plot arcs. Chris Wright is there, as he should be. John French, and they also have got Gav Thorpe for one book, and
interesting.
Guy Haley, who we have not come across yet in any of our stories here. We'll get to talking about some of these other authors at some point. But yeah, Xenos. It starts off with the scene on. Oh, actually, it starts off. So this is an interesting one. I found something out here. It starts off, if you're reading the book, with a inquisitorial message intercept. If you are listening to the audiobook, you will have had this intercept at the end of the book.
Really?
Yes. So this is that.
Wow.
Yeah. So, reading the book, the order it was originally written in, you have right off the bat, you have this little segment which is like it's like a description of a recording. So, and it's looking at a bunch of guys. One of them yells something about, I think Inquisitor Quicksauce is either mentioned as being seen on the recording, or somebody yells Quicksauce's name. And then
I think Abnett straight up mentions him.
Yeah, and then at the end of the segment, this creature comes up to the camera and looks at it and goes, "Hello, sweet thing," something like that. My name's Cherubale. For some reason, he introduces himself before killing whatever's recording.
Cherubiel.
Cherubale.
He introduces
Cherubale,
himself.
right?
Cherubiel.
Cherubale. Oh fuck. Okay.
like an angel, like an angelic name.
Cherubale. Okay. Fine. Cherubale. Oh no, it's definitely
Sorry to do this
Cherubale
to
in
you,
my
wasn't
head.
he?
Okay. So this
Sorry
is
about this.
where I'll tie back to what I said before about things from the Inquisitor book, because Quixos and Cherubale are also characters from the Inquisitor rulebook.
Is Quixos?
Okay.
I thought it was only Cherubale.
No, Quixos he's not mentioned. He's not like a character that it presents as a model, but he is in the stories, which might answer your question before about why did they pick Eisenhorn. So the whole Eisenhorn Quixos thing was in the Inquisitor rulebook.
Okay, so Quixos is who he is in the story in the rulebook as well.
Yep.
He is like this fallen Inquisitor.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you get to see his name.
Spoiler
at the
for
start
later.
here.
Sorry.
Spoilers for Malleus, by the way, guys.
You're in the spoiler section here. I don't know. Yeah, it's he is there. He is there, like with Inquisitors fighting him in this picked capture in Xenos. So, you know,
yeah, fair point.
We're fine. Yeah, there's that. And
okay, so that's like an intercept at the beginning. But if you're reading the audio, if you're listening to the audiobook, you wouldn't have heard that yet, so you don't have any of that weirdness.
Yeah. And to be honest, it almost makes more sense at the end because it's setting you up for Quixos next time.
Yeah.
But at the start, knowing Cherubale, the blank-eyed demon host there, that then immediately you start feeding into that with Eisenhorn's dreams about the blank-eyed man.
It does kind of ruin that surprise, though.
Well, you say that. Well, I don't know if you do.
At the beginning, it's like an unknown. He's like, I dreamed about this weird, like, handsome blank-eyed male, and I don't know what the fuck this is. And you're like,
I had read these books before, so it wasn't a surprise to me this. But the first time I read these, which was quite a while ago, I remember basically blank-eyed man nightmares are there, and then when it's revealed as Cherubale, I'm like, wait, that's the guy from the fucking start. That's how it was for me.
Okay, I mean,
it's like a foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing that it's like you if you blink, you miss it, really. But if you don't,
yeah,
okay.
I like that kind of works, I guess. It depends.
It still feels very strange to put that at the beginning of the book rather than the end.
Baron, well, remember he wrote this in a few months.
Well,
no, yeah.
Considering it leads into Malleus, I think you're right, though, guys. Considering it leads into Malleus, it seems weird that that's at the beginning instead of the end.
I can understand why they changed it.
Yeah, I see it.
So
also one of the other things described in there, like I was listening, I looked at that description and I was looking in the Inquisitor rulebook at like the models and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that you are describing like exactly how this Death Cult assassin model looks.
Yes.
And then we get to see them later on as well.
I do like that they turn that on its head later on in the series with what's her name? She calls it Exotic. Yeah, their name's Exotic. And it's in Malleus.
Oh, Kara Swole?
No. It's a really small appearance, but it's during the twist auction.
Oh yeah. The woman called Exotic, you mean? The one with all the weird.
Oh
like,
god.
Yeah.
We'll get to that one. Look, we'll come back to that. Okay. So Hubris at the start, right? After this initial intercept, we have Hubris, and I feel like it's a very like efficient economic description, but it's still a very good one of this planet.
Yeah.
Like it's like really high level, large scale things. Like it's a planet in a really wide orbit, and it just uses this stuff to drive shit about their culture really hard.
Yeah, it's like he put the planet in a weird place. He like started with one strange thing, and he built their entire culture on the idea that it goes very cold and very dark for a huge part of the orbit, and then very bright and very light at the rest of it. So like you'd imagine, their culture is built around the light being like the giver of life, and a large part of their culture hibernates basically.
Yeah, and that whole I don't know, the whole like the way the culture of it actually ties into this whole opening scene. Holy fuck!
So when we got to the ground, right, and Eisenhorn is chasing his prey. It started off by describing a bunch of custodies, and he keeps referring to them as custodies and custodians. Now, this is probably me.
Custodians.
Yeah, custodians.
Specifically, not custodies.
He does actually say custodies, I'm sure, at one point, because I went back and checked, because I was like, what the fuck is this? Because looking at it, I was thinking, there's no way, right? This can't possibly be custodies. And then later on, you see like 10 of them dead on the floor, and I was like, there's no way. These are going to be just random fucking people on the planet. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure he does use the word custodies, which is what confused the fuck out of me, because I was like looking through the words, like going, this surely can't be possible.
I'm trying to think. I don't know quite like when custodies law was firmed out. I know even
it's been a thing since Rogue Trader, although they were called custodians initially.
Yeah, but also like the idea of is that like a purely Emperor thing? That's like you know what?
Yes.
When did what a custodies is get firmed out to really be what a custodies is? Because if you like in Rogue Trader, Space Marines weren't really what Space Marines are now, as an example.
No. It would have been. Let me think. It would have been either very late Rogue Trader, or it would have been in the gap between Rogue Trader ending and second edition beginning, because it wasn't a clean cut. I suppose it was, but in terms of lore, it wasn't. No, I'm talking out my arse. Actually, I'm thinking of second and third edition. Second edition was the big change, so it would have been at the start of second edition, if not a little way in. So it would have long preceded this.
I went back and checked, and no, you're right. It doesn't use the word custodies. It uses custodian and custodians. So not the word custodies.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so we have this whole scene here, which is really like, it's very cinematic.
It is. It's also very grim as well.
It is. It's horrific. The way when I say cinematic, I have an image in my head of them walking through these vast halls, like what's his name? Villeneuve. Type movie, or like, you know, like in the first Alien movie when they're walking through when they first find that ship and they're walking through these huge hallways.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think one thing that really helps sell when something that Abnett uses to really sell his descriptions is his use of color in his descriptions. Like there's especially it's really highlighted in Hubris, like in this entire section of the book. And it's funny because it's not something you'd ascribe to literature necessarily. It's much more of a visual medium thing. But he puts a lot of emphasis in the cold colours of the hibernation chambers and of the outside. And you get that huge contrast to all the yellows and golds of the interior, like warm spaces, and how it's constantly daylight.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty interesting, because is he using those colors to kind of describe, or to kind of to present the coldness without actually, like, you know, explicitly saying over and over again?
That, but it also builds an image in your head as well.
Exactly.
And I think this completely passed me by, but like I have a really vivid image in my head of like how it looks, and that makes so much sense now.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
or at least in my opinion, that's why.
No, that's a good spot. Yeah.
Was Jimbus about to say something then?
I think Jimbus is fucking dead.
Oh, I thought I heard his voice.
Sorry guys, I killed him. I'm here to take his place now.
He's in hibernation.
There was so there's also as we are just getting a description of, you know, the world and the cryogenics chamber, and they're moving slowly through it, and, you know, they see the dead custodians on the floor, and they're moving further in. Abnett's giving us a very I almost want to say rushed, although it doesn't come across as necessarily too crammed in. It's a very economic description of Eisenhorn's companion, who in this case is a woman called Riven, who we learn she's got a gang history, she has gang weaponry, and she is the one who taught him to fight. Okay,
hang on. I need to pause there, because you don't get that while this is happening. You get this immediately after she dies.
Yeah,
I thought you had some of this during the actual.
It's basically just she's his companion and she's up ahead, and then he comes up on like the scene where she's dying. Comes up on a scene where she's dying, and like he finds her. I think she's either dead or dying. I think she's dead.
She's not dead. She's not dead at the beginning, because she's trying to crawl towards her weapon, and then
he gets there as she dies or is dying.
Yeah,
because she calls out to Eisenhorn. And then he like turns the corner and she's just dead. Like it's really abrupt.
Don't make me find the quote again, Gauze.
I will do it.
There's definitely a bit where she's scrabbling for her gun. I'm going to look for it now. I was wrong about the last one. But I'll find this one.
There is a. Well, I know exactly what the line is after when he starts talking about her because I've got that in my notes.
Okay, I don't think the word scrabbling is going to help you here. What's the next line?
So after that brief moment of action, it has like a hard cut and goes, "I'm 42 standard years old, in my prime by Imperial standards, young by those of the Inquisition," which is a bit weird being in your prime at 42. All my life, I have had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. It's like such like a sudden shock, slowing the pace after the action. It's almost like if this was a movie, it would have paused and then started, and then like being a narrator voice almost, or like
a record scratch.
Maybe a record scratch. But I was thinking more like
how I ended up here.
Time slows down, camera pans around, and we get an internal monologue type thing. I was thinking less about the record scratch, more about that. But yeah, it's he controls the pace of it really, really deliberately. It feels like.
Yeah, it's not the first time that he does this not often, but he does do it a couple of times in his books. But I do like that he doesn't overuse it.
Yeah,
he kind of like it's like deliberate meandering. I'd describe it.
Deliberate meandering.
Yeah.
I feel like I could describe the entire trilogy as Eisenhorn deliberately meandering around the 40k world.
I've got some those from Abnett's notes in the book to comment on here. So
sorry. So
do you want to go first? Sorry,
I was just going to. I was going to say. I think Gauze is right, but also I can't wrap my head around the next line. So he comes around the corner. I found Ribbon face down across a freezer tube. So it sounds like she's dead. But in the 2 lines later, it says her weapon lay just out of her reach of her clawing hand. Now, clawing to me is an action word. So I kind of assumed, I think, at this point, that she was still trying to reach for her gun, but she could have been dead, and she'd been trying to reach it.
I think that's more just like an editing error, because I suppose it is an action word, but it could also be
like a past action.
It's a past action, yeah. He's using his deduction. Is that the right word? I suppose he's using his deduction to assess the situation and be like, this is what's happened, and this is how she's died.
Yeah, we're seeing it from Eisenhorn's perspective, so it could be, as you said, he's describing like how he thinks that the action happened. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, okay. and it doesn't really matter whether she's alive or dead. I was being a bit autistic there, but like I found that bit quite interesting because as soon as I saw that word, I just assumed she was alive.
I can understand why you'd think that, to be fair, but I got the impression that she was very much dead.
I don't.
Yeah, well, by the fact she's lying face down, I would say you're probably right. She did kill 8 of the brainwashed servants, though. And we hear later on, Eisenhorn describes her as the woman who taught him to fight, in melee combat. So clearly, she was with him a while. But yeah, we don't know her at all, and she just dies. Interesting example here. Remember this for every other book. There's always a female companion that dies right at the beginning.
Well,
is there really?
Yes, I'm gonna.
It's almost like a trope.
Yes, I will say.
I don't notice that at all.
And guess where they are? They're in a cryogenics place, otherwise known as a giant fridge.
So I have an interesting. This is actually interesting because I am able to give a more charitable take on this because I read Abnett's notes there. So do you know why he has her die? Her death.
No.
Is a parallel with the Inquisitor game. Your crew are expendable.
Well, I mean, that's a theme throughout the entire thing.
Yeah,
I just don't know why it's always... it's almost like one female companion at the beginning of the story. It's kind of strange.
One of the themes of Inquisitor is your crew are expendable, you're going to lose crew, but building up your crew again is part of the thing.
That's really interesting, because obviously one of the big... themes of the book, and then I suppose of the game as a result, is it's sacrifice. Like that's whether it's your people sacrificing their lives or like sacrificing your morals or you know, it's
Or your sanity.
or your sanity, yeah.
And there's actually huge sections of these books that are almost about Eisenhorn kind of managing his household. And I always felt like they didn't need to be there, but actually it kind of makes sense with the book. If that is the game, and the game is like, you know, having a retinue of kind of trusted people who are very good at specific roles, and that's like the Inquisitor's kind of strength, then like these books very well portray that. It's kind of amazing that Abnett went, I'm going to try and represent the game like quite effectively.
He also made a comment about how we learn more about her from the description of the gun than we do from the description of her, which he feels is like a very 40k thing.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a very 40k thing, but I think it's also a very good narrative tool to use, because you're not going to spend all that time talking about like essentially what is now just a corpse lying on a tube. Like, you're going to talk about something that's actually going to impact the story. In this case, being a gun, because as it goes, he shoots iClone in the face with it.
Yeah,
but it's all he describes obviously all the customizations that she'd made to the gun. So we learn, as you said, we learn an awful lot about her from the customization she's personally made to the weapon. Although, I guess in this case, like, he does spend longer describing the weapon than he does Eisenhorn's retinue companion assistant. I don't really know what she is at this moment, other than someone who's, you know,
probably like part of all Inquisitors. They're warbands, aren't they? Is warband the right term?
Yeah, I mean, they go by lots of names: retinues, warbands, just a band, staff.
The party.
It's all party. Yeah, it's all part of the same thing, which is the Inquisitor is the boss, and he needs a load of lackeys to like either die for him or to be do reconnaissance or be a psyker, you know, that, or as we find out later, be a blank, that kind of thing.
There's also
basically do things that you can't do on his own.
Do you remember how that little like slow paced segment where he like has a little reminisce and shows a bit of his humanity there immediately? Do you remember how this ends?
I'm going to let you describe it, because
I'm going to tell you how Abnett describes it.
Go ahead.
He describes it as ending with a dating profile of Eisenhorn.
Oh my god!
It's like describing like his height, how he looks. So he's like, what else of me? I am like this height. I've got this but these things matter little. And he was saying this was his attempt to give a description, because it's actually hard to describe your character when you're writing in first person.
Yeah. So the only description we have before this is, and it's not before it canonically in the writing, it's in the short story where the prostitute describes him as handsome. And that's it.
He also wanted to give a description that could then be like related to like the image in the Inquisitor game of Eisenhorn, which is this angry looking bald old man.
It doesn't. So thinking about the wider series as a whole, I think the only time Eisenhorn actually describes himself physically is by what clothes he's putting on.
Well, you get
like, I don't remember him ever saying, "I've got a bald head."
He does say that at one point.
He describes his hair and like his like how he's the fact that he's clean shaven or something, stuff like that at this point. And then for the rest of the series, we don't hear that, but we hear like, we're dressed up to do this, we're dressed up to blend in here. But what we
there is one point where he does get a bald head.
Yeah,
they have to shave his hair to give him the mechanical leg implant so that he can use his legs again, which we won't get to yet, but obviously that happens later on, later on.
He most of the descriptions of him are based on like things that happen to him.
And like the equipment he's built, it's very RPG style. Like he's going around, he's getting, like all of these. God, it's in fucking Malleus, so we're not going to talk about it yet. But there's a scene that's like straight out of an RPG, like crazy. So
I think I know the scene you're talking about. On the subject of equipment, actually, and going back to the gun,
yes.
One thing that forever annoys me about Abnett's writing is he has no idea what guns are or how they work.
This doesn't annoy me, because I also have no idea what guns are or how they work.
Oh, mate.
Go on.
It's the constant exchanging of clip and magazine. It drives me fucking insane. It's just like the amount of times he will use the word clip when he actually means a magazine. It's just annoying.
So I have an image in my head of a magazine. What is the technical definition then, I guess, or technical difference between the two?
So a clip is so a magazine is a box that holds the rounds, and they get fed into the gun by either a spring-loaded mechanism or something like that. Yeah. Whereas a clip is essentially, an M1 Garand.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's literally just a clip that holds the bullets together, right?
That's what a clip is.
That makes perfect sense.
I do not know. Hang on, try that again.
Oh,
Sorry, my bad.
So a clip is not like, it doesn't contain the rounds as a whole. It'll just be like a strip of metal and then almost like a bracket that you put the bullets into, and then you load that whole thing into the top of a gun or into the side of a gun.
Okay.
It's not a full container for ammo. It's basically just holds them together so that you can easily put them into your weapon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And it's really, really clear that he intends to say magazine, and it's it's so annoying.
Well, half the time he's using that while also describing las weapons too, which also seem to have recoil in Abnett's world. So there's that as well.
Abnett, yeah, he likes his las guns to feel meaty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although that's quite often to the benefit, because laser weapons in general can feel very soulless.
The flashlight
point, but also like this is fun, wacky sci-fi universe, and you want laser guns to make people explode.
My favorite description of las guns I've seen, I can't remember where I've seen it, but something described them as like you click and then and it does a beam and you let go and it stops the beam, and it's like almost like a precision type thing where like you.
That would be a continuous laser as opposed to a pulse.
That's not of a las gun. That's in Hereticus.
Is it? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of
is it not?
Hereticus.
You're talking about the thing on his speeder gauze, right?
Yeah.
The
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I've seen like a las gun described that way by some other author, and I kind of liked it. Where it's like is that like a duplex? You describe that where there's an action on a click and an action on a release.
It sounds almost like an actual flashlight.
Anyway, but yeah,
and just like spray them with like light.
I feel like it's like a gun, but a laser comes out, and it otherwise feels like a gun. It's a bit boring, but I don't know. But then again, you don't want it to just feel like a toy either. So
well, I guess the new game that's coming out like at the moment, Darktide, which is set in the 40k world, like a precursor game from the same studio as
well. The las guns have kick in that, you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
and they have Abnett consulting.
Yeah, what I was going to say though is that if you didn't have recoil on the guns in that game, it would be so fucking obvious, and it would be so unsatisfying because there would be probably a lack of noise, and there'd be a lack of like.
Well, you need to make it. The thing is,
you
can make it have that with like the audio design and shit like that, right?
It needs recoil too, though. Without recoil, like I've seen games actually where they've tried to model a laser gun, and it's not had recoil, and it is uncomfortable. It doesn't feel like it's uncomfortable in the sense that it's not enjoyable to really shoot the gun. It's like imagine the Spartan laser cannon thing. The Spartan laser in like Halo. Imagine that didn't have fucking recoil. It didn't make all the cool explosion noises. It didn't like pump out gas or whatever it was when you fired it. Like it would be so much less cool. I guess is the only way to say it. No, exactly.
Although to be fair, you could say that every gun in like the Call of Duty franchise is a laser gun because they got no recoil whatsoever.
Do they not? Do you not have to like aim down as you're firing?
Not really. It'll just wobble around a little bit.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I've not really played much.
They're very deliberately arcadey, and now we're talking about Call of Duty when we should be talking about Eisenhorn.
I was going to say, let's end FPS hour. I've got two more comments about this segment. One of my two comments I had here was the fact that he's speaking to you, the reader, adds to the vibe in like a cool way, and I wasn't quite sure how to articulate it. And then Abnett articulated it perfectly in his own notes. I'm stealing a lot from him here. You don't need to. Need to buy.
Are we doing this podcast
version?
We're doing this podcast with co-host Abnett.
Well, he says it was an attempt to stylize it like a noir, and I think he was quite successful in that.
Yeah, that's okay. To a degree.
You've got like think about like a noir. Yeah, exactly. If you think about like a noir movie, you've got like the voice, the protagonist's voice in his head now, like talking things out to you as the viewer. It's like that style.
it was a dark, stormy night, and I, the hard-boiled detective, was
listening, watching the crackle in the sky, the cackle even. You know?
Yeah, it kind of works.
I do understand the intention, but I don't think it pulls off the noir vibe that successfully. I think there are other authors, particularly even within Black Library, that have done it much better. Like Chris Wright does it
in the
really,
recent
really
crime
well.
series. He has a very good one about Bloodlines. But
Isn't actually a crime series though, which means he's got a few advantages there, which means he can literally style it like a noir.
This is, I'm going to say it again, this is also something Abnett says in his notes. This book, these books, if they were written now, might have ended up like in the crime series.
Yeah. I think that's a fair comparison.
Although I would also say some scenes in it might have ended up in a horror series, like this one we're in the middle of now.
Okay, well,
it's like the crescendo of a horror book, but it's at the start of this book.
To go all the way back to where we were when we started talking about the gun, just to throw out some interesting bits of detail that shows kind of how Abnett characterizes Riven being his companion. She plied off the Imperial Aquila and replaced it with gang markings. Now, this doesn't just characterize Riven, this also characterizes Eisenhorn, because despite Eisenhorn's absolute assurance to us that he is a Puritan above all else, he's the most pure Puritan Inquisitor you could possibly come across, he says that like weirdly repeatedly in his fucking description, almost like he's trying to convince us.
I'm going to come back to that in a moment, because that's my other note.
He clearly is not, because I can't imagine most Inquisitors being very happy about their one of their close companions plying off the Imperial Aquila from a weapon and replacing it with gang signs.
So,
mind the fact that I doubt a Puritan would ever hire a random ganger.
I think here's where it might be good to have a little lesson for Obrium about what the different things in the Inquisition are, because it mentions a lot of things here, but it doesn't really explain them. And to be honest, myself, I found like there's a lot of terms I've heard thrown around about different parts of the Inquisition where I hadn't like fully understood it myself until I went and looked, and hey, the Inquisitor rulebook has a handy description of all of them.
Oh, nice.
So, the first thing I was going to say is this whole segment, when he is talking about the Inquisition, it does a really good job of impressing on us like a sort of vibe of who Eisenhorn is. He's like complex, intelligent. He's like really meticulous in how he considers everything, but also really passionate about his own beliefs. And it basically, like, he references all these different types of Inquisitor, and these are all from the rulebook. So I'm going to throw out, you know what, this will be fun. I'm going to throw out some names here. I'm going to ask what you think that is, Obrium. Okay. All right. A Amalathian. This is what Eisenhorn is. What is an Amalathian's deal?
Amalathian. I think you'll find it.
Amalathian, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he describes himself as that, and then he actually gives a description of it, but I don't remember what the fuck he said.
So the Amalathians are all about maintaining a positive status quo for slow progression, and they want to work together. Like they don't want to just use their own authority over others. They want to work with things with the
like other parts,
authorities.
Okay,
to make the Imperium as a whole stronger. Okay,
that's a good goal.
Yeah. What about monodominance? This is what
the Inquisitor above all else, maybe.
Kind of. Well, not just the Inquisitor, but so
the Inquisition as an organization.
Monodominants believe mankind must eradicate all enemies to survive, including mutants and aberrations within humanity.
Oh boy, they're like the true exterminatus then.
They are firm believers in, I think, genocide. I'd describe it as.
That is what exterminatus is in 40k, right?
Exterminatus is destroying a planet, basically. Is wiping out a planet.
Yes, but okay, fair.
You might want to go onto a planet and wipe out all the mutants on it while leaving the people who aren't mutants. Or you might care more about like a more system-wide purge.
I feel like in 40k they would just be like, "There's a bunch of mutants on that planet. I mean, anyone else might be tainted too. Fuck them all."
Some would be. Some like there are definitely stories that are kind of like that.
It should be noted as well, and you do see a bunch of them in these books. But monodominants are very hardline when it even comes to other Inquisitors. Like anyone that doesn't follow their creed is basically filth.
So
what about Horseboy, who's basically turned himself into a horse? He looks
was
kind of
a monodominant, wasn't he? Yeah, but he isn't actually aberrant. He's not actually aberrant. Like, he's not mutated. This is like surgery. There's no problem with surgery. You're still a pure human who has had surgery.
Right? So you can make yourself look like a twist.
But if you were born looking that way, then not so much a fan. Yeah. I should note here, though, a lot of these things, they don't necessarily need to be Puritan or radical, but they will generally align that way. So you could be a monodominant who is happy to use a chaos thing to wipe out non-humans.
Yeah, I've thought of like they're almost like a political. It's like the political fucking square diagram bullshit, isn't it? Like they're on different axes, right?
I suppose.
I actually think you're incorrect on the monodominant thing. I'm under the impression that they are Puritan.
They are like generally
furthest reach. Like they will not touch anything that isn't purely human or imperial in making.
A monodominant by definition is all about humans above all else, but and a pure, like, they will generally be very Puritan, but like you can see monodominants in this series who are happy to look at and use chaos things. So
this is true.
Thorians are the other faction that is typically Puritan.
Do you say thorium?
Thorians.
Thorians.
Yeah, after Imperial Saint Sebastian IV, I am assuming they're named after Sebastian IV. So Thorians, you will not know, I'm going to assume. They are Puritans, usually, and they believe the Emperor acts through others, and they have a goal not to have slow and steady progress, like the Amalathians, or not to just eradicate all others, like the Monodominants. They have more of a technical goal, where they want to resurrect the Emperor properly in physical form. Bear in mind that this was written in 2001, and pay no attention to lore you've read in Horus Heresy since then. Yeah. So they're
that particular Thorians are a bit of a throwback to the old Rogue Trader Star Child theory. It's not like an outright "this is them," but it's a what were they called? The Sensei. Sorry, that's what they were called. But they believed in the Star Child theory. So it's a little nod to that.
The Star
I don't know what
Child
those things are, but
was kind of like an old version. Wait, that was. I might be getting confused.
I can go into it if you want, or
go into it. Go into it.
So the Star Child theory is that they believed that they could reincarnate the Emperor by killing him. And it would essentially cause him to leave his mortal body, and then he'd become the equivalent of like a good guy Chaos God for real. And the Star Child is the name of that supposed entity.
Okay.
The other thought was, and this has been retconned completely since, but the Emperor had loads of kids over the millennia, and they're all perpetuals, and they wanted to bring them all together and kill them so they would revive him.
That's what I was thinking of when you said Star Child, and then you said Sensei, and I got, hang on,
So the Sensei were his children, because I was getting a bit confused. Yeah. The Sensei were his children, and then the faction that wanted to bring him back by killing all the Sensei was the Illuminati.
I assume this is not still canon, because obviously there's still
not.
No.
Okay.
So, but there is an interesting.
This is also the edition that had.
This is before
Obi-Wan
canon was
Clouseau in it.
Yes. Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau, yeah.
That's the one.
We have, yeah. But this is before the canon got solidified in like Third Ed.
Second Ed, it kind of became its main.
More Third Ed. Second Ed had big steps, but like Third Ed was a real this is where the canon became what we know of.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, and we do see like sort of throwbacks to that idea in the lore developed in the Horus Heresy later, but that's for another day. So the other three types here, which are interesting, Xanthites. Xanthites are typically radicals who believe the warp and chaos can be used to achieve goals without spiritual corruption.
So that's basically Eisenhorn at the end, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge spoiler. But
well, that's like the whole thing of Eisenhorn's arc, though. That's the whole arc of this trilogy is a fall and corruption.
But this is why I found it so amusing that he goes into depth constantly at the beginning about how a Puritan he is.
Mm-hmm. So Xanthites, Yeah, actually, that is something that it did have a note that they are typically opposed to monodominance. I guess there's a difference between the warp and chaos versus things like, I'm going to use this Eldar technology, I guess, while killing Eldar. But
I think that basically falls under overall radical philosophy, not necessarily Xanthism.
So, because Xanthism is about
it deliberately specifies chaos.
Yes. So yeah, Xanthites believe that chaos and warp don't necessarily cause spiritual corruption. And there's an extremist faction within Xanthites called Horusians. And they're kind of like, they're almost like a radical equivalent to the Thorians, except instead of believing in bringing the Emperor back, they believe in creating what is described in the Inquisitor rules, at least, as a Horus-like figure, infused with the warp, used for good to save the Imperium.
That is absolutely correct. I think they deliberately describe it as like a new War Master Horus, but a good one. Like,
so Warpy Jesus is going to come and save us all.
Yeah, basically. There's Recongregators, radicals who believe in reshaping how the Imperium works, which is they're obviously directly opposed to the Amalathians. Does that sound familiar to you at all?
The Recongregators?
No, not so much that. I don't think they're mentioned by name in this series at all.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't recognize the name.
But you might recognize that idea, the notion of reshaping how the Imperium works, because that is exactly what Haldane was doing in First and Only.
Yeah, he definitely.
His whole plot was about twisting the Imperium.
Yeah, that was his plan, wasn't it?
From a path of light to a path of grey. Yeah. And the last batch are Istvanians, who believe that strife makes the Imperium stronger and weeds out weakness.
Aptly named, I guess, if you're kind of chaos. Isn't that was kind of the point of Istvan, I guess, was they were trying to purge all of the loyalists.
Yeah, they basically believe that conflict and strife breeds strength. And they believe that the Imperium, it had a note about this in the rulebook, they believe that the Imperium is the strongest and most technically advanced it's ever been.
An outright lie.
They're just wrong.
They seem to be mistaken on this regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little primer on the inquisitorial factions, and with that in mind, yeah, Eisenhorn then goes into a bit of detail about these sort of things exist, but this is what I think of that, and I'm very passionate about this.
I think he only really describes his, which is the Amalathian. I think he only really says much about what that is.
And he talks about the Puritan radical type thing as well.
Yeah, he does mention what the difference there is as well.
He does mention how much he really doesn't like monodominance in Istvanians as well. Quite prominently in the first book and a little bit in the second one.
Yeah, it comes up more later on.
When he's in the company of other Inquisitors, he's like, this guy's a dick, this guy's all right.
Okay. So that was a really interesting but a really large aside. So back to the fridge.
The fridge. This horrific fridge where at this point, as we continue moving after this sequence, we're moving through as dying bodies are like bursting out of these cryo chambers that are open, that are like shutting down.
Yeah, the guy that Eisenhorn is chasing, basically, he shut down so these nobles are all frozen. They're, as I said, like they hibernate, basically, right? And the nobles are all frozen, and he's basically shutting down he's doing an emergency like shutdown of the entire system, which is kind of killing all of these nobles because they're getting they're getting freezer burn, basically, as they come out.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all happening while he's chasing his fucking quarry again.
So that's another thing, actually, that Abnett uses really well, is the description of smells. He describes the blood in the air, the smell of blood and chemicals and piss, and just, it's nasty.
Yeah. It feels very grotesque, this whole scenario. I mean, it would be...
goopy dying people.
I said before this would be the crescendo of like a horror story. It is the crescendo of a story, but it's the crescendo of a different story. We're just here for the end of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's this whole thing that feels like a bit weird around that person who grabs him and he's like, I could have mercy killed her, but doing this would have
I felt like it was a bit more forced character, right?
Yeah, it was also very weird, this idea of like, as an Inquisitor, I would have been stuck behind all this red tape. Like, getting stuck behind red tape as an Inquisitor.
But also, considering what happens next, that made no sense.
Yeah,
other than to try and show a bit of like
he immediately, like, after all of this whole stuff, waves his authority around to get out of the situation anyway.
Well, yeah, but they also, like, they come in and accuse him of killing the 10,000 people that were in these freezers, and he was worried about shooting one of them.
Yeah, and he's like, no, but he's able to truthfully say, I killed none of them.
I
suppose.
guess.
And it's kind of like, it's painted as an Amalathian thing, I think, where as an Amalathian, he didn't want to have to lie and abuse his authority. But he still does abuse his authority, he just does so without lying.
I think, I think it does, he does a good job kind of like introducing the Inquisition as a whole in this book.
Yeah.
And he describes like what their political influence is like and where their limit is drawn, and like particularly when it comes to his
and it's also like
doctrine.
It's like like ideological limits rather than actual limits where they where they draw
realistically an Inquisitor has, and he says this like quite abruptly in the book, that Inquisitors literally have no limits. They have the highest authority. They can do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
So there's I don't know whether we should wait until later, but there is a line that fucking killed me about that, which is my patience isn't limitless. My patience isn't limitless, unlike my authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
He shouts at somebody while he's interrogating them, basically. But yeah, it's I can't fucking speak. That is a difficult sentence to say for some reason.
I'm not going to try. And there is something here from Abnett's notes that this whole thing here exposes Eisenhorn's tortured humanity. So
yes,
at this is a way of letting us see Eisenhorn would like to shoot this person to put them out of their misery, but Eisenhorn feels he cannot and so does not.
And that's something that we see a lot in this series as a whole. Like, it's one of the core themes of the entire thing, really.
It shows it feels a little bit forced right at the beginning there. It doesn't feel like it's necessary to kind of to give us like so much about his character like straight off the bat, but it kind of does, I guess, in some ways. It's showing us that he thinks about everything he does. Like everything he does isn't. He's not just immediately reacting to his emotional response.
He's very methodical in terms of how he considers things. Yeah.
Like in this case, he would just like his emotional response was, "I should put her out of misery," but then he rationalizes through that and then comes up with the idea, "Well, this should be a bad idea in the long run, so I won't do it now."
Even though he could actually just not have an issue with it if he waves his bat.
Yeah. That felt a little bit strange. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't really make much sense.
So he chases up. He finds the control room where it's like some fucking casket with a circle-shaped hole in it is hooked up to the generators, which is why they've all shut down. And then he catches up to iClone and has it's a very like brutal and efficient ending, you know. And I have more Abnett notes here, which is that these aren't fantastical affairs. They aren't spy movies. They are cases to be closed, which I thought was interesting words given the rest of this series.
Yeah, it's very, I don't know, it's almost James Bond a lot of the time, Eisenhorn, with his like little gadgets and, you know, the weird shit that he pulls off.
Especially later on. Yeah. But here, it's like, nope, I'm ramming this person's gun in your mouth and shooting you, as I said I would 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. And that's it. That's Cyclone dead.
Case closed. So at this point, the gun cutter has shown up, actually, in the confrontation. It lands, I think, what's his name is in there?
Milo?
It's Midas.
Midas.
That was the guy.
Midas Bessencourt. And was Amos there as well?
No, Amos later.
So, for some reason, I have Amos in the notes, like, right here, and I don't know, I assumed it was because he was on the gun cutter.
Oh, okay, I think I know what happened here. Okay, so first, Midas is there with the gun cutter, and then the authorities show up and are like, you're under arrest. And
arrest this Inquisitor, one of them says. Which
and I'm like, I don't think you know how this works.
Yeah, that's very optimistic.
Says, I want to do a full investigation with you. Let's cooperate. I'll see you in a minute. Let's meet over at your offices. And then they go, they all get in the gun cutter and go over to Sundome, I think.
Okay, I'm sure Imus is here.
Yeah, that would make sense if Amos is introduced here now.
Because we get given two really interesting pieces of information about him.
Okay.
One is that he was shot, and in being shot, they found that he had mortal cancer, which they managed to save him from. So he was saved from cancer by being shot. And the second is that he has a meme virus. And a meme virus in this case means that he has an eidetic memory and an almost OCD compulsion to learn things, which is a really, really, really good addition to your retinue if you are an Inquisitor.
Yes.
I feel like every main character who has a team should always have somebody with an eidetic memory who loves to learn things. It's an insanely powerful gift.
Narrative device.
Yes, a very good narrative device as well. Yeah.
He's Dresden Files as Bob the Skull.
Yes, exactly. And also we learned that Eisenhorn's master died from neural worms, which that sounds horrifying. That sounds truly horrifying.
Oh, I'm also going to note here, Amos. We had Amos in Master Imus's Transgression, because they were all part of Hapshant's team. Regia Occulta, we did not have Amos, because Eisenhorn was doing his own thing and Hapshant was still about. And then, in this story, Hapshant has died and Eisenhorn has inherited Amos, basically.
Okay, does that mean that Eisenhorn's master heard about their case with the guy and the chaos number of rune, and then went, I want that guy on my team?
No. Hapshant, he was... So during that, he was in the Imus story, Eisenhorn was only an interrogator, so he would have been part of Hapshant's crew. All of them in that story are under Hapshant at that point.
Yes, but what I mean is, did he then go and hire Amos?
No, he already had Amos.
You're confusing Imus with Amos.
Oh, yeah, I am. I'm fucking confused.
Oh my God.
What's going on?
Good spot.
I didn't see these written down. What's happening here?
Amos and Imus were in the same room in that story.
I have no idea what the fuck's happening.
What? Oh my God.
Oh no.
Don't you? Okay, so in the Imus story,
willingly goes to the Inquisition, being like, "I found a scary number," and Amos is the guy, is our beloved boy. He's very old with the meme virus.
He accompanies Eisenhorn and Titus to Imus's place. They all go there together. Amos goes and looks through all of Imus's books while they are there.
Oh, I don't remember that. I thought this was Abnett actually being kind of good there. I thought this was a backstory for how they met that guy, and also it would have made so much sense. It would have made so much sense because.
Oh, I'm happy to have cleared this up for you. They absolutely just left Imus and said, "Get fucked."
That's so annoying. I thought that was almost like a drop at the end of that story. He's just like, what am I going to do now? And Eisenhorn's just like, "Get fucked," and then turns out later that he actually joined his team. I thought that would have made perfect sense.
No, not only are they different people, but at some point in the story they are both in the same room together. So.
Oh my fucking God! How did I not? This is an audio drama too. How did I not notice that?
That's incredible, honestly.
Powerful.
Fucking hell.
Okay, well, anyway, Amos was with the band then Eisenhorn lost him for a bit and then inherited him again after Hapshant died in time for this story, as far as the chronological timeline goes. So, he's here. We learn all that about him. We also meet Loink there, I think.
Loink?
The Psyker.
Oh, okay.
The Astropath.
The Astropath, yeah. Is it Loink, or am I pronouncing that wrong?
No, it is Loink.
Yeah, it's basically correct. And I think we also meet Vishik here.
We do.
Fishing.
And do you remember how we meet?
Soon.
Fishing.
Before that, I just want to say, we get a little bit of world building with Loink that's almost described as an afterthought. Like this whole thing about Riven being like a latent psyker and how she was noisy to Eisenhorn and Loink. So we get a little bit of world building as an afterthought. We also have more Abnett notes. Loink is basically a servant rather than a member of the team. It's gives you a picture of how things work with how psychers are treated in this setting, how astropaths are treated.
Okay.
Because he never really feels like part of the team. He's just like a tool to be used.
Yeah, he's almost like he's part of the ship as well. He just sort of. Isn't this back on Eisenhorn's ship at this point?
Yeah, this is on the gun cutter, and then they on their way to the Sundome. The Sundome, incidentally, the whole thing with that, it feels very the settings in this are very fantastical compared to anything we see in Gaunt's Ghost so far, at least.
Oh god, everything in this is all fantastical compared to Gaunt's Ghost. Like the technology on display in Eisenhorn, like the psychic abilities, like this is almost like, as you said, it's a fantasy version of the world compared to Gaunt's Ghost, which is almost written like it's in World War One or something.
So, yeah, we get there. They have a chat with the guy, and the guy's like, "Yeah, I want you to bring Fishig with you. He's an Arbite. He's an Arbite, right?"
So,
yeah.
So the conversation starts off, and he just describes this guy in the corner of the room, and the guy keeps asking questions. And Eisenhorn says this line, which fucking like killed me when I was reading it. He said, "If he speaks again without me knowing who he is, I'll throw him out the window, and I won't open it first." I love
Fishig's character development. So much of that isn't told through what Fishig does. It's not even just Fishig's development. It's because the whole thing is from Eisenhorn's point of view. He uses the first person structure really well in making it not be Fishig's development. It is how Eisenhorn views Fishig changing over time. Yeah, and at the start, he's described as this incompetent character who just shouldn't be there and is just an annoyance to Eisenhorn. And it's like that with how it's told to you, and you really do feel that relationship with Fishig build up over the series.
If you know him from later books, it would be very difficult to realize to understand how he gets where he is later in the books to at the beginning here in Xenos. Because of the way Eisenhorn reacts to him, as you said. It is really interesting the way that works.
It's not even just the way Eisenhorn reacts to him, or it's the way that we as the viewer seeing it from it's the way Eisenhorn sees him, which then gets relayed to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Fishig. He's great, especially as he sort of evolves through the course of the series. And when we get to it, I'm not going to talk about it now, but it's when we get to certain parts of the series later, and how Eisenhorn himself is describing Fishig. It's really effective.
Yeah,
it gives us information about Eisenhorn's character as well later on.
Yes,
which is really useful. I mean, I'd say Fishig probably has one of the strongest arcs aside from Eisenhorn, especially, well, at least in the Eisenhorn books. Obviously, Ravener has his own book series, but within the Eisenhorn books, Fishig is a really strong character arc.
So we have that. They meet. They go do the interrogation, right?
Yes.
Which is where we have the executed at dawn line.
Yeah, they realized this guy was completely bamboozled and basically mind controlled, and that he had no possible way to control himself or anything he did.
He didn't even know what was happening. He was just
he didn't even know what was going on.
Yeah.
And then the guy in charge of the governor or whatever it is, he says he's just going to execute the guy, and Eisenhorn's just like,
I don't have time to try and get justice for this one guy.
Yeah.
And there's a line about him being executed at dawn where he says, "This one or in 6 months, I don't care." I didn't even ask because of the whole way the planet works.
Just another another callback to the weird world building. It's great.
It's very. I thought that line was very edgy, but also the edginess in this and also in the previous ones actually feels like a sort of effective building on the character here, as opposed to the edginess in, I'm going to do it again, I'm going to compare us to the Last Chances books, where the edginess was just dumb and gratuitous. Here it's that's like a neo-noir, disaffected, disengaged, but it's still a little edgier than I'd like, but hey, it's still
and Eisenhorn is definitely throwing his authority around a lot more at the beginning of this book than he is later times. In fact, it makes it even more stark with that line you pointed out earlier where he says, "I'd be caught up in red tape if I did this." And it's no, you fucking wouldn't. 5 minutes later, you say that your authority is limitless, and then you're threatening to throw some fucking guy out the window of the governor's fucking palace. What? What the fuck are you saying? You could.
I think that's really effective to get across his hypocrisy early on, even if it's only a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he, obviously, this whole series is about his fall. Effectively.
Yeah. I will say, it feels...
It's one of the biggest character flaws is his hypocrisy.
That's true. I do feel I didn't really pick up on that there. I don't know if I could say it's that effective, because it feels, with the way it's... Maybe that's almost a failing of it as a first-person delivery. It almost feels like just too blunt a contradiction, almost. But I think you're probably right there, that it is actually showcasing a bit of that hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because everything that we see is Eisenhorn character. So, like, everything he says or thinks or does that we get to see is telling us something about his character, even the bits where he doesn't acknowledge something.
I'll say this, in the Abnett notes, there's actually no Abnett notes about this at all, which is maybe interesting, almost the omission. Because I would almost have expected an Abnett note about that hypocrisy, now that you're mentioning it.
Yeah. I mean, if it was intended, you think he would say about it. Yeah. Maybe he's trying to avoid things that like blatantly spoil the story.
Yeah.
So they go to the interrogation, then he goes to the post-mortem of the heretic that he killed.
Was that now, or was that after they go and see?
Yeah, that is immediately. Oh wait, is it? No, it is immediately after Fischig joins the crew.
Okay, so they go do that. They have there's the whole thing with like Fischig being pissy with him as well, and being like, you killed him because you had you just hated him that much, you couldn't hold on to it, could you? And then later on, Eisenhorn was absolutely vindicated by this fucking thing under the fingernail. This horrific, like, creature, like, weird metal worm thing that expands out. There's, like, a weapon he was reaching for. He was going to, like, trigger this fingernail implanted monster to kill Eisenhorn.
I love the reveal of that, how it goes through Eisenhorn's, like, mental process of deduction and being like...
Wait, stop! Okay. And then it happens.
Yeah, because he's like, okay, so it's like, what is it? What was he reaching for? What was in that belt? A little toothpick. Oh, fuck.
There's also a very... Sorry, go on.
No,
I was going to say, there's a weird detail just before this, which is that they're looking at the guy's body, and he has some like weird tattoo or something. And Eisenhorn points out that one of his old assistants found out the details of his flesh, as he describes it, for the guy that he was hunting. And then like he says something like, she's mad, from what I remember. She's in an insane asylum, and she's eaten away her own fingers. Last I heard, it's like, what the fuck sort of detail is that? Like, why did you just add that gruesome at the end? It's like unnecessarily weird, is what that is.
I have an interesting thing I'm going to point out here.
Go on.
Did any of you guys notice a tie between this and Pestilence? That story
it's not
from the start.
Coroner, is it?
No. It's the mark of Nurgle behind the ear.
What?
Oh.
This guy, when they're looking at his body, he has a Chaos Bubo behind his ear.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what that's the mark?
And that's supposed to be a link to...
I don't know. That's the closest I can find. But I noticed that this is something that is in Pestilence and it reoccurs here. And it's the only thing I can think of that ties Pestilence to these stories. And it's sat in the same... And it's set before them in the Magos reading order. It's really not an Eisenhorn story, but so
it feels like a bit of a reach, but I can see why I get it, but it feels like a reach.
It kind of like shows the sort of shit that this guy maybe got up to when it's recontextualized like that.
We know who was responsible for the disease in Pestilence.
Yeah, but it was people who were infected had that as a mark on their body.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I suppose you could also argue that is just a thing for me, a Chaos Worshipper. Like, if you worship Nurgle, you're going to get a little trilobe on your body somewhere.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, I can see it.
It's maybe not like a narrative link, but it's a little world-building link.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was going to be something a lot more overt than that I just clearly missed, but...
Yeah,
okay.
That's I was hoping there was something a bit more concrete, because that is, I mean, it's obviously a link, as you said, wasn't it? It's just, it doesn't really tie them much together, does it?
When I first saw that in the Magos, I was like tearing my hair out trying to figure out what is the link. And then when I finally reread the Eisenhorn books now, I saw that, I was like, aha!
It's nice. Something.
It's something.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the worm thing.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about this, because obviously Abnett likes to introduce a lot of random shit in this. Lots of weird alien races. There's and some of this stuff feels like this fucking worm is obviously more advanced than pretty much anything that you see in the 40k universe from mankind. So, like, the fact that there's aliens that just can do this, and we'll get to that later on because there's plenty of other examples of this. But the fact that there's aliens that can do this and just pull out this fucking weird like technology out of nowhere seems a little bit strange to me.
There's all sorts of like shit where it's like Xenos tech is basically magic to the Imperium.
Yeah, there's tons of that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing about this scene in particular is the description that Abnett makes of the noises of the worm when it burrows into a body.
Oh, God.
Fucking disgusting.
I liked the way this scene ended with Abnett being like, I know who I'd like to have around in a fight with a mortician who fucking sawed this thing in half.
Yeah, and Vishig almost shot him.
Inspector Gadget mortician here, Go Gadget saw
Yeah,
I think Gadget worm saw.
This was like a specific dig at Vishig, though, wasn't it? Because Vishig almost shot him multiple times
and
while he was
Vishig
trying
was
to fight.
not amused at all. The mortician laughed,
exactly.
and Vishig was like had a sour look on his face. It's the continuing of this, like we're seeing Vishig through Eisenhorn's lens.
Yeah.
So there was a line here I thought was kind of funny as well. Another example of Eisenhorn being pretty arrogant. The guy he said to somebody, I can't remember who it was. Who do you work for? And the guy was like, the Emperor. And Eisenhorn was like, then pretend I'm him, and you won't be far wrong. He's like, oh, okay, I guess. He's just going around fucking. Most of this beginning bit, he just seems to exert his authority an awful lot.
I think was it in the morgue scene where Vishig first did something that Eisenhorn was like begrudgingly, damn, he's right.
No, it was after that.
Wasn't it the house when they're about to go and like storm a house, aren't they?
Yeah, that's when they go and storm the apartments later.
Yeah, that's basically next, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they take
right away now.
They take the speeder over there.
Brown land speeder, specifically.
Yes. Abnett. There was an Abnett note here. There was an Abnett note about these. He noted these were a controversial feature of this book.
Oh,
really?
Why are they controversial? What's going on?
Because GravTech is fucking a big deal in 40k. Like, there's barely anything has GravTech, and here we've just got like some civilian speeders.
Oh,
it was at the time. Less so these days.
Well, he even said that. He said exactly that. He said, but maybe less controversial now than they once were.
Yeah, shit. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
we touched on this in the Space Wolf book though, because Logan Grimnar? Yeah.
He has the hover chair.
He has a hover phone. His phone is a hover phone. Yeah. His phone hovers and he hovers in the phone.
That was it. It's not just a hover throne. He actually hovers above the hover throne.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's going to be uncomfortable sitting in that thing. Otherwise, come on.
I bet his arse touches anything. Jesus.
Yeah. So yeah,
it's fucking incredible.
And then later on, we had basically then we immediately have these civilian grav vehicles all over the place in the Eisenhorn series, and then after which just feel a bit out of place maybe in the setting. It feels more Star Wars than 40k.
A land speeder like that, I guess, feels very Star Wars, yeah.
Well, because land speeders are a thing. They are,
but they're military tech.
But the way Abnett describes it is literally a Space Marine land speeder. Because he describes having the heavy bolter on the passenger seat and all of that.
Okay. So they go and storm the house now, right?
Yeah.
And I do like how we just gone from like Eisenhorn insulting Fisher because he wasn't very useful. There's a very a good description, I guess, of Fisher going into action at the beginning here. Like this is now his kind of field. Like he might not know what to do with fucking silverworms that burst out of corpses and try to murder everyone, but he definitely knows how to storm a house. Like he goes into action almost like you'd imagine like a SWAT team or something, a one-man SWAT team to take on them.
He goes into action like
very Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd, exactly.
He pulls down his like visor thing. Yeah,
yeah. Like our bites are very Judge Dredd.
Yeah, deliberately so.
I think Jim was mentioned in the Necropolis one, I think, that Abnett had actually been part of the Judge Dredd comics. I don't entirely know what it is.
He did, yes. He did write some of them.
Which then makes sense then that we're now getting an Arbite fleshed out like this. It's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's good. And then obviously Eisenhorn goes in, there's like a brief fight, and then he finds
Beckwin.
Best girl.
Elizabeth Beckwin. Yeah. And he makes no, I think that's later actually. That's later. We'll get to that later. There's another line here I quoted, but we'll get to that.
There was actually a note here from Abnett about him kind of regretting the backstory of Beckwin. that a lot of his early characters draw from a background of trauma, which is a bit of a trope.
Almost one trauma in particular. Like most of his female characters are sex workers of some kind.
I mean, like 2 at this point.
2 at this point.
I can't think of any others.
I think there's a third one later on.
I think you might be thinking of Kara, but she was an acrobat.
Yeah.
An acrobat.
He had a traumatic circus past.
Oh no, I might be thinking of the character in
Traumatic clown story.
I might be thinking of the character in Master. No, what's his name? This mysterious death of fucking Endor.
Titus Endor. Oh yeah, okay.
Titus Endor.
Okay, well, anyway, he also noted that Beckwin is apparently modelled after his wife.
Oh.
He wanted a beautiful and fundamentally appealing character to contrast against the otherness of a null. And he was like, who's a beautiful and fundamentally appealing character? My wife.
Basically what he's saying is his wife is untouchable and never wants to be.
That would only be if he's a psycho, right? Although normal people also kind of
like even normal people find nulls really hard to be around and generally just don't like them.
Just like a sort of they feel slightly repulsed by them and don't know why.
Yeah, because there's a really interesting description, I guess, of how she's kind of broken by the idea that it wasn't actually like she wasn't doing anything wrong. It was actually just her fundamentally being like shunned by the world and the universe because of the fact that she's a null. Yeah, that was actually a really interesting introduction to her character here.
Oh, I have to comment on something. I said something in Annihilation Squad. I have to own and say, actually, I was a dumbass. Because I was like, is this one of the first examples of a blank or a null in a story? No. Xenos was written 3 years before Annihilation Squad.
So I see. And there's a lot of them in this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Abnett did them first, and then Gav Thorpe did his weird grounding rod character.
Yeah. There's also a great example here of like he has a conversation with Beckwin obviously after they get out of the house and he offers her a job basically. And there's an example here of like what I thought was unnecessary like edgy innuendo kind of thing because Eisenhorn, like he's weirdly veiled about this, right? So he says to her, he's talking to her about like what she could do with her future, and he says something like, "I believe there's certain services that you could provide." And she's a prostitute, and the first thought is, "Oh, Inquisitor, you mean like that?" And then he's like, "No, no, I don't. Please don't touch me. No." It's like, why did you say it like that then? What the fuck? Like, Eisenhorn is not stupid.
Well, he needed to have a comic misunderstanding. It would be funny.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, it was unnecessarily like innuendo bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, next comes the auto seance, right?
Oh, before we go on to that, I do want to touch on Beckwin real quick. Mm-hmm. When he explains to her exactly what she is and how it just breaks her as a person for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because she assumed. I think she it's not like
she's like implied, it's not them. It was me.
Yeah, it's not. It's implied that she had a hope that eventually she could find a place to be. When the reality is the universe has just doomed her to be alone forever.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was trying to get at earlier.
Yeah.
I thought that's quite a good. It's quite good to.
Yeah, as far as the trauma background goes, that's a pretty sort of like. It's a pretty heavy hitting one, and it's a pretty like the trauma almost happens on the spot. Yeah, actually, kind of.
It's a really clever way of ingratiating the character with the reader very quickly and early.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point as well. I guess in terms of getting us on her side, just considering, despite her being in like a weird situation, which might have been somewhat compromising at the beginning there, like as you said, like we're immediately on her side because of the reality of what she's had to deal with.
Yeah, and then obviously her actions actually make us like her more.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, she's a fantastic character throughout the series. So we're kind of being introduced at the beginning here, I guess, to Eisenhorn's ongoing retinue of followers. And I didn't realize until you were saying earlier about the fact that this is like a big part of the Inquisitor game.
Yeah. So here's him picking up another crew member.
Yeah. So after we see Beckwin, we go straight to the trade ship, which is in orbit, to meet.
Well, no, we have the auto seance
Bias,
first.
Right?
First, we have the auto seance.
That's isn't that on the ship? That's definitely on the ship after we meet Tobias. Yeah,
I thought that was on the gun cutter before Tobias.
No, I don't think so.
No, hold on. What's the auto seance for?
They just looked at the at what's his name's shit.
Oh, they do iClone, don't they?
iClone's shit, yeah.
That's when because they don't take his body. It'll have to be on the
possessions.
The astropath has to be there.
They got back to the gun cutter where the astropath was with all his belongings, and they did it there. And then they got on the Rogue Trader ship, I believe.
Yeah, because they introduced the Rogue, because we're introduced to the Rogue Trader and his ship at the same time that Eisenhorn is, because they don't know each other at that point.
So we have the auto seance, and this is where Abnett wrote about the Christopher Lee thing, because apparently the auto seance itself was inspired by those films Devil Rides Out and Strange Conflict. So that was his inspiration for auto seances, and Christopher Lee's performance was an inspiration for Eisenhorn. Fun fact.
There you
go. I think the auto seance didn't really provide much other than a little thing we called back to later. It was just like, we want to show an auto seance.
What did they actually find from that?
Introduce it as a concept more than it is to actually move the story forward, because it gets used much more effectively later.
Yes.
It is introduced, I guess, as well in the short story, but obviously that was written later, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep. So then we have Tobias Maxilla.
Oh, sorry. One thing as well. Have we? It has. So it obviously
we didn't really explain how they got Beckwin. I just realised they stormed the house and she was there, basically.
Well, we said that, yeah.
Did we?
I think we said that.
We found she was explicitly found while they were storming this house looking for people, and then they took her back because she was an innocent bystander. Sorry, go on.
No, that's all right. So one thing that I did want to mention, I didn't actually write it in my notes, but I thought of it earlier while we were talking, is one of the big things that one of the big tools in Eisenhorn's arsenal is the will, as he calls it. And it's obviously his way of psychically influencing his voice and the minds of other people to make them to will them to do stuff.
Yeah.
And it varies in how much he applies it and what it can do exactly. But the core concept is that he's a psyker and he can do this shit. But the way he describes it,
it's like how he speaks.
It's very, very reminiscent of the voice from Dune.
Or Jedi mind powers.
I'd say more of the voice from Dune, because Jedi mind powers are I wave my hand and it happens. The voice actually is very good comparison. It's all about it's almost in Dune you can train yourself to do it. You're speaking in the voice to compel people, and even though we're told Eisenhorn can only do it because he's a psyker, but it's really described like the voice. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
It is something he's trained to do.
Mm-hmm. It's
so either it's a nod to Dune, or it is just Abnett being like, "Oh, this idea is cool."
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of so something else I thought earlier with his psychic powers, which didn't seem to really track into anything else, is that in the short story about the bridge, somebody is surprised by something and he gets affected empathically by their surprise, and he comments for the only time, as far as I could tell, in the entire series about how he's affected by someone else's emotions because he's an empath, and he doesn't ever say that again, ever. It never comes up again.
No.
And he's he talks in that case about him being psychically empathic, that's part of his psychic powers. But since that was written afterwards, it seems really strange that that's just there.
He is psychically affected, but only normally with the death of others, or the impact of other psychers.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't talk, I don't think, at all in any of the other rest of the series about basically reading people's emotions psychically.
Me, an empath. I recognize you are dead.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Tobias Maxilla, we then see in the Rogue Trader ship. He is the Rogue Trader we meet. And
the next of the retinue, and a fantastic character.
So I've got a note here that just says that Tobias Maxilla is a treat.
Yes.
That is it. That's the entire note.
Love him. He's one of the most fun characters of the series. He's a caricature of a nobleman taken to a big extreme.
It's the descriptions. The description is my favorite, where he's got his face has been not
he has a jewel embedded in his face, which is funny
well,
because now there's like some musician who has like a fucking jewel in his face 20 years later.
Yeah, but the thing, but it's to the extreme where like he's got a beauty spot that's a sapphire, and then he's also got
the little chain
like his
link,
face
the silver
powdered.
chain.
It's been dyed like white.
Yes, he's like an aristocrat caricature.
Yeah, it's like a 16th century sort of like Elizabethan aristocrat. No, that's not Elizabethan. 16th century Elizabethan.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think stupid. I don't know. Either way, you know what I mean. It's that very old-fashioned idea of a noble person taken to an absolute extreme.
Yeah,
it's he's such a fun character, and like in the audiobook, the guy gives him like a very fun, campy voice as well to go with his character. He's fantastic.
Oh, I missed that.
He rolls all of his R's, and it's
good.
And it's very, very proper.
So he has this ship, and he is this character, but his ship is a character in its own right because he calls it the Essen. The Essen, that's it. The SN.
The SN, it's pronounced.
SN, yeah.
Weird. Okay.
And he is the only person aboard. The entire ship is run by servitors.
Yeah, which I think is unusual. Like in 40k,
it's astropath. And as far as I'm aware, this is the only time in anything Warhammer 40,000 ever where a servitor is an astropath. Like that is not a thing.
It's also
that's interesting too.
It's very unusual as well for starships. Like 40k starships thematically are normally like we have an ecosystem of slaves who live in a ship and use them for things, and we have like hundreds of slaves are performing actions as a group to make the ship work, and people die.
We sacrifice.
Daily. Whereas here it's just like we don't have any of them. We
sacrifice 24 slaves to the engine every day, so just so it keeps running. Yeah, basically, yeah.
So this is very thematically like discordant with how spaceships normally are in 40k.
Yeah, and he has a really interesting relationship with Eisenhorn because of this. Because like after their first conversation, and even during their first conversation, Eisenhorn is basically describing how it almost seems like Tobias is kind of he's gone a bit stir crazy, and he's just very happy. He's very happy to just be engaging with another human, maybe.
Yeah, and you feel that he's delightful.
Yeah, you do seem that. Like one of the lines is fucking amazing. So Eisenhorn is asking him about. He's asking him about whether he knew. So what was the name of the guy who he hunted at the beginning?
Iclone.
He's like, did you know Iclone? And he's like, oh yes, your man asked me that, and I told him that I did not. And there's a huge pause. But I was lying.
He's actually he like sees Eisenhorn as like, I like this guy. I'm gonna get along with him.
Yeah, no, he's
a guy who he has a very like strong sort of personality of his own, but it's still a very real personality where he's like getting away with what he thinks he can get away with, and he generally can. But the interactions with him still feel really real, even though they're at these weird extremes. Like the whole thing of the inspection, where Maxilla, because they show up at is it Gudrun? Yeah, yes, and there's immediately the inspection, and Maxilla has a very reasonable sort of stance where he's just like, I don't want you to pull rank, but you just being there would be helpful to just make sure the inspection goes smooth. Not had one in a while.
It almost seems like he's just stating that because it's obvious, right?
Yeah, and Eisenhorn has a very like, I don't want you just abusing the fact that I'm an Inquisitor, If
I remember right, it's not actually Gudrun. I think it's Hesperus. Where is it Hesperus? What's the name of the capital at that time? It's the Hive World. Because Gudrun isn't the Hive World. It's more of an aggro world.
I thought they went straight... I thought they went to the one which was like the planet that was the capital and had all the nobles living on it, as opposed to the industry capital of the sector.
Let me quickly double check. I'm trying
to find it in the book now. Yeah. Do you know Gudrun? Says Maxilla at some point. So I assume that it must be Gudrun.
It is on Gudrun. I've just double checked where House Glor is, and it is Gudrun.
Okay, so. Yeah, that whole thing, they both have a reasonable stance, but Maxilla feels wounded. It's like a very real interaction between them.
But it's because they're getting to know each other, and Eisenhorn's first take is to just slap him down and say, basically just to say, like, be official, and Maxilla's kind of just like, he's just being honest. Like, he's not really asking Eisenhorn to do anything untoward. He's just stating the fact that you are here is going to make a difference anyway, right?
They've both got positions that are very, very normal. And it's a very normal conflict between them, and a small one that we move past.
Yeah,
I like it. I was also going to say this. Everything in the ship is described as having this wooden decor, which reminds me of the old Lynch Dune movie. Have you seen that?
I don't know.
The
I don't know
Lynch
what
Dune
you mean
movie.
by that.
The whole thing is all like the Atreides starship is everything inside is wood panelled. It's like proper, yeah.
I mean, it just made me think of like a luxury space yacht with like all the wood veneer all over the walls and everything.
And Abnett had a comment about this. Basically, wood and stone, etc., tell us things like thrust to weight ratios don't matter. He says, where we're going, we're not going to have to worry about mass.
That's great.
Fair enough.
So
the action scene. Wait, where is it? Actually, I'm looking.
It's just coming up now, isn't it? Because obviously, it turns out that the inspection force that is sent to the ship to check for illegal goods or whatever it is not actually an inspection force, and they are here for Eisenhorn, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So immediately, as soon as they find out he's Eisenhorn, one of the guys pulls a gun on him. And so it also these are not. It's worth noting these are not actually customs officers. They are troopers from the Navy, right?
Yes.
PDF.
The Navy is stationed in orbit of the planet.
Yeah. Because they were essentially escaped PDF.
So the whole not PDF. New Imperial Guard recruits.
Oh, sorry, guardsmen. Yeah,
because the whole thing is they're showing up here.
Just had a founding.
Big event is happening at the same time. This founding, yeah. I just remembered something that happened in the auto seance. I think it was in the auto seance.
I don't remember that at all. So please explain.
So there was one thing I remember they found out. It got like the trace of a word which gets used later. But I think in the auto seance and when they're looking at his possessions, I think that somewhere around that is where they first find the word Pontius. They learn while they're looking through his shit at some point that he was expecting something called the Pontius to be delivered to him, and it wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That is during the seance. I think they just get a word. They just the Pontius.
Oh, the Pontius.
I think they get the word Somnus in the seance as well.
Mm.
I don't remember that at all.
Well,
I don't remember that. No.
Well, we'll come back to that later.
Yeah, but I don't remember much about the seance at all either.
Later on. Guarantee it.
All right.
So they're
not actually customs officers, and then they try to murder Eisenhorn, and there's this huge action scene, and then we have the very tropey scene where I think is it Fishik is pointing a gun at Eisenhorn, and Eisenhorn's just like for a second he's like, what the fuck? And then it turns out Fishik is shooting someone behind him because obviously
it's very cinematic.
Yeah, it's very cinematic. So something I made a note of later actually was there's an awful lot of scenes in this sort of series that it feels like Abnett is writing cinematic scenes, but I hate to compare it to Gav Thorpe again, but like it is obviously the case that Gav Thorpe was also trying to do the same. So like a lot of Gav Thorpe scenes are they almost like movie scripts.
Yes,
but it just works. Like it works much better. I feel like
this is well written. It feels cinematic, as opposed to feeling like a thing that you would see in a movie. It actually feels cinematic. You picture it in your head in a nice way, rather than just recognizing it as, oh, I've seen that in a B movie. Although
so I feel like
they are still tropes, but yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to think of why this is. And I feel like the main difference that I could think of really is that Abnett provides us with enough of the world and enough of the surroundings that our characters are in, and enough of details on our actual characters themselves that you can imagine them a lot better. So when these scenes happen, the scene is in your head, and and it carries on like you'd imagine a movie. Whereas I always felt like when we were reading Last Chances, it was sometimes it's very difficult to figure out.
The characters are basically mannequins with name tags. It's a phrase I used a lot then, and I'm still going to use it. The scenes themselves, they didn't really describe in a way that let you see what the surroundings were, which led to me being like,
there was so much missing, right?
There's things like around the trenches where I got confused with what fucking direction are they going for? Are they going forward or back? What are they doing? I got confused around that.
I think it's also about it's also about what they choose though. So the problem I had with a lot of the Last Chances stuff was that he was choosing scenes that didn't work when they weren't visual.
Yeah, I think the ones one scene did stand out to me there that was maybe a bit cinematic, which was probably the Dark Eldar invasion where they blow the airlock.
Yes, but that actually kind of worked. I think that would work.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's one of the only ones I can think of that really worked.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like that was a scene that he described in a way that could actually work in a visual medium, but also worked in a book. Whereas, there was awful lot of scenes that didn't work visually, and Abnett is careful.
Like,
I
hey,
think,
and there's a woman there with a
choose-
top off, and it's just like he's trying to do Starship Troopers scenes.
Yeah, I feel like Abnett is careful to choose scenes that don't fall into that trap. That one was a bit silly though. I was just like, this is unnecessary. Why are you using this? Why are you doing this trope?
Yeah.
So
on the note of the combat scene and sort of generally being, more cinematic, I think the way Abnett writes a lot of combat encounters in general is a lot more creative, and especially when it comes to Eisenhorn, he uses the combat as an opportunity to reinforce that Eisenhorn is a witty motherfucker and he knows how to work his way around situations to his advantage. Like,
there's a whole thing with like the door pistons.
The baddies, it's just like, whoa.
Yeah, the whole thing with the pistons is just crushing them in the pistons in the mechanisms crawling around, and that scene dragged on a bit, but it was still pretty cool.
I'd agree with you on that. It did go on a little too long. It could have just been I suppose it could have just been a short, quick gunfight, but then a lot of books do that, especially in 40k books.
And I'd say a lot of his action scenes are actually very streamlined, though, and this one maybe wasn't as much as some of the later ones. So the only other thing, I think, while we're still on the ship, because we're about to go down to the planet, aren't we? And while we're still on the ship, the only other thing I noted here was there's a lot of dialogue over the course of this journey through on the ship where he's talking about Elizabeth Beckwin. And I find it really strange the way that Abnett describes, or Eisenhorn is, the one supposedly describing this to us because it's all in first person. He says things like, I'll quote this sentence here. Though I still loathed her, I admired her more with each passing moment. So, like, he uses stuff like that, but I feel like he doesn't dislike her from the start. There's no reason why he loathes her, other than the fact that she's a null.
I think that works with the fact that she's a null, though, because it's just like it's maybe he could have expressed it a bit, like described it a bit better, but it does feel like he simply does dislike her rather than having a reason to dislike her.
I agree. That's why I brought it up, because like it sounds like character-wise, like personally-wise, it's almost like. But the only problem I have with this is that Eisenhorn knows this is happening. Like, he knows that every thought he has about like her when he's in her presence is tainted by the fact that he feels she's making him feel horrible because of the because of the fact she's a null, and he knows that, and yet he uses words like loathe, which to me feels a bit strong for really what he must actually think about it, right? It just seemed a bit out of place there. But like, yeah, there's a lot of descriptions about that while she's on the ship with him, and I just found that kind of interesting because obviously you won't ever see that again.
Cool, but I hate her guts.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do you though? Because you don't ever see this again.
No.
Like, very, very quickly, you'll only ever see him like talk about her as if she's just a regular person again, unless he needs her null powers for, stopping a psycho or something.
Yeah,
he does obviously a few times. He talks about his later on. We'll get to that, but like obviously a few times he talks about his feelings and the fact that she's a null kind of fucks him a lot.
So this whole scene happens with the inspection. They have like people from the Navy come in, and he's just like, "Let me tell you what's really happening here, and tell you how fucked this actually is." Now, can we try and figure this out? I think he ends up like making a friend of that guy, doesn't he? Like that guy he was talking to ends up being a contact.
The Navy.
Yeah,
the commander of the fucking forces that are sent to what are they called? Drop forces or whatever it is. Is that the guy you're talking about?
Typically, like the line captain for the Navy that comes aboard afterwards.
Oh, is he actually a Navy captain? I thought for some reason I thought he was like the leader of the actual drop troopers.
Oh, he tells the guy, "You go tell the leader the leader of the drop troopers." Wait, the what?
Yeah, or like the leader of like the army regiments or whatever it is.
No. I'm probably he's not like the top of the regiment. As he's like but he is a higher up officer, and he's basically like, "Look, you gotta deal with this fucking issue, or we're gonna have to go to that guy." I think it was something along those lines.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, and he does take it seriously.
He becomes his friend later on in the book, and then in the series as well. He is mentioned a few times.
He shows up later.
Yeah, so, a lot of the characters are like always like Abnett does that throughout the entire fucking series. He's drawn back to characters he's mentioned previously.
So they get down to the planet. I think, do they get like a tip from Maxilla about like, hey, this is a rogue trader who like took a job, or?
I think he goes to. Don't they go to a guild to try and get access to the to like a house, to a noble house.
The first, they do that, and then they go and put on a performance, and Beckman does a good job with a performance, and then while they're doing this, Maxilla gets this tip, right?
Yeah. And
Right.
there's a really funny line again where the guild guy, he mentions that they're there to sell seed or whatever it is, and this is the best seed ever, and the guild guy is immediately like, holy shit, okay, that sounds like a good idea. We'll buy some of that, or I can put you in touch with someone who will. And Eisenhorn says something about that it's maybe Xenos.
Would it be an issue if it was Gene, Xenos, Gene, blah, 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 and the guy's like,
the guy suggests,
you're
like,
not a cop, are you?
No, he kind of suggests they do a lot of trading in Xenos and potentially like Xenos tech stuff.
Eisenhorn's just like, make a note, we'll deal with that later.
Well, no, so the line is, good, I lied.
Yeah.
So I was just like, Abnett does this all the time, though. He just like throw in some random characterization, and some humor inside of Eisenhorn's head.
That's a very Pratchett sort of line.
Yeah, exactly like that. Such a small thing, but it just amused me. It was a good line.
So they get out of that. They learn about this rogue trader who'd like ferried Iclone over. Because Maxilla had been like, yeah, I knew about him. A bunch of others knew about him. We didn't take the job because he was dodgy as fuck. This guy did take the job. They go up. They figure out where he is after sending a messenger thing to him and trailing it.
Oh, hold on. Not just a messenger thing. So I wanted to mention this.
The gene implanted things.
It's not genes. It's pheromone tracker. Yeah. So this fucking piece of tech, and this is one of the first examples of Abnett just introducing something that seems incredibly fucking powerful. But this is a device that you just go. If you have a sample from somebody, so you've met somebody, you can just wave this device on them or whatever it is, and then later on you can just throw it in the air, and it can track them in like a fucking hive city somewhere. And just doesn't matter where the fuck they are, it will find them.
It feels like this is a planet that has a lot of toys because of the fact that it's a place with rich people in the Imperium.
This is so fucking strong, though. Why is this not in the Inquisitor arsenal in general? Like, have you ever met someone in the past, Inquisitor? Here you go, take this device, and you will always be able to find them wherever they are in the city. It's like, this is so fucking strong.
You do say that, but if I remember rightly, this is a piece of tech that does come up in other books. I think, and I might be mistaken, but I think it comes up in Wright's, not Watchers of the Throne, what's it called?
Vaults of Terror?
Vaults of Terror, that's the one.
Oh, I think it comes those yet. Interesting.
They're good. Highly recommend.
I don't doubt it.
I feel like it should come up more often, though. Surely, like this is just like it doesn't matter though. It's just one of those examples of a piece of technology that seems incredibly
strong. There's a lot of that
in
these books in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Like
it kind of feels like they're still finding their feet where civilian tech levels are. Or maybe Abnett was ignoring the ground for where civilian tech levels were at this point. So they find this guy, immediately end up in a little high-speed chase where he starts causing trouble with newly inducted Imperial Guardsmen who are celebrating as part of a founding, who then shoot him. Which is like, he was asking for it, but frankly it's a bit unfortunate for Eisenhorn. Oh well. And then they go back to their hotel room, and in the night they get to meet
Inquisitor Voke and
Haldane. Haldane Horseboy is casually reintroduced to us in this book, just as like, oh, and here's my assistant. Hello.
Sidekick.
Here's my interrogator.
Here's my sidekick, Haldane. Yeah. So
also, I know we're not meant to like Voke at first, but I really fucking like him.
He's a good character. Like, he definitely develops really well. And my only note here, though, was there's always a more Puritan Inquisitor.
I think I disliked him for all of like one page.
Yeah.
Because like he is introduced as a more Puritan Inquisitor than Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn has just been telling us how Puritan he is, and then this guy appears.
Yeah. No, I agree. But on that note, actually, I really like that. I mean, I guess it's in hindsight as foreshadowing, because at the time he probably wouldn't have known. But the fact that Voke calls Eisenhorn a radical.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely has something going on there, I think. Something planned for Eisenhorn's future at this point. Yeah.
It's just a really nice early foreshadowing of how the series develops.
And Eisenhorn's just like, I can't believe this. But I'll be a good boy and not complain about it, because I respect Voke.
This is
also because he's a monodominant and bear.
this is kind of what I was saying about the surprise that you said he wrote this in, a few months, because it feels like he planned the entire series before he started.
Yeah.
And this is another example of that.
It's retroactive forward planning. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Or maybe he just throws, like, this is the thing, like some authors you can kind of tell that there's like scattershotting things that they want to foreshadow.
Yeah.
So like Robert Jordan, obviously I really enjoyed the wheel, but at the same time, it felt like there was a lot of plot threads that he was just kind of throwing out there because he thought maybe I'll get to it one day. Whereas in this case, it's like, I don't think there's a huge amount that I noticed where Abnett doesn't really call back to it. And, he's very, very thorough when he ties up the foreshadowing.
Yeah, I think he's very good at tying up loose ends like that. I dread to think what his notebooks look like. They must be an absolute fucking heap.
Yeah.
I imagine it's a bit like Charlie Day in Always Sunny,
the mailroom.
Yeah, probably.
I want to see the Horus Heresy writers' room boards.
Oh Lord.
So Vogue gives Eisenhorn. So Eisenhorn negotiates basically with Vogue, and they decide on a mission because Vogue is looking for a way into House Gore, and Eisenhorn points out that he just stumbled into the perfect way into House Gore, which is as a grain merchant.
Yes,
Glor, sorry.
They've been struggling for so long to get this, and Eisenhorn's like, well, we just basically got an invitation. Yeah.
Yeah. I just, you see, being slightly more radical, I guess, Eisenhorn decided it was a good idea to not say that he was an Inquisitor straight off the bat. So
yes.
So then Eisenhorn does some Mission Impossible shit. We get to see a data slate. I don't know how often this comes up, but this data slate seems like, yeah, I assume it does after this. Is it a thing at the time though? It feels very.
I think there was some in the Gaunt's Ghosts books. In fact, I believe there's some in the Last Chances books as well. But yeah.
Now,
I think you're right. Yeah.
It's basically a tablet, isn't it?
It's effectively an iPad.
Yeah.
But it's written about. When did the first iPad come out? Like 2009?
That's a good point. It's iPads before iPads.
Yeah.
It's like a clipboard view. It's basically like, what if I had a clipboard as my computer, and then later on that man,
wow,
ahead of their time.
Well, hold on, because when were what are they called? Data pads. When were they in Star Trek? When was Next Generation came out? That's way before this.
Oh, well,
although actually you did have like ThinkPads and stuff that had touch screens and styluses, so I guess it's a natural evolution of that, but it is still an iPad, like 11 years before an iPad came out.
I remember one of my dad's friends having like a what do they call, like a PDA or something, like when I was a child. So these things, the sort of thing like that had kind of been around a long time, I guess. This is described almost as like sort of weirdly holographic. Like I was getting like huge fucking Mission Impossible vibes when he was like breaking into doorways and like he pulls out this like data pad thing and it seems to almost like show him a 3D map of like the building or something.
I do like the on the subject of Mission Impossible stuff. He's basically got like suction cup hands.
Yes, it climbs out of the window on the side of the building.
Yeah.
That's I think that's why I wrote this note. But yeah, no, thanks for remembering that, because that was great.
Yeah, it's just silly little things like that are just quite fun, and they make multiple appearances as well.
So I've got I actually have a comment around this time I wrote, because I think in a night here there was another one of these, and at this point I had this thought: the dreams with a blank-eyed man, they started reminding me a little bit of the Wallen plot and Necropolis, where it's just like every now and then it'll just rear its head and then disappear again. I was just like, oh yeah, he's having those the guild Wallen guy in Necropolis who was showed up, like his head.
Yeah.
Basically,
the plot that I didn't even realize like was in the story, because it was so like randomly dispersed that I always forgotten what happened.
Like every time you forget about it, it pops up again. It's like, oh yeah,
this guy again, and then it doesn't really.
Oh yeah, the
resolve
blank-eyed man dreams. Oh yeah.
Yeah. This definitely resolves properly.
Yes.
Where is it? It was. So
they get into.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a fair comparison. They get into House Glore. They meet a bunch of these characters who I can't remember who all of them are now. There's like some rogue trader. There's like some priest guy who I think turns out to be a psyker. There's a few different Glore family members. And then we have a Mission Impossible scene. I noticed here there's kind of good use of tropes to communicate things, like the locked door opening into an area that's like, oh, it looks all fresh and new back here.
You mean the locked door where he guesses the password because he can't break it?
He doesn't guess it. Somnus.
Well, he does
It's
guess
the
it,
word
though.
from the auto seance earlier.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Wow.
I actually was like genuinely like, where the fuck did that word come from? Why did he just put that in?
Yeah.
Okay, that
there
makes
we go.
so much more sense.
Yeah, he.
The room
he
as well is
finds
psychically shielded,
Vapontius.
right?
Oh yeah, and he finds Vapontius, the circle that goes in a round hole.
Is that a thing though? Is that a thing like lore-wise? Is that like really common that you get like
it is a
rooms that are
thing-
psychically shielded?
Psychic shielding exists, I think. Often psychic shielding thing involves things like, we ground up nulls to make a powder that we can use to do things.
Yeah, it's not wrong.
That's the kind of setting 40k is. Yeah.
Like
we made this anti-psycho defense out of incinerated nulls.
I feel like considering what happens in the second book, a Faraday cage might be more likely, but
Whatever.
No, it's simple.
Yeah, so there's that. I've got a question for you guys. Because the first time I read Eisenhorn was a very long time ago, whereas the first time you two read Eisenhorn was not as long ago, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
Recently, yeah.
Like, for me, it was like 15 years ago, and I'm rereading it now. So
wow.
for me,
No.
I knew a lot of what had happened in this. How quickly did you guys catch on that the Pontius was a person?
I think it was pretty much as soon as like we were introduced to it.
Wasn't it described as like a sarcophagus kind of thing?
Well, there was a sarcophagus thing, and then the Pontius was like a thing that would slot into the sarcophagus.
Yeah, well, it was as soon as we're introduced to it, it's like there is a consciousness in it, and a psychic force, and it's pretty obvious.
Well, it doesn't say there's a consciousness, but he gets hit. He turns around and then he gets hit by a psychic force, whack him over the head from behind. I don't know.
I don't think I necessarily twigged that it was literally the Pontius that specifically was the consciousness.
That it was.
I thought
Pontius
maybe it was
Glor. Because at this point it made the connection between there's a Pontius Glor was a guy that died a while ago, and this thing's called a Pontius. Maybe it's named after him or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I maybe wasn't paying attention enough to see that. I thought maybe it was like the combination between that and the sarcophagus that like awakened the guy. But okay, that actually makes so much more sense thinking back to it.
Well, the sarcophagus was designed to do that, kind of.
Okay.
The whole idea of it was they wanted to bring him back to life, but then that got derailed because they found out about the necro... How the fuck is this thing pronounced?
Necrotuke.
Necrotuke.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's so many fucking things, though, in this book that apparently... They're so huge things that apparently just completely missed me. I'm frustrated by that.
Yeah. So basic thing we learn around all of this is that I don't know if we learn it immediately, but we learn that the idea had been that they were going to use Pontius they were going to do the whole thing on Hubris with Eichlone, the facilitator. He was hired to do this to basically bring Pontius back to life. And then they learned about the Necrotuke and they were like, fuck it, Pontius can wait. Orvis can do that job anyway. So they just kind of left Eichlone out to dry without delivering the Pontius.
Pretty much.
So that's why the Pontius is still here. And we learn about the Necrotuke soon enough. So, not immediately,
so,
actually.
Well, Eisenhorn is about to be captured, right?
Eisenhorn gets captured. There's a really... Sorry, just quickly, there's a really good line as he's being captured, which kind of just like showed the deduction thing again, like you were talking about earlier, Gauze, where Eisenhorn displays, his experience with situations like this. It says here... any moment now, he was going to glance around to aid his fumbling. So he's basically, there's a guard in front of him. The guard, like, he throws the weapon or something or knocks it out of his hand, and the guy's, like, trying to reach around for the weapon or the door, or I can't remember what the fuck he's trying to get, but basically, he's trying to reach behind him, and Eisenhorn's just waiting. He's waiting. He knows any second now the guy's going to realize he can't find it without looking, and he's going to look away. Just automatically, I think he says, like, instinctually he's going to do it. Mm-hmm. And he waits for that moment, and then he strikes. It just casually displays like Eisenhorn's deduction skills, which I really enjoyed, like that sort of stuff throughout a lot of this book series. Mm-hmm. So they all get captured at this point.
Yep.
They end up getting Eisenhorn especially gets tortured.
They're basically crucifying him on like a weird cross thing while they jab like needles into his brain or some stupid shit, right?
Yeah, they capture, I think it's everyone except for Midas Betancourt, right? Who we haven't talked about much, but he's like He's like Eisenhorn's best
pilot.
friend here. He's like the big assistant here. The guy is like the wingman, the sidekick.
Well, no, he's quite literally the wingman because he is the best pilot. Yeah, I think he's the best pilot ever, apparently.
He's an incredible pilot from Pilot World.
It is basically Pilot World, yeah.
So is. I hate that you summed
the
him up
universe
like
of hats. the planets of hats. Sorry, is the expression, isn't it? It's like a planet of hats. It's a very Planet of Hats setting
from the Pilot World.
So everybody except him gets captured. I've got a question. What year did Star Wars Episode 2 come out?
That was 2002, I think.
Okay.
Wait, Episode 2 as in the Clone Wars, or Episode 2 as in
the Clone Wars? Yeah.
The Empire Strikes Back. You are talking about... Okay, good.
Because this has a scene which is very reminiscent of that in an arena, where they all get pushed into an arena to fight. Oh, well, actually, before that shit,
it's not just that, though.
Yeah.
It's not just that. This is like that's like a huge trope.
Giant beasts.
Yeah, we can get to that in a sec, because there's some super important shit before that. Like,
there's
literally
the torture scene.
Stuff. Yeah. So the torture scene is really interesting. There's several things to note here. One, Eisenhorn takes irrevocable damage to his face, meaning that he can never smile again. So he is now the stalwart, hard-boiled, grim Inquisitor permanently, not even of his own accord.
Correct.
And Gav thought,
a little bit edgy, a little bit unnecesserly edgy.
Sorry, I just thought Gav thought because I've got another note about him in a minute. But
I thought you just said, and
but Abnett made a comment about this, how he hated having to constantly make sure he wasn't saying that Eisenhorn was smiling or doing anything.
Why did he do this? He didn't need to write this. It was completely unnecessary.
Oh.
There's also another great part, which is the guy's like questioning him, right? And then they give him something. Oh, sorry, he stabs the needle claw hand thing that the guy has, the torturer. He stabs it into the part of his brain that means that he can never lie, right? And then they start questioning him on this, and he asks his name and stuff like that. And then he asks, "What is your darkest fear, Inquisitor?" And Eisenhorn says, "The man with the blank eyes." And then they just move on, as if like he didn't just say something incredibly fucking weird.
At that point, I mean, it's like, that's not helpful to us. Whatever.
It's so fucking weird. Also, that is a really dangerous question to ask an Inquisitor. Like, holy fuck, I'm not sure I would be asking anyone like that. What is your darkest fear? Like, it doesn't help them in any way.
Oh, sure it does. If you find out it's like fire, you're like, right, get the fire out.
Good fine. We'll get the room 101 going, and we'll just ask everyone what the. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That makes sense, I guess. You can't really pull a man with the blank eyes out of the cupboard and use it against him, though, I guess.
No, you cannot. So they get thrown into this arena, which is, I guess, Star Wars Episode 2 is reminiscent of this, not the other way around.
And this is such a huge fucking cliche, though, dude. This is not even just like Star Wars. This is like, oh, the rich people are hunting them like animals. It's like,
oh yeah, but you're literally throwing them against alien monsters.
Well, it's the Roman Colosseum, just like repeated over and over and over again in fiction.
Giant alien monsters.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure they're alien monsters in this case, but like sometimes they're just bears, sometimes they're lions.
These carnodons we've been seeing about this like near extinct, or was it just extinct species that there's like these carnodons are like the emblem of House Glore. They've got like carnodon rugs all over the place, and here they're like, yep, oh, it's a carnodon. No, it's two carnodons. Oh fuck.
And Haldane gets mutilated for the first time.
Haldane saves. Oh, there's something before this as well. As they're going into the arena, I have a note about this. Haldane offers drugs to deal with pain and shit. And Eisenhorn's like, I don't do drugs. Which is funny because they aren't just stricter. They aren't more Puritan. They just have different standards of Puritanism. Yeah.
Well, isn't it just pain medication though?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Or is this like something special?
I mean, it's
basically strong painkillers that like get your focus back.
Yeah.
It's like Coconut or something.
I do like how Haldane is just like, I don't fucking care. Like, take them, you idiot.
It's like, when that gate opens, we're going to need you in top physical condition.
And then a bit later, it's revealed he hadn't taken it to show just how reticent he was over his own standards, and also how dire the situation is because now he is taking it.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Abnett also had a note here.
The carnodons are described. They're like, what, 6 meters long or something?
Yeah, they're big. They're big boys.
They're massive. Yeah. Also, another trope of this scenario is that at some point the Carnodon will find its way into the crowd, as well as everything else, as the heroes are escaping. And so that does. Sorry,
yeah, I was going to say, how do you guys visualize the Carnodons? Because I kind of view them like halfway between like a saber-toothed cat and a woolly mammoth, a mastodon.
Oh, I saw them as a saber-toothed cat.
Yeah, but like a fucking giant-ass fucking hulking beast of a saber-toothed cat.
I think of them as like a giant saber-toothed cat that's also got a bit of like reptilian features.
Okay.
So the weird thing is when I looked this up to try and see if it was a 40k thing, I got a battle tank as opposed to a.
Oh yeah, because tanks in 40k are named after things.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Also, there is a picture
to go. Tanks are named after things.
There is a picture to go along with this. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to link you a picture of an actual Carnodon from the 40k wiki. Apparently. It is a saber-toothed tiger, but with a mane.
Okay. Fine.
I don't know what this is from. It almost looks like it's from a comic of some kind.
Run! That's absolutely from a comic.
You should absolutely run them, probably, if you saw that.
We're really torturing the listeners here. I presume you just find this if you Google Carnodon.
Worth noting, though, I guess the description that I get from looking at this is it is a saber-toothed tiger with tiger stripes, which I don't think a saber-toothed tiger actually had, but tiger stripes and a lion's mane, but not just any lion's mane.
Angry.
Yeah, like the craziest, wildest lion's mane you've ever fucking seen in your life. It also looks very angry.
Yes.
Although, much like a lot of art based on literature, it can vary quite significantly depending on the artist's intent. Like a good example, and that's very similar to this, is Tolkien's work and art to do with Tolkien's work. Obviously, a lot of people now, ever since the movies came out, there's a very strong visual association with them, whereas that used to very much not be the case. Like, there's still a lot of debate as to whether certain characters from things like the Silmarillion actually look the way they do. Like, they're portrayed, because like there's a werewolf character that is sometimes portrayed as having a mane and other times does not, but is never explicitly stated.
I mean, unless it is literally said in the text, like, people are always going to be interpreting what this is. So I just wanted to point out, I keep referring to it as a saber-toothed tiger, but I believe the technical term is Smilodon, which is why, as soon as I saw Carnodon, it made me think of, obviously, a saber-toothed tiger.
Mm. I was going to say the chaos of this is very well described. There is like I complained about when Gav Thorpe was trying to make something chaotic, it just felt confusing to read. This, I understand what's happening. I understand the confusion is well communicated. The chaos of it is well communicated.
Yeah, you still knew the bits that you needed to know to figure out what was actually happening, but there were still so many elements that that added to the chaos of the entire scene, as you said. It's good. It was a really nice scene. As I said, very tropey, but still, it's still a good one.
It has tropes, and then it also has like things which, like, I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's a trope or an inversion of the trope where Haldane saves Eisenhorn's ass and then immediately gets mauled.
Yeah.
But it's a good sequence.
It is.
That is why he becomes Horseboy.
Yeah, we finally have a origin story for Horseboy. All the readers of Gaunt's Ghost were eagerly awaiting this moment with bated breath.
Yes.
Figure out why does this guy look like this fucking thing? Why does this monster exist?
It's like, oh god, he used to just be normal.
He used to be a normal person.
Yes. And then Voke and a whole bunch of stormtroopers and shit storm the fucking palace because Midas Betancourt got away and was like, hey, you got the all clear. Might need a hand here. They took Inquisitors prisoner.
I like how Amos and Beckwin in this entire thing are just cowering in a bush.
I mean, that's where I would be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be fighting a fucking whatever this fucking thing is.
Like, they're cowering in a bush and getting things thrown at them by the booing audience. It's just such despite how horrifying the situation is, it's just quite a funny image.
And then meanwhile, you've got like all the merchants who are just kind of with them, the guys who are just facilitating them meeting Glor, who are like, oh fuck, they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they just get torn to pieces.
Yeah, wasn't there quite a nice character who was like sort of trying to help them at the beginning, and then the second he walks out of the fucking gate, he's just immediately eaten.
Well,
Just like ripped apart.
Yeah, basically, there's one of the Carnodons goes crazy with all the like guild members and shit, and the other one goes and fights Eisenhorn, and as soon as Haldane helps kill it, the other Carnodon's done and gets on Haldane.
Yeah.
And then it ends up off in the crowd.
Yeah, because they describe quite viscerally how the Carnodon just fucking tears them all apart. Like I remember very distinctly, I can't remember the exact wording, but it basically says how the guy was screaming even though he'd been torn into pieces.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, the first guy, like that was a very, very visceral description. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Vulcan
screaming long after he had any right to, or something like that. I can't remember what the quote is, but it's really, really grim.
So anyway, so Voke arrives with the forces, and it was quite interesting because the forces, it shows like it goes out of its way to show how professional and how ridiculously like organized and strong the forces from Battlefield Scar actually are, because it talks about the professionals from the House Guard that were protecting the House of Gore.
It like compares, like it describes like how they're doing it, and then it's one thing. This is something that happened a lot on Gaunt's Ghosts, where Abnett will just suddenly throw statistics at you.
Yeah, so
there's like 600 of them entered, and like only 80 of the stormtroopers died or something, or like something with 100. It's different numbers, but yeah.
So yeah, it says something. It goes.
So if I remember rightly, it's 40 stormtroopers, and then it's something like 600 house militia, and like only a handful of the stormtroopers actually die.
Oh, I got them.
Yeah, so the description is kind of it's really weird though, because like he goes out of his way to start off by describing how effective and how strong the actual House Guard are, and then he says over the course of like 20 minutes, the Battlefield Scar troops or whatever it is took them apart. It's like okay, I guess they're very well trained.
And then it describes the VIPs, how some of them died, and then the other ones, they probably didn't get away.
Sure thing.
Haven't we got half a book left?
Yeah. Actually, that's something I do want to go into. It's something that Abnett does quite a lot, where like because it's written from a first-hand account of the events, it does make sense that he suddenly goes into these like sweeping generalizations.
Mm-hmm.
But this one in particular does feel quite jarring, where it goes from the first-person perspective of him fighting for his life in the arena, and then suddenly it just goes like hard pan out to, and then all these guys showed up, and then this happened, and then everybody clapped. And it's
but he does that a lot. Like there's quite a lot of like hard jumps between.
It really is, especially
really fast action.
So I have more to say on that, but when we get to it, I will say more.
At the end of this whole sequence, we then have like a pan out, and Eisenhorn tells us what happened, and add like a bigger picture, don't we?
That's what Gauze is talking about, isn't it?
Well, I mean, after just that, like after just the invasion bit, we then have, and then everything was fine, except, and then it sets out all the disruption that happened in the sector. There's no way it could have just been a coincidence.
Yeah.
Well, so he describes, so basically, this happens, and then while this is happening, there's basically a almost a revolt on some of the ships in Battlefield Skara, and they basically cause a massive fight where 6 ships die to friendly fire. And I like the idea that, so it also says the Lord Commander, I think it is, of the area. What's he called? Is it like the War Master? Or no, he's not the War Master, is he? Like
the War Master, something or other. Can't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, he almost dies from while having an the fuck? I can't say that word. No, he's super fucking angry. He is ecleptic or what? I can't fucking say the word.
His physician has to sedate him because he's so angry.
He almost dies from anger. Like I can't remember the word that he uses. I can't fucking say it. Apoplectic. That's the word. Yeah, he describes him as being so apoplectic about the friendly fire losses that he has to be sedated to not have a stroke. Yeah.
There's the captain who ends up like the captain who actually called that something was happening and initiated it all. It turns out was actually in on it because he shows up later on with the Glor party.
Yeah, so it turns out it was a cover. This entire situation was a cover, so that part of the fleet could escape, right?
Yeah, and that part of the fleet basically becomes Glor's personal thing they use for the rest of this.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And this whole thing ends up like being described as a massive historical event, the Helican Schism, right?
Yes.
Helican or Helican?
Helican.
Helican. There we go.
Pelican.
As I said, like I don't usually correct it. I probably should correct it more when you say from the audiobooks, but I don't usually bother.
Oh, it's good. It's good. So the Helican Schism, I will note here, panning out, giving us this historic account and detailing the fucking massive shit going on and how different planets got drawn into it. Do you know what he's doing here? He's communicating that there are high stakes that are at play and are actually happening. Which I want to
without your main character, just saying.
without, as opposed to, because Abnett had really high stakes in First and Only as well, and these are fucking big stakes. That it's not even like big things could happen. Big things have happened, and they're almost incidental to the fucking story, which is communicating how big stakes it is. As opposed to like our last fucking story, where we were looking at Annihilation Squad, where we basically just have
Schaefer
just going, trust me, if we don't manage to get this guy in this hive, the whole Imperium will be demoralized and will die to a domino effect. You're just telling me that. I'm not believing it. You're not convincing me.
So there's quite a few situations in this story and the next books as well, where you have somewhat of like an Imperium-wide problem that Eisenhorn is trying to deal with. But I don't think he ever says once that, like, we're all fucking doomed if I don't do this. Until like the last book, like there's some sort of weird vision thing. But like, you know, other than that, I don't think he ever says once, like, if I don't stop this guy, the Imperium is doomed. You know, It's not like, it definitely is nothing like the way that Annihilation Squad goes about the stakes.
Which is like the most tell don't show I've ever fucking seen someone try and communicate high stakes. And not only does it tell don't show, it tells you one thing and shows you something that looks completely negligible.
I want to stop comparing this to Gav Thorpe though. It's not fair. Like, you can't
but the thing is, there's just this. I probably have less of it later on, but this particular book just has so many examples.
That is such a good comparison, though. It's such a good comparison.
So
this very much feels like a you versus the guy she told you not to worry about kind of situation.
So what was it about Damask again? How did they end up on a trail of Damask? I don't remember that.
So Titus Endor appears.
Okay.
Titus Endor arrives, and I made a note here that like the conversation between Titus Endor and Eisenhorn is really funny because they start revealing. So we've had the Inquisition as like the entity. We've had some. Obviously, we've been fed information slowly about the different factions but like the power of the Inquisition, and Eisenhorn's obviously like authority in almost every situation. And then, like, you hear Titus Endor and Eisenhorn talking, and it's like there are a bunch of old women, talking about like, oh, and then this guy did this, and he went over to this planet, and then he's not going to come and help us, and this guy, oh, who knows what the fuck he's doing? He's on his own over there. And it's like,
very much like schoolboy, like schoolyard, like tattle.
It's like two people having drinks after work.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like all the gossip. Like they're just fucking gossiping like fucking mad about all the other Inquisitors.
Yeah.
Well, that's apt when it's Titus and Eisenhorn.
Yeah, because they're like long-standing. They're like childhood friends, even, aren't they?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, we see them obviously as enforcers in the first one, right?
Yeah,
we do.
So, how did we get the tip-off to go to Damask? Is what I'm thinking.
So I think there was some torture involved.
No, the torture comes. Oh, is it?
There's some torture now, I think.
Because they have a really interesting term.
They have torture.
Yeah, they have a really interesting term for the torturers. They call them flesh smiths. The Inquisition's flesh smiths have been working on this guy.
The flesh smith. Wait, were the flesh smiths now? Wasn't that later?
That's what he says He says this here. Yeah, like
because later on it goes more into detail of like inquisitorial politicking and also the torture. But I believe in this part of the book, he basically just goes, "Yeah, we got a lead from someone we tortured."
Okay. Oh, okay. So then they go to Damask, and Damask is it pronounced Damask?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember it being pronounced differently.
It's one of the most wonderfully creepy and alien-feeling planets I've ever seen described in 40k.
This was the...
It's like
the geometry one?
No. This is the one where it's like they're describing like the basically like alien tumbleweed, and it's like a eerily empty, like lifeless planet. But there are like big...
it's the one with it's the barren planet with the... Okay, yeah, I know where we are. My notes are really patchy in this part of the book for some reason.
Yeah, mine as well. I was just thinking that too.
So, well, they get here. They find like this colony of people mining. Because they were here because...
Hold on.
Oh, I remember what it is.
This is the strange alien world with hexagonal tiles.
No, not hexagonal. Well, kind of. They're later on. No, yes, but no. This isn't the like weird hexagon zone yet.
This is the world that is described as having so that's the world later on is the octagonal zone where somehow octagonal tiles have been pushed together. No,
wasn't it all
this is the Yeah, they were eight-sided tiles fitted together in like
chaos. Okay, well, okay, yeah. So this is the weird world. I just remembered how they found this. They found out that the priest with Glor was from this planet. That's why they were investigating this planet.
Right, that's what it is.
Okay. So they go here. They find these bunch of dudes mining, and they found some guys. They saw these guys, didn't they? And then later on, one of them showed up. They were like, we found these guys leaving, didn't they?
Oh my god, we need to start this section again. Fuck it all.
No, we didn't.
Most of the party goes off, but Beckwin and the astropath stay on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And while they're out looking around at like nothing, these dudes trigger the like sensors around the gun cutter, and Beckwin kills two of them and captures the other one. And then
poor guys.
And then they come back, and she's like, "Look what I got! And,
look what I found!"
And then Amos interviews him,
and he's just like a poor guy trying to escape.
Yeah, he's literally just like some dude, like they're just some dude that like escaped from a horrible work camp and is like doesn't really speak Low Gothic and has his own like dialect and his whole thing.
He speaks Low Gothic.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
it's like Low Gothic. They speak.
They scope out the work. They'd already scoped out that work camp, hadn't they? But then this guy is like, I know a back way in.
Oh yeah. So they had they'd basically been spying on this work camp, and they saw the Chaos Warrior.
So I
saw the description was like a horned giant in jeweled metal, which immediately I just assumed this was a Chaos Warrior, considering the location and Chaos Space Marine. Yeah,
his name
Chaos Warrior being fantasy, obviously. Yes. Yeah,
his name is Mandragore, and he's with the Empress.
Mandragore, it's not Melkor.
And he's with the Emperor's children. He's got a face sutured onto a golden skull, and he's covered in maddening runes. So,
son of Fulgrim, champion of the Emperor's children. That's what he described as.
Yeah, I need to say something here, because you've said that Beckwin was at the gun cutter. I thought she was here and reacted badly. Oh no, she reacts badly later, doesn't she?
Well, so there's a character here who basically stands down the Chaos Space Marine.
Yes.
Called Datso, and Datso is, as Eisenhorn describes him, as an insanely powerful psychic.
Yeah, and it turned out he was the priest, I think.
We don't know. No, Datso. No, Datso is someone else.
The priest was
with him. We just know him as the pipe smoking man for a long time.
Okay. Okay. So there was the priest and there was the pipe smoking man, and this guy was the pipe smoking man. He's a psychic.
Yeah, he was present in the torture chamber.
Okay.
The priest is the character actually having the argument with the Chaos Space Marine, and then Datsu stepped in.
Well, hang on.
Oh, what the fuck am I saying?
No, it was the leader, Oberon Glor.
Yeah.
But hang on, we missed something here. Because here, first, they just spot him, like a glimpse of him. Later on, they see him proper. So here they glimpse that there's a CSM member here. Then they're like, oh fuck. They go back to the ship. There's this guy. He goes, but I know a back way into the mines and shit, if you want to go in there for some reason. So then they all go in there with Beckwin as well. They get in there and get a proper look at the CSM guy, the Emperor's Children champion Mandragore, who
hold on, because the first time we see the CSM is when he has the argument with with Glor. It absolutely
isn't it?
No, it's definitely the first time we see him.
Okay.
Yeah, because we get the full description of him, and during that, just after that full description, there's like the argument that Eisenhorn is just like witnessing. I'm sure that's the case.
I thought they witnessed the argument now, and while they were witnessing the argument, Beckwin like freaked and ran after. I thought after when they came back, they spotted him. He had the argument, and Beckwin freaked out and ran because of the runes. I thought that happened during the argument.
Oh God, I think you might be right.
You're right. Somebody didn't stop staring at the runes, did they?
So the first time they see him, they basically just see a glimpse of him, and they're like, "Holy shit, that's a Chaos Space Marine." And then later on, they come back in through the back entrance. While they're going through, they see all this weird asymmetrical shit and see all these like tiles of stuff, the Serifi tiles, tablets.
And they also see the tiles being like moved.
Yes.
And
so they get into the mine and see that people are chiseling them off and shipping them away. Yeah.
That's before the mine. They see the tiles getting moved around.
They see the tiles, and they see the tiles first. Then they spot the Chaos Space Marine.
They witness one of the Inquisitors break one of the tiles, and then I think it's the what's the name of the rogue trader?
It's the rogue trader guy who basically beats the shit out of that guy. Just beats him to a pulp, and then is like, all right, you take his place.
Oh no, he doesn't even do that. He takes a mining saw and then saws him in half.
Oh shit!
Oh no, he saws his head off. That's what it is.
He did something horrific.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's clearly this bit was a bit like difficult to map, I guess, in our heads because a lot of weird shit happens, and clearly we're affected by the chaos as much as they were.
Yeah.
All right. They arrive. They look over. They see the people working. They see this like thing that happens with a freak out over the broken tablet where he just like vents on their guy and kills him. Then we see a glimpse of the Chaos Space Marine. Everyone goes, "Oh fuck!" They head back to the gun cutter. They find that Beckman's got the guy. They go, okay, we'll go in through the back. They go in, they talk about how, didn't Beckwin compare it to something from her homeworld, which wasn't Hubris?
Yes.
I can't remember what it was. But they go,
No, it's not Hubris, because Hubris is in her homeworld.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was, the thing that she compared it to.
There was some ancient alien ruins, basically.
Yeah. And they were like, it's kind of reminds me of a lot of these things that we had back at home. So they go through, they look at all of this, they find their way through, they see the argument between Oberon and Mandragore, with pipe-smoking Psycho Dude, like, facing him down. Beckwin has been looking at the Emperor's Children guide, doesn't know to not stare at the runes, and fucking breaks. You might have thought, like, a blank or something might be immune to that sort of thing. Apparently not. Not in this story at this point in time, anyway. So she just fucking breaks and runs off. And I think that basically sets like a whole scene in motion.
It does. So that makes the Psyker aware of their presence.
Right, because they were hidden because they were with Beckwin. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So
I just went back and checked, and I think you were right. The first time they glimpse the Chaos Warrior, it's because Midas and Fishik basically went off to scout, and they come back and they describe this to Eisenhorn, and then then basically point out to him where it is, and then he sees the Chaos Space Marine, and it just ends that chapter with a Space Marine from the corrupted and damned Adeptus Astartes, a Chaos Marine.
That's something I really like about how they describe Mandragore. I think specifically later. Oh no, it is in this scene, but it's the contrast between his like bejeweled appearance and the fact that his equipment is like rusting and decaying. And it's something that I wish that the writers would do more with Chaos, because I think it's really interesting having that like stink and rust, like contrasting with their opulence at times.
Yeah. So there's I can read that passage a sec if you want to hear it, because it's a pretty good one. So Midas caught my sleeve and pointed down at the settlement. The giant had reappeared and stood in plain view at the mouth of the shed. He was well over 2 meters tall, wrapped in a cloak that seemed to be made of smoke and silk, and his ornately decorated armor and horned helmet were a shocking mixture of chased gold, acidic yellow, glossy purple, and the red of fresh, oxygenated blood. In his ancient armor, the monster looked like he had stood immobile in that spot for 1,000 years. Just a glance at him inspired terror, revulsion, involuntary feelings of dread that I could barely repress. A Space Marine from the corrupted and damned Adeptus Astartes, a Chaos Marine.
There you go.
So there is, as you said there's like kind of the element of age, just like, long periods of time, like unlike anything else that really that they would come across casually in the Imperium. Although, like, how does 1,000 years? It says there, obviously, that feels like maybe 1,000 years is long to us, but I feel like not very long in this universe.
Wait, sorry, did you say 1,000 years?
So yeah, it says that it looked like he had stood immobile in that spot for 1,000 years.
I mean, bearing in mind the Horus Heresy was 10,000 years ago. So
I feel it doesn't feel like very long.
It's kind of it's a decent chunk of time in this setting.
Yeah.
I guess.
Some time has passed.
Well, interesting.
On some
you
of the
should
Navy
mention
ships,
that,
like,
because
really old, though.
Some are dating from the Heresy or earlier. Yeah.
So yeah, like the ships are. I said earlier, like, you know, I feel like this is sort of longer than they would usually come across, but that's actually not true at all, I guess, because lots of the ships are probably that old, at least.
So interesting. You should mention time here, because there is something when they're looking at the Serifi and they're talking about the lack of symmetry. Amos mentioned something. He contrasts this against another Xenos species which do have symmetry, the Tyranids. And this is interesting because at this point in the timeline, the Imperium doesn't know what a Tyranid is yet. So, Abnett has a note about this saying, this was a bit of a mistake, unless Amos knows something we don't.
I mean, knowing Amos, I wouldn't be surprised. He's probably read a book that nobody else has read ever. So,
although it is funny because in the older lore, like in the 4th Ed Nid Codex, there was like a whole thing about like precursor fleets that had shown up with Ouroboros like 4,000 years earlier. That like they're almost like the prehistoric Tyranids who weren't really recognized as Tyranids at the time. They were just like some Xenos species there, and later they're like, oh shit, this was Tyranids. And there's also like the older lore suggested that things like Catachan Devils and Fenrisian Krakens might have been like some sort of Tyranid species that's gone to ground, with Fenrisian Krakens being something that like Lehman Russ wrestled with in the Heresy era or before that. So older lore, they weren't like necessarily that much of like a new thing. So it's a bit of a weird one, but like right now it doesn't really make sense.
I don't know why he had to compare this to Tyranids, because almost every animal in nature has a pretty good degree of symmetry.
Yeah,
it seems very strange to just go, oh, but we have to mention Tyranids.
Tyranids are a well-known, like, sort of bestial, or at least from the Imperial's perspective, they're a very like bestial Xenos species, and they are like a hostile race of their own that aren't just like it's not like Eldar or Orcs who like are humanoids. So that's the sort of comparison, I guess. Point, and also it's something that we know about because it's a faction that has models. Okay,
so what happens next after they see the chaos?
After all of this, we get an incredible escape scene with Midas flying, where it really sells his skills to us, and we get the whole mouse becomes cat thing.
Yes, so remember that.
Remember that.
I also found the negotiations they have are fucking retarded.
Negotiation seems very weird, where both sides are knowingly engaging with this sort of negotiation, knowing neither of us can break this stalemate.
Yeah, but there's also no way out. Like Eisenhorn is like, I'm going to blow this up.
How did they break that stalemate?
Well, I'm pretty sure the cutter just arrives and then they just run away. It seemed really dumb. Like basically Eisenhorn was saying, I'm going to blow up what you want. Unless you let us go. And the other guys were like, but if we let you go, are you going to give us what we want? And Eisenhorn's like, I can't do that anyway, so I'm not sure what I'm negotiating for. And the other guys are like, oh no, that's stupid. Nobody's going anywhere. And then the gun cutter arrives and they just leave. It was such silly. A long-winded and kind of silly negotiation. But I feel like...
And then they get away. It kind of worked. I think it worked.
Yeah, I feel like that's sort of like a more realistic negotiation than the sort of streamlined shit you usually see on a TV show. Like people would just be like trying to figure out what the fuck they're negotiating with on the fly. Anyway, sorry. Back to your scene, because that is a fantastic scene.
Yeah, I mean there's not really much to say. It's a well written scene. They escape. It's like quite tense because they're like trying to hide and turn around a situation where they are massively disadvantaged, and then they successfully do it. And then do they hide? Do they like make it look as if they died?
Yeah, so he pretends one of the engines failing, and then he sort of basically just parks like somewhere, I think, where they're like
they jettison a load of like junk out of the back of the cutter, and then like fly and shut off everything bar like the most basic life support stuff, so they don't appear in any scans, and no one talks for like 60 hours or something.
Yep. And then they eventually go. Sorry, go on.
And they leave.
What did you say? Yeah, they go back to the trade ship, and they head off to the next.
Because Maxilla had sent a message down to say, "Sorry, I got to get out of here," because basically this whole fleet had shown up.
Now, I don't know how you hide in a sun's corona, but he did.
I assume it was to do with like the sensors, right? So I thought that was the weird
hide
feeling
at the
I
other
got.
side of the sun or something, basically, or like on a weird sort of spot around it. Yeah.
Well, the weird feeling I got was it was like, you know, if he was in this area, then there was so much background noise that they wouldn't be able to spot him or something. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, it seemed like, you know, typical sci-fi stuff.
So then we have the whole sequence with Elizabeth.
This is the geometry planet.
No, first we have Elizabeth talking to the Pontius.
Oh shit! Yes.
And this bit, I did want to. I've got some notes about that because I really liked the red herring in the form of the.
Because we've seen someone's been talking to him.
But we don't at first. We only see that, like, if the first thing we get is he walks through and he's like, something's changed, and I don't know what. Has the box moved?
Eisenhorn does a good job of that. He's like, he's talking to Pontius, and he's just like, the box has moved by like several millimeters to the right. What's going on? Yeah, it's weird. We don't actually know, I think, at the beginning what has happened. It's almost like he's hinting that maybe the box is moving on its own.
Yeah, and then it's revealed, oh shit, someone's talking to him. Oh shit, it's Beckwin. Oh shit, he's revealed to her the necrotique. And then I was a bit like, this feels really obviously like it's not actually a betrayal, like it's just playing an act. But was it for you guys?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I had no like.
And then it was.
I knew it wouldn't be a betrayal.
Yeah, and then it's like the next page. It's like she did a good job of tricking him into thinking she'd been betraying me. It's like a really pointless red herring. He's
setting us up in the same way that he's setting up Pontius. Like it's just there to see if, you know, like as God said, it just sort of gives a bit more character to the thing.
I think because Beckwin has already been set up as being very cunning and smart.
Yeah.
So like as soon as we see that it's Elizabeth Beckwin, is like,
at that point I kind of thought, Beckwin's taken her initiative, and I was like, And then it's revealed actually it had been a plan between them. It's like, all right, fine. It had been Beckwin's plan. Yeah. Yeah,
it was her idea. But also really like Pontius and Eisenhorn's conversations, like in like around this chapter.
Yeah.
Like it's very interesting how they humanize a box.
Yeah. I've got a note here. There's been a bunch of reveals in this, which to me didn't really feel like very big reveals. So one, when he finds a like weird shaped, roughly spherical thing that obviously fits in the round hole. It's the round hole that was made for the Pontius. It's like, this is a Pontius. So of course the thing he's found is a Pontius. It's not a big reveal. And then, oh right, because he accidentally fucking grabbed the Pontius when he was on the planet. So of course that thing he found was the Pontius again. Of course, the Pontius is Pontius Glor. Of course, Beckwin isn't actually betraying him. There's a lot of reveals that weren't really a surprise.
Yeah, exactly.
Abnett, there was a note from Abnett as well saying he had hoped that Pontius being the Pontius was a surprise to people. I don't really think it was that surprising. Sorry, Abnett.
No. I mean, admittedly, I think when I read it the first time, I was, and this is going to sound stupid, but I was reading the Pontius as the Pontius. And when I read Pontius Glor's name, I read it as Pontius Glor. So to me, there was not the immediate connection between the two words until like he started then fumbling around with the fucking sarcophagus. And I was like, oh, wait. It's now a person called Pontius Glor. That makes sense.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so it was a surprise to some. There we go.
Now, yeah, I somehow like completely missed that connection because of the way I was thinking of the words in my head.
So, now, where does this next scene take place? Because this is interviewing him on the way to somewhere, but I can't remember where that's somewhere.
They're interviewing him, and then when they learn... they're going to wherever the fleet translate was going to. They're basically following the fleet.
Weird geometry.
Yeah, they're going to, this system that's fucked. Then on the way they learn about the necrotique. Yeah. So they get to this fucked system, which is really like... It's like a system that has suffered a natural disaster, basically, where everything is destroyed and in shambles. And they enter into like a planet like a wormhole thing in a planet. There's a pocket dimension.
Yeah, I kind of have to say how like fucking loyal like Tobias is already to Eisenhorn, considering Eisenhorn's just like, yeah, take us down to that planet, and it looks fucking retarded. Like,
you see that fucking
like completely exploded. Yeah,
get in there.
And Eisenhorn's like down, and Tobias is like, are you sure about that?
Are you sure we should go in there? It's like, well, they went in there.
And Eisenhorn's like, get in that canyon down there. We're going to take your entire ship down into that canyon that's like several kilometers across, and we're going to go under the arch, into the fucking wormhole thing. And Tobias like does all of this.
Is this safe? And Eisenhorn's like, well, where else did they go?
Yeah. It's kind of insane. Like, he flies into the middle of this like massive alien structure, like just because Eisenhorn is like asking him to. So it seems kind of insane.
So, I feel like I'm getting because okay, now we're getting towards this point. The thing that really throws me off of this book, it has two endings.
Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It's really, really weird because the book ends and it does like Abnett's signature, like fast forward to the end and at the height of the action, and then have a wrap up, and then just carries on.
Yeah,
it's almost
right.
Almost like he wrote this and that was meant to be the end, and then his editor was like, "This is too short. We need another
another chapter 2
of the book."
Well, but it can't be because I'll get to it later. There's an unresolved thing though. I'll tell you why it can't be.
Feels like it's really weird.
Yeah, I get you. So, they go in here and they have this scene where they've got like the the nightmare hexagon land or octagon land.
Octagon land. Every chronometer on the ship had
asymmetrical octagons and shit, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, every chronometer on the ship had stopped, except for 2 that were running backwards.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so there's another alien race here now that has the technology to, one, live in multiple, like more than 3 dimensions. So not only is this an alien race with super technology compared to humans, but this is also an alien race that operates an entirely new dimension. I think it's supposed to be time. Like,
it's not time, because we've got that and other things. But this is
there's also like fucking geometry.
It's some other sort of like weird
shit as well.
There's some other sort of dimension in a way that isn't time and it isn't just the warp or a different something like that. They have like a different sort of dimension to it.
There's that, but they're also fucking with time because all the chronometers are fucked.
Oh, that happens with like general warp shit though as well. It could also be because they're entering a pocket dimension. That would be pretty, That would be pretty standard fare in 40k. Enter a pocket dimension. My watch stopped working.
But you're like, who the fuck is this alien race? Like, they're described as like some alien race that like sort of had the Necrotuke and then they did some weird shit and they ended up
the
like
Necrotuke fucked their entire civilization.
Did it give them the extra dimension? Like, were they just normal before this?
Yeah, all of this stuff, this extra power to do this shit came from the Necrotuke, I think.
Yeah, it basically like let them reshape reality to how they wanted and made them evolve to become like beyond the space-time continuum and just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But at the cost of, everything.
Yeah, so anyway, they're on the planet now though with all the weird geometry shit. And this is almost like a TV trope because I think it's Eamon maybe. Eamon says the air is breathable and takes off his and just takes off his helmet.
To be fair, if anybody tells me something like that and I'm going to listen, it's Amos.
Maybe, but I still would not take my helmet off on like this weird fucking alien pocket dimension thing. Like it's almost like the TV trope though, where they have to take their helmet off because they need to see the actor's face. And I was like, why is this in a book?
Also, there's a green sea that's the tide where the tide goes backwards. It might be ammonia. It's like I wouldn't want to breathe near that.
No, exactly.
Yeah. When they actually see the Sarifi as well, it's so like, first they find like the guys who are running away.
Yes, it's the Gudronite rifles. Yeah,
the Gudronite rifles who were like, fuck this. We saw an opportunity to leave and we took it. We're like, well, good to have you along, lads. You're doing the Emperor's work. Come with us.
Now we're going back the other way. come back with
together.
Us.
But they're actually being like shot at as they're like running. So they're like, they rally them, they fight them back, and they're like, all right, guys. We're going to go in and we're going to do the Emperor's work. And they're like, we'll fight for the Emperor. It's not for them. They're good lads.
They're getting hunted down by the red traitor stormtroopers, aren't they?
Yeah, they're good boys.
That's they're like in, because the Eisenhorn's party disguise themselves as the stormtroopers, right?
Yep. Or Eisenhorn, Fischig, and one of the troopers, I believe. Or was it Fischig or was it Betancourt? One of them.
Yes.
Yeah, one of them. One of them was too short or something. So they gave one of the troopers that uniform, and then Eisenhorn
the armor,
plus
wasn't it? Yeah.
Fischig or Betancourt got the armor. So they went in there, they did that, and others kind of stood as like kind of got in position to help. We get to see the Sarifi, which have like this delightfully other description, where they've got 5 legs, one raised, but no feeling of symmetry, each one ending in a human-like hand gripping a silver blade stilt by a crossguard. And then they've got
They're very, very weird.
And then their body has like a pillar raising from it with a head on it, with like a long skull, but no like no face on it.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that I love the most about the Saruthi is how they talk to the humans.
They make faces with their hands, right?
Yeah, they let go of their stilts with two of their hands, and then they like combine their hands together to make a human face. It's basically like it's almost like, I imagine it to be almost like shadow puppets, but with their flesh, and it's just the worst.
Oh, I love it.
I was like, when you described it just now, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like some sort of weird like shadow puppet bullshit.
And there's the weird ones that were similar, but were like slaves who were shackled with metal hooves. And
so they were like just as fucking weird, weren't they?
Yeah, but it's like left ambiguous if they're like a subspecies or like just a lower caste or what.
Yeah.
So everything kicks off. The Necrotuk is brought out, and they're like, right, let's stop them now.
Oh yeah, where Eisenhorn just goes, and again, it's another bit of it's almost like an Indiana Jones moment where he just goes, look out, they're attacking, and then just fucking shoots someone. It's so funny.
That's great.
He also fights the Chaos Warrior as well. Yeah, so
he does. Oh, actually,
well,
that's
first
something.
He fights Oberon, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he just shoots him.
Yeah, he just again Indiana Jones moment.
And Oberon's been like built up to be like the antagonist, and now it's just like bam. Oh,
yep.
There's a poetic confrontation. We have and then we have the Emperor's Children fight. Yeah.
The note that I made. Now I don't know if anyone else spotted this or if I misheard or something, but Eisenhorn has a fucking lightsaber. His power sword, if I remember rightly, is, and please pull this up if you can, it describes his power sword as being a rare type that doesn't have a physical blade.
Let me look for this very quickly.
It does talk about his power sword multiple times earlier on as well. I don't remember it mentioning that. That does sound incredible.
If you got your note here.
This section of the book specifically.
Which chapter was this?
Oh, good question. I don't actually know.
I think I found it. It's around 20. I bellowed, look out, they're attacking, and slammed myself hard into the two troopers at my side and fired my hellgun wildly for good measure.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Funny.
So there's a bit earlier on where he describes sliding it into his scabbard. I don't know how you would do that with a sword that doesn't have a blade.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I could have sworn he said, but specifically in this bit, he has a new sword that doesn't have a blade.
Huh. Because that would be kind of incredible.
I threw myself to my feet, pulling my sword from my webbing. The device is a fine weapon of the old kind. It has no material blade like other cruder models I have seen. It is a hilt 20 centimeters long, inlaid and wound with silver thread, enclosing a fusion cell that generates a meter-long blade of coherent light. He has a fucking lightsaber.
He actually has a lightsaber.
He literally says, read that first part of the sentence again. It's a weapon from...
a long time ago in a galaxy
the
far away.
Provost of Inks himself blessed it for me, charging it to protect our brother Eisenhorn always from the spawn of damnation.
No, it's the first bit where he says it's a weapon for an old weapon from a something time. What was it?
The device is a fine weapon of the old kind. It has no material blade like other cruder models I have seen.
So that is also a Star Wars reference because he says that it's an elegant weapon from a better time or whatever it is in Episode 4.
Oh my god!
It is absolutely
holy fuck!
That's why I wrote that line. Just Eisenhorn has a lightsaber. Like he does.
Just
he has
why?
He has a lightsaber.
Why did Abnett do that?
Look, it's only this one bit of the book for the whole series.
Well, so when the fucking librarian asks him later, how did you beat the Chaos Space Marine? Well, Eisenhorn should have really said, well, I had a fucking lightsaber.
Well, that's not how we beat him, though, at all.
Yeah, he chops his head off.
No,
so this is cool. So Abnett actually had a note about this, that people talk about it being unrealistic that he beats Mandragore, and he counts with two things. One, it's not a mundane and ordinary circumstance. No. He doesn't just beat him. And two, it's a story of heroic, unlikely happenings, not mundane ones. He gets lucky, he recognizes it, and he certainly doesn't have that confidence back when he sees more of him later.
No.
And I also recognise that, like,
the
the unlikeliness of it is also recognised by the Death Watch guy later on. I don't think this is anything to criticise. Like, the fact is he beat him through a very strange circumstance, and he knows he just fucking got lucky.
Yeah, well, he shoots him in the head, doesn't he? Like in like a weird lull in the combat. But like,
no, you missed this. He tricks him. He reminds him, like, don't forget what you're here for, dickhead, basically. And he grabs the Necrotook, and then the thing, because just before Abnett had like touched it, and it like basically started warping his mind, and he was like completely like distracted and couldn't do anything. It was captivating him, the book. And then he'd been broken out of that by getting fucking attacked by Mandragore. And then he was like, don't forget your fucking book, Mandragore. He touches the book. He's like, And then...
Interesting.
And then he stood up and cut his head off with the power sword.
Okay, can I point out then, if that is the case, I didn't think this was this fight, because this is almost the exact same thing that happens at the end of Hereticus. And so I was thinking it can't possibly be that, because that is basically the same fucking story, like fight.
It's not the same thing.
I don't think it is.
It's very close if that's the case.
I don't think it's the same thing, but I see the comparison.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, although, wait, I actually had a note. We'll get to it when we get to Hereticus.
Yeah.
But I actually have a note about the similarity in the ending, like the final fight.
Well, except this isn't the ending.
Oh yeah, one of them.
So here we have this happens. He sees this book and he goes, you know what? This thing is so intensely evil, I have to fucking destroy it. And
he uses Mandragore's flaming like neck hole as
just stick in fucking Chaos Space Marine furnace. Here we go.
Yeah, stick him in the Chaos bin. Like,
yeah.
So there's a line which I thought was amazing. Something without a mouth screamed.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Again, that's it. That's like a Terry Pratchett line, but from like the Dark Dimension.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, never mind. Carry on.
I think I was just thinking. I think I agree with Abnett though. Like it's there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, with him beating the fight here. It's not like fucking Caiaphas Cain, who like twice, not just once, but twice, straight up duels a fucking.
Hey, we'll get to Caiaphas Cain when we get to Caiaphas Cain.
Holy fuck, dude! Yeah, it's not like that at all. This is like, you know, it's almost like tricking him, as you said, as opposed to beating him in a fight.
He outsmarts him because he has no reason to know that the Necrotook is going to like overpower his will. Yeah.
Okay.
So how are these aliens who were able to create this entire fucking dimension and everything in it just so that the humans can live here and meet with them? How are they fucking murdered by a bunch of humans like in like 5 seconds?
Because there's like a whole fucking army, and also I think they generally survive not by like overpowering things, but by using.
Well, they just retreat into their own dimension. Like,
yeah, they do just fuck off after this, don't they?
Well, they're about to get.
As soon as the violence like starts, they just dip. And they're like, right, I'm out.
Kind of. I mean, they fight as well on their way out, but yeah.
Well, even they're not safe in their own dimension though, because like later on they're going to get absolutely fucked by the Vector's children.
So if I remember right, they actually had some sort of weird thing going on where they generated like blasts of warp energy or plasma or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. But they had like a way of fighting that was very alien and horrific. Oh, here we go. Another Serifi, its skull crackling with electrical power, blasted its kin's murderers. Twain convulsed and exploded in a drizzle of matter. By his side, Fishing was thrown over by the blinding death. Yeah, their skulls crackle and then they make psychic explosions happen. That was it.
Lovely.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I like matter to be described as, is dribbling.
Hey, not dribbling, drizzling.
Oh, sorry, drizzling, yeah. You forgive my misspeak there.
Much better.
I had a note here, and I don't know where exactly it came from, but like this seems kind of interesting. Eisenhorn comes across something, and he says like he's talking about like interstellar transportation, like as in like almost like teleportation, and he's like this is as far as anyone knows impossible, and it's like he just described it as having just happened or something. I can't remember exactly what the fuck he was talking about there, or what I've noted this from. Do you have any ideas?
Not sure. I guess just the fact that they were able to basically use a gate to go from one part of the galaxy to another, because they had basically just shown up in this pocket dimension from somewhere else.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, they're not actually in the material universe.
No, they're all in a pocket dimension that was created for this exchange.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, he says
themselves. I mean, they live like outside of the universe.
Well,
yeah, in like
that.
some sort of weird dimension bullshit, like extra dimensional space. Or
you
something.
say that, but they actually have their homeworlds in the material space, which they then go and attack soon.
They did. That's the thing. They did. They don't anymore because the Sarithi don't live there.
But you say that, but they go to the Sarithi place and they.
Yeah, I don't.
Fight
I think
Sarithi.
they're just meeting. No, they're just a meeting space again, right?
You think it's
No,
meeting.
they do go to the Sarithi homeworlds because they're in like a collapsing. No, are they?
So right now
well,
they're in a collapsing pocket space and they leave, and then later on they go to the Sarithi homeworlds. The Sarithi homeworlds are in like the Halo stars or something.
I didn't think that there were that many Sarithi though. I thought this was just another meeting place because they were trading the second Necrodu.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
no, the primer.
No, but it wasn't the second meeting place because they were invading to steal the primer because they already lost their goodwill. So they're going for the actual.
We're so far off the.
Yeah, let's come back here a second. They get out of here, and there's a whole thing like the echoes start lining up from before where they'd had weird comms glitches, and it turns out the shit they'd been hearing earlier was shit from the future, which they're saying now. Very alien place.
Basically, what's happened is it's become Star Wars, and also what's the name of that movie? Interstellar.
No, Interstellar.
Interstellar.
Okay, yeah, that works. I mean, the only reason I mentioned the teleportation though was because we literally have just seen interstellar teleportation in that short story with the orcs.
Yes. That's true, actually.
And that's ignoring like the Ferris Lockstone from Horus Heresy. So
we ignore that. That doesn't exist yet. To be fair, though, at this point, neither did the Orc story. Not for 10 years. At which point he retroactively added a story that happened before, where Eisenhorn had seen interstellar teleportation. Yeah. Okay. So after this, they leave, and the Inquisitor.
There's an Inquisition fleet.
Yep. And what an assembly that is. We have Eisenhorn's boss,
Holy
Lord
shit.
Walken. We have
love Lord.
Walken's great.
Good. Walken's good.
Powerful bold man with goatee. Let's go.
We have Admiral Spatian, who is an ancient skeletal giant. We have Eisenhorn's associate Titus Endor. We have Vokant Heldane. We have Shongard, who is a monodominant with the two like death cult pin-up girls.
This was very strange because like this collection here was quite eye-opening because you had all the people we've already seen, and then you had some very, very strange examples of an Inquisition.
Shongard, I will note, is a monodominant who wanted to use the Necrotuk to study it.
Well, there's quite a few people who wanted to.
Yeah, but what's notable there is Shongard is a monodominant.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I see your point.
We have Molitor, who he describes as an ultra radical, who is like so obviously like evil. He's like the most obviously evil character you've ever seen.
He's got yellow eyes and fucking yellow checkered suit, and like
a yellow checkered suit.
He's got like He's got the three dudes hanging around him who look like cultists.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say he had a yellow checkered suit?
Yeah, he's got like a yellow checkered coat or something.
I don't recall.
I didn't remember that. That's fucking amazing.
That's good.
He's
Stylish.
literally a Batman villain. Like
that's fucking great.
And lastly, we have a Deathwatch Marine. And Deathwatch, at the time, they served the Ordo Xenos. Now they're, I think, slightly different.
No, other way around. At the time, they just served the Inquisition.
Yeah, the Ordo Xenos are the Inquisition.
Yeah, no, but I mean, they served the Inquisition blanket term, whereas modern times, they strictly only serve the Ordo Xenos.
Well, okay. The other thing as well is modern time, they sort of exist in and of themselves, but they have like good ties with the Ordo Xenos, right? Whereas before they served the Inquisition.
They strictly still work under the Ordo Xenos.
Okay, fair enough.
That's their whole like deal.
Okay, I noticed as well.
They have some autonomy in terms of how they organize themselves because they have all the different watch fortresses, but they are still very much tied to the Ordo Xenos.
Okay.
So would this be the same Death Watch, I assume, that we saw in that fateful book by Gathorpe, the second and 13th Legion?
The one with the Tau, the one at the end of the Tau thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that thing was Deathwatch. Somebody commented in one of our videos and said it was, but I don't feel like its description lined up as cleanly as he made it out there. I haven't gone back and looked at it though.
Well, are Deathwatch black with gold trimming?
Silver trim, kind of. So Deathwatch. I was going to ask about this because Deathwatch, current Deathwatch, black armor, silver left pauldron with like a very specifically like inscribed like big deal left shoulder. I don't know. There's some sort of like weird tech shit going on there as well, I believe. Yeah. And then
it's like a general high gothic thing.
But I also get the impression it's like this is because whenever you have like this extra armor, you put it on your left shoulder because that's the one that faces the enemy when you're shooting a fucking bolt gun.
Exactly, yeah.
And I get the impression it's like this is a proper beefy thing. And then the right shoulder maintains the chapter this Deathwatch Marine came from. That's the current Deathwatch lore. I don't know if that's always been the case. In fact,
pretty much has.
Because my memories when I was into 40k when I was younger, around 4th edition, I remember the Grey Knights were just part of the Demon Hunters. And then you had like the Witch Hunters, which was Ordo Hereticus stuff, and I think Sisters of Battle. And then there wasn't a thing for the Deathwatch to actually play at the time.
No, there was no rules for Deathwatch. You could just paint your Space Marine army as a Deathwatch army.
Oh, well, there we go. There we have a,
Yeah, I've just for context, I've gone on Lexicanum because they always have the older stuff, and this is from Index Astartes 2, which is old.
That's like 2nd edition.
It's not quite.
Index Astartes was 2nd edition, I'm pretty sure.
No, 3rd, kind of. It depended. So,
well, there's 4 of them, wasn't there?
It was published in 2003, so it would have been 3rd edition.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. But yeah, well, that's still published after this book, though.
Yes.
So, still.
I guess they still hadn't really like ironed it out yet.
Well, actually, Index Astartes is where they ironed this stuff out, so maybe they hadn't done that yet in 2001. Because I noticed here they hadn't. They didn't mention a chapter on it. I don't know if that was really a thing then.
They do. As far as
details that they just hadn't quite hashed out.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like they gave much information about the Space Marines that appear in this, other than the specifics of the individuals.
Well, other than that, they are the Deathwatch.
Yeah, other than that, they are the Deathwatch, which kind of maybe Abnett was avoiding going too much detail specifically because it wasn't something that was concrete yet.
I like how. So on the subject of the Deathwatch, now that we're getting to this point where they're when they've met up with the main Inquisition force, I really like that the most information we get on the Deathwatch is just the characterization of the librarian and how he drinks his tea.
Yeah, with his finger raised.
Yeah.
It's the best. Amazing.
We then have you get like 2 comments from the Deathwatch as this transpires. One we have when Eisenhorn describes the whole thing of a Chaos Space Marine and that he killed him. The guy's like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting." He obviously doesn't views that as a tall tale, or an impressive one, or a bit in between. The other thing is that when they are talking about the Necrotook, which Eisenhorn destroyed, and they're all like, "So, what did you do with it?" And he says, "I destroyed it," and everything fucking erupts into chaos.
So half the guys are arguing, right, that they should have used it to gain knowledge and power, and the other half are saying that this is like the worst thing ever, and it should have been immediately destroyed, which Eisenhorn did. And then Rorkin turns and asks the Space Marine, doesn't he?
Yeah, and the Space Marine says, well, I don't really think it's my position to comment on the ethics of this. That's what you guys are here for. But for what it's worth, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah,
it's a very diplomatic answer, but also still supportive.
Yeah, it was a good one, and it's sort of interesting portrayal of Space Marines because it's like you see in quite a few other things. I guess it's trying to make sure that you realize that they're not just tools of war. They're not just
Well, what Space Marines have we seen so far? We've seen the Chaos Space Marines in Gaunt's Ghost. We've looked at that. We had Space Wolf, and then there was the one in
the one in 13th Legion
in Kill Team who was just like an action movie character.
He was the Terminator. He was the Terminator from.
You read, because you're doing this in like order of release, right?
Ish. We're doing it in like a rough, order of like general clump as a series release.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming you haven't read the first Warhammer 40,000 book they ever published, right?
Oh, we've done it since they started. We've done from the releases from Black Library. We'll get to Space Marine at some point if you're thinking that.
Again, the really awful book.
I can't comment. I haven't read it yet. But yeah,
it's not. From what I remember, it's really not good.
Well, what happens next in this whole scene? This whole scene basically ends, I think, with Walken going, "I'm pretty okay with what you did here, Eisenhorn, and I'm in charge."
Yeah, so we get the sense coming out of this entire thing, I think, that Walken
quite respects him.
It quite likes Eisenhorn, yeah. And Eisenhorn probably has a lot of sway with the Inquisitorial like group as a whole, because obviously he has Rawkin's year in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then Molitor fucks things up.
Yeah, so he immediately goes to...
he goes and has a chat with Rawkin, and then he's like, all right, what... Or does he? Or does he get, like, woken up or something? He gets somebody coming and being like, hey, you know your prisoner? He's like, yeah, I'll go and interrogate him soon. He's like, well, about that. Molitor's torturing him, and Eisenhorn was not happy.
Not torturing him, he removed all of his skin.
Yeah, and
it was like, he actually says that explicitly. What the fuck?
There's a fun note from Abnett about this. Eisenhorn doesn't object to this because it's torture. He objects because it's ineffective and a breach of protocol.
Yeah. Oh my god, why did you say that, Abnett? What's the purpose of that?
The purpose is to show it's about what Eisenhorn's doing. Eisenhorn himself
plenty of other scenes.
But there's plenty of other scenes where Eisenhorn doesn't care that people are
Yeah, but the overall characterization of Eisenhorn is that he would probably object to needless cruelty like that.
Yes, but only because it's needless.
I was just double-checking something and doing some Googling. I'd like to quickly retract my comment on the original Space Marine novel. It is not the one I'm thinking of. It is, in fact, the sequel that is called Inquisitor.
That's the garbage one. The series after, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Written by the same guy, though. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the I think it's very soon. I don't remember exactly when we find out that they're going to have to go back, right? They're going to go back after these aliens.
So there's a few things here. Oh, right. Okay. So they did an auto seance on a guy, didn't they? Was it that guy or was it a different guy?
Yeah, it was the guy that just died. Yeah.
So they learn a few things. Sorry, go on.
So I did want to say, actually, about this. With this obviously it goes because they're doing the auto seance on Malahite, who's the recently skinned fella.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it feels like a bit of a cop out because it just kind of like, sure, it gives you a great big, oh, the evil guy is probably evil.
Well, it's just two things. One, we get to see how he objects to it. And two, the fact that he has done this still puts them in great danger because of how they have to engage with it.
Yes, this is true. And it does end in a really cool action scene at the end.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it just seems like this was definitely not a good idea. To try and do an auto seance on this obvious Chaos guy that was so close to death that Chaos was literally trying to claim him as they were, as they were inside of his mind. And this is a very different kind of auto seance. It's very weird. So, like, in the past, in the short story, the auto seance is basically summon a ghost to talk to.
We've had like three different types of auto seance now.
Yeah, so the last one that happened in Xenos was at the beginning. I don't remember exactly how.
You just do a vibe. Down. They basically just do a vibe check on every item.
Yeah, so there's that type, and then this one, it's not just like talk to the dead guy; it's go inside the dead guy's mind, and while they're there, it's collapsing like
so
it's literally like collapsing around them like the Matrix or some bullshit, and they have to try and talk to him and get as much information as they can, and then get out alive. So Inquisitor, Eisenhorn, and Voke are in this guy's mind, aren't they? So and they're trying to get out.
Yeah. So we learn a few things here. I think the main thing we learn is like the Necrotique apparently predates the Inquisition and corrupted the entire Sarifi race through their they had cross-dimensional sensors before this. That's how it corrupted the entire race.
So the best bit about this is that the
guy stalls for time as well.
Well, yeah, but the Sarifi can't see. They can't read a book that is written. So the Sarifi see the entire world through smell and taste. And so their version of the Necrotique, which actually predates the written version, is a book of smells and tastes that tells you about chaos. I can't imagine what chaos tastes like, but it's probably not very nice.
It's probably like this way that keeps getting described as like a... I'm trying to think what the phrase is. It's like a sweet decaying smell that keeps being associated with chaos all over the place.
Of rot.
Yeah.
It's like a sweet saccharine rot or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, this guy stalls for time. And they learn, but they still learn the info they need, which is, well, there's still the primer. There's still the original copy of it, which the Sarifi will have. This is just there's still the Sarifi copy of it. Yeah. I should say.
It is their version, which is not written. It's
we'll get to what that is in a minute. They stall for time. They barely manage to get out of there. Voke is incredibly appreciative to Eisenhorn for his efforts in making sure Voke gets out, I believe.
Yes, he calls him at the last moment. He calls him out of the dreamscape or whatever it is.
And then
while this is happening, though, like half the psychers that were trying to help them die, including Loris, who we barely know at all, but who. Loring, sorry, but we don't really know him, but he is Eisenhorn's psycho, which is, I guess, or his astropath guy.
Not again. It's a very dangerous job being an astropath in this setting, frankly.
Oh god, astropaths have such a fucking hard time in this series. They really do.
In the whole setting in general.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Most of them
basically
are
used as like.
Most of them are relay beacons who sit in like pods and like. Yeah. Are just used as relay beacons.
They're used as fax machines, and like, and they just like they get worn out by the amount of faxes they have to send. It's horrible.
Yeah, they are fax machines that are due to self-detonate at any moment.
Well, the guy's body turns into a warp spawned thing, which I took to basically be like a chaos spawn.
Yeah,
I thought it was more possessed than spawn.
They call it a warp spawned thing.
Well, the problem is like they have a lot of demons. They have a lot of demons like in the show, and it doesn't act the same way as the other demons do.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of demons in this series or in 40k in general yet.
Well, so what I mean is like there are a lot of demons in this series of books, right? And
I get
they all talk. They're all very like conniving, manipulative, but they're also like very like they're like amused by everything. All of their aggression is fun, and like they're killing things, and they're taking great joy in all of it.
This is
I don't
more
remember
a mindless
this being
thing.
described. Yeah, it seems more like just like chaos, chaotic
sort of
bullshit.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a chaos spawn vibe. It's left ambiguous though.
I'd say it fits the idea of a general demon more so, just because it's in line with other things written around the time.
The beauty of this is, though, that it is left ambiguous. They haven't pointed at which product it represents.
And that's the great thing about Abnett, is he doesn't just do product
placement.
In spite of this being a tie-in to an Inquisitor game, it's still written like a good book.
Yeah.
And then we have the comments about Voke's I'll help Haldane when you soon inevitably die. Incidentally, he lived for another century.
Yeah, he does that an awful lot, where he'll either contradict something that he's saying at the time, because the Eisenhorn that is telling us this story knows about it.
Yeah, and he's like, as it happens, I was wrong.
Yeah, but it's also really interesting to me here that Voke is talking about Eisenhorn to Eisenhorn in front of Haldane, and giving Eisenhorn one of the most glowing recommendations you could possibly ever give anyone. And so Haldane is seeing this from his master, who he surely trusts, right? And then for some reason, I don't know, we'll get later on, obviously, I don't quite understand why Haldane hates Eisenhorn so much.
Well, one, he's probably associating the fact that his face got fucked up with Eisenhorn. Two, he had to work with Eisenhorn, and they still had their differences in how they do things while they were working together.
I just don't think we see enough of that.
Yeah,
I kind of see what you're saying, but I don't know. It feels like we don't see enough of their sort of like animosity together for what
Haldane
stuff that
does
happens later.
feel like a bit of like a plastic character who is what he needs to be quite a lot of the time.
Maybe, yeah. He doesn't really get like fleshed out much.
I think a lot of the Inquisitors do. They just kind of like exist. But
Most of them,
they're just a cause of commotion sometimes.
Because of how much
Voke's kind of cool.
Voke's good. Most of the Inquisitors, we don't actually see enough of them that they need to be anything else because they don't need to have character development. They're there. You know, they're there for a scene. Whereas Haldane and Voke are characters who we actually see Eisenhorn spend time with over the years. So it ends up. So with Haldane, that becomes a bit like, oh well.
Yeah. So the next is the Space Marine scene you talked about, Gauze, and I also found this really funny to imagine because, like, not only is the Space Marine sitting there opposite Eisenhorn, asking him questions and scribbling down notes in his little like notebook with like a pen that he has, as opposed to getting someone to do it or like, type it up, or a quill. Yeah, that was a quill. Sorry, and yeah, drinking tea with his little pinky finger up. Just to really.
It's such like a humanizing moment for these genetically engineered like transhuman living weapons.
Which is funny because they are still, the way they're described is still so fucking weighty. They've still got this like superhuman presence.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I mean that's the thing. Like that's what makes that
He
little
does the balance really
work
well.
so well. Is that he describes how like, you know, this thing that I'm sat opposite has like the strength to just crush everything it touches, but it's just so delicately holding this little china cup.
It's a really good scene. Despite how, like, you could argue it's a little bit silly, and it may kind of like take you back from some of the other stuff, but at the same time, on its own, and even part of the story, I find that scene like really good.
So,
It's just a good contrast. Like,
yeah, exactly.
At this point, we once again have direction, don't we, for the rest of the thing, which is that Locke is on his way to get the original Necrotique, so they're going to follow there. And I thought this was interesting because Oberon was like he was the big baddie in terms like he was heading up the operation, but he wasn't the guy that Eisenhorn had a grudge against. Locke, the shipmaster, is the guy who he's got a grudge against, the guy who ruined Eisenhorn's face, permanently disfigured him. So, and now he is the bad guy, and they're going to go after him. So that's kind of cool. It's like, oh, we are going to get a poetic confrontation.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. It is. Yeah. It does. I still think Gauze was right, though. This is a very sort of strange, almost like double like climax to the end of the story. Oh, yes. Well, it's very much like Necropolis. Like, do you know? I remember we were talking about Necropolis. I said the same thing there. It's like Eisenhorn almost has like there's almost like two finales to this story. It was very.
Oh well, Gaunt's Ghost has got like the two different sort of subplots in Necropolis, and one of them is dealt with at one point, and then the other is dealt with later.
Yeah,
so, whereas this is one plot that has a double ending, I feel like.
Yeah. So the other thing as well is that both the endings of this book do the same thing, which is Abnett's signature, like fast forward to the end right at the height of the action.
Yeah, like, get the core of the action out of the way, and then skip back to the story bit.
Yeah, literally, it's like this first ending is like, and then the gun cutter pulls up, and they're going to make this big dramatic escape. Several hours later, and it's just, come on, like does it twice in one book? It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Well,
so the other, sorry, go on. I was just going to say quickly the other aspect that I was thinking at this point is. The Inquisition in general seems obviously to respect Eisenhorn a lot, and Eisenhorn has the ear of Rorquin, as we said. So at some point it feels like he's going to have to lose a huge degree of authority within the Inquisition just to create some sort of like future problems and tension. Because otherwise, you know, you could just be like, so I've determined that this heretic is on this planet, we need to stop him, or this is going to happen. And then like the Inquisition fleet turns up and like 20 Inquisitors get off and stop the problem. It feels like at some point, you know, he's going to have to lose all of the backing that he has. Even if Abnett wants to create politics, even within the Inquisition, kind of has to do this sort of thing.
Yeah, we've seen he has his detractors already.
Yes.
Even when they don't turn out to be evil.
But Rorquin seems like the leader right at this point.
Yeah,
he's the leader of the Order of Xenos.
He's like the Supreme Inquisitor or whatever.
He's the head of that sect. So he's basically the head of the local branch. But the local branch covers a big area.
It's only the local branch for the Xenos specifically, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Because there are three. There's the three major parts, and each one of them has a leader. Then you have an overall leader Inquisitor.
Yeah, who I believe is Malleus in this. He's an Order Malleus one in this area.
It's Italian sounding, and I can't remember what it's called.
It comes up in the next book, I think.
Yeah, it's all in Malleus that goes into that. Orsini, that's his name.
Orsini, yeah.
Orsini, okay.
Okay, so that is Italian sounding.
So they go to find the aliens, right?
They go to find the aliens. There's a space battle, which is very well described. Abnett is good at space battle.
He really is. And we see that later on in the Heresy series very prominently.
Yes. A lot of the Sarifi stuff, I think they get down on the planet quite quickly. They split up and get down there. And a lot of the stuff down there is described as being like eldritch and non-Euclidean in a way that's like... It's always hard to describe things like that. Like,
it feels like Abnett does repeat himself quite a bit when he's describing this.
He does.
Like he always talks about like, oh, it's not symmetrical, as if like that's all Eisenhorn can focus on is the fact that everything is not symmetrical.
Yeah, but it's also just the way Eisenhorn engages with it as your first-person narrative viewpoint. Is
I do
good.
like how, on that note, he stresses to the librarian, but then also to everyone else, that like everyone needs to train in the most like uncomfortable ways they can.
It's a bit silly, but then it does feel a bit silly, but I like it.
Yeah, he's almost saying like you don't understand what it's going to be like when you get there because it's going to be very fucking weird. But then again, once he does get there, there's this really fucking weird moment which I wrote down because like it's stood out amongst everything else as just like kind of silly. So Eisenhorn is shooting at something. Everyone else is like all behind him, like missing or doing random shit. Eisenhorn tries to shoot something, and then instead of describing anything else, Abnett just writes, Eisenhorn adjusted his aim, or I adjusted my aim, I think he says. It's like, what does that mean? Like, he adjusted his aim in 5 dimensions?
It means I'm shooting and it goes off to the left. Oh, I'll aim to the right. I need to like really account for the fact that things aren't shooting where I think they're going to shoot.
I guess, but then he just shouts. So that might work for him because he's watching and seeing, right? But then he just shouts at the people behind him, "Adjust your aim." It's like, how are they gonna fucking know what that means?
I was gonna basically, just to round out what I was saying there. I just wanted to say that like the way he communicates the eldritch like way it should not be thing, and also like both like the fact that he communicates the unease and the fact that he uses that to communicate how bad it is works really well, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh yeah, Brother Gilar. How's that pronounced in this? Gilar? Gylar?
I think it's Gia.
Gia.
Gylar sounds about right.
I can't remember right, it's Gia. Hold on, what's
Gia.
the... Okay. I can find out. Oh, it is Gia. Yeah, Brother Gia.
Okay, Brother Gia gets fucking mogged, initially. And then he just fucking bursts out of the water and fucking kicks some ass when they're otherwise about to get annihilated by another Chaos Space Marine.
Yeah, so this is like almost like a battle of champions because they have their Space Marine and then they have the Chaos Space Marine on the other side, and then like they just sort of like they see each other and they're just like fucking they just like have this.
Gia initially gets mogged, and frankly, it's like an embarrassing display for him, and then he just gets out and kicks ass, and Eisenhorn's like, "All right, I'm glad you're with us."
But they're like brawling. It's not even like it's not like they're not shooting each other. They're like,
gets dirty.
They haven't even got weapons.
The thing is, he's already down. Like he's already been downed as the Chaos Space Marine arrives, right? And then
something
he like bursts
like,
out of the water and grabs him or something.
I thought the Chaos Space Marine like threw him basically into the water or hit him in there or something.
Well, he does get like buried under like a pile of like evil cultist bodies.
Oh,
at one point.
Right. That might have been what I was thinking of.
He gets drowned under a tide of bodies rather than water, and then he's just like, "Rah!"
But once their champion wins as well, like the other reason this feels like a champion fight is that like the battle's basically over at that point. Like everybody sees the Space Marine standing there having just killed one of the Chaos Space Marines, and everyone just runs away. It's like great.
We get to see more of like the slave race or caste of the Sarifi.
This was surreal. Like this entire fucking section was just weirdly surreal.
The otherness of the Sarifi was really fucking like they go through and there's like the slave race of just like they're like methodically and slowly killing like the actual Sarufi, right? I think, or was it even
because the Sarufi,
violently.
Sarufi have been like sort of something has happened.
They find another room, and the Sarufi are just milling around, waiting to die.
But yeah, something has happened to them clearly, and Eisenhorn suggests that it was like revenge from the Emperor's children or something. And I don't know why. I can't remember where it says that, but I had the distinct impression that it was something in the warp, and being the Emperor's children that had fucking like, I don't know, that fucked them up somehow.
I didn't get that impression. I got the impression from Abnett of like, this is just from Eisenhorn's and Abnett, I guess. I got this just impression of just the fact they were just so different and other that they had behavior like this that could not be understood or explained. And they're just
something had definitely happened.
Really?
Something had definitely happened. Yeah, no, he like at one point he definitely says something has happened. Because it's not just the Saruthi standing around to be murdered by the slaves for no reason.
They are. That's what I got out of it.
Something he says, I'm sure at some point. I'll have to go and find it if you want to know. But like, yeah, I'm not going to like pause this now and stop to do that. But like, there's definitely a description of something having happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
I see it from your standpoint, Mosney. There's nothing that I spotted anyway that triggered the Saruthi to suddenly just start getting killed by all their slaves. But I think Eisenhorn actually says that himself. Like I think he notes that. He's like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but they all just started killing them and just carried on.
Let me see.
Well, I will find it, and we can talk about it next time. Have
a look.
In a vault of smooth, polished beige that seemed to us to have no ceiling, we found our first Sarufi. They were dead, a dozen of them, their grey bulk split and mauled, silver stilts torn off. Through the next gate lay a spiral room littered with 100 more. Moving among the grey dead, their pallid limbs dripping with ichor, were several of the white slave beasts that had carried the Necrotook onto the plateau. They seemed to me to have broken free as many dragged their wire restraints. Some had taken up silver stilts, and were stabbing them slowly and repeatedly into the corpses of their grey masters. So, let me see. He speculates were they a separate race or a mutant caste? They offered us no threat. Silent, methodical determination they mutilated the Sarufi bodies. In another chamber, an oval dish with tessellated tiles and a strangely warm atmosphere. Living Sarufi milled aimlessly in their hundreds. Some had lost stilts and were limping, others lay in trembling masses, their skulls flopped back on their bodies. The smell of licorice, or whatever it was, reeked here. As we watched, white slave things lumbered into the chamber through another tetragate, and began to twist apart and maul the Sarufi, one by one, with the calm, methodical motions of insects. The Sarufi offered no resistance. This was repeated in other chambers and curving halls. Sarufi lay dead or meandering without purpose, freed slaves finding them by touch and dismembering them. I wonder even now as to the meaning of these alien scenes. Had the Sarufi given up, resigned to their doom? Or had some other circumstance stolen their will to live and resist? Not even the tech priest or xenobiologist could provide an answer there. It is ultimately only the fact of their alien nature. Abstract, inscrutable, and beyond the capacity of a human mind to fathom. Yeah.
Okay. That's really interesting. I think I took that last bit there, and I thought he was saying, or he was describing, what he felt had happened. But it does seem much more like what you're saying, which is just like Eisenhorn's just like, this was fucking weird. These aliens were fucking weird. Who knows what the fuck they were doing? That's really strange. That's really fucking weird.
It is weird.
So I think there is a line somewhere else as well. I don't think it's related to this quite, but I have this weird fucking memory of a line about the Saruthi basically being strong-armed by the Emperor's children to do something, and they were taking revenge. The Emperor's children were basically forcing them to do it somehow, and I can't remember when exactly that comes up. I don't think it's in relation to that, so I think you're right. I think it's just very surreal or weird or whatever the fuck's going on there. But there was definitely a scene at some point, I think, where the Emperor's children there's the suggestion that the Emperor's children are strong-arming them somehow.
I don't recall. I definitely got I got more of an impression of that with the, with Locke's party, I thought, where the Emperor's children were like, look, we were leaving you to do it, but we want to be more involved now. Fuck you. We're going to take a more active hand in our investment, you know?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that entire last section to find it though, because I think it might have been much earlier as well. I don't think it was at that point.
Yeah.
I think there was like something else much earlier. But I have this weird memory of a sentence that I don't know how to properly. I don't remember exactly what it said.
So next we get to the primer. We get to the psyker who's basically dead after extracting the primer. And Haldane goes, yeah, you got this primer out of it. Also, Titus Endor is off chasing Locke. If you want to go have your poetic confrontation, off you go. The primer is described as a small 3D polyhedron made of pearl. I have an Abnett note about this.
Oh.
I got meta, sue me. The polyhedron is a gaming die.
Oh. Okay.
Man literally put a fucking D20 as his MacGuffin.
Yeah. So he goes off now after Titus Endor and Locke. He has this fight with, what is it that happened? He has this fight with Locke where he basically almost loses but cuts a fucking pillar down onto him or something, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then,
it's described quite interesting because he says he misses him. And then he gets attacked by the other guy, and then a pillar falls on him.
Yeah, uses his lightsaber to cut through a pillar rather than a
fucking lightsaber.
Yes, he does still have the lightsaber.
Yes.
God fucking damn it!
I love how it doesn't make an appearance in the rest of the series.
Yeah. So he goes to grab the, what's it called? He finds the primer. He grabs that, and then he goes, "All right, I'm gonna go grab the Necrotuke," because he just killed Locke right in front of the Necrotuke spot, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right. And then,
now he gets to taste the water.
God, Molitor is evil.
He's still a bastard.
Who would have guessed? Molitor being the Inquisitor in the checkered suit.
The Inquisitor with the three weird cultist-looking dudes with him. Yeah. So 2 of those guys turn out to be Arcoflagellant, right?
Arcoflagellants.
The third one is the one.
Well, let's get to the third one, because I am interested in the Arcoflagellants. Arcoflagellants are fucking scary. Anytime I've seen them described here, I've seen a McNeil book describing them. They are the most terrifying fucking described. They exist in the tabletop, and they're just oh, you can get a unit, a whole bunch of them. Here they're described more terrifying than any fucking assassin in any book. They are fucking horrific.
They're the worst.
Just things that are just goaded on pain things are just fighting beyond their limitations with horrific flailing weapons. Weird pain berserker things.
But it was around this time, sort of early 2000s, that they became a thing. And they've never really done them justice since. Yeah. They really got the point across early on at just how horrible them and things like penitent engines are.
Mm.
But they lost something down the line.
Yeah, here it is. Heretics reprogrammed and rebuilt with augmetics and bionics to serve as murderous slaves. Their trigger words woke them from their calming states of bliss and plunged them into maniacal rages. So they're just
Why do you specifically have to choose heretics for this?
I feel like this is punishment. It's a punishment.
I feel like they're basically just servitors, right?
No.
That was far worse than being a servitor.
A servitor is no longer has its own experience of self, I guess. These do.
Well, they're lobotomized, aren't they? Servitors, basically.
The servitors basically will keep as much of a brain as we need just to get away with it. Whereas these are a person who is fucked.
They get combat drugs as soon as their their trigger words are spoken, and then they just go mental.
Yeah. So I think they managed to blow these up with some grenades, and what happens with Molitor
and then the last
himself?
guy?
Well, they basically managed to get away from Molitor because the last guy had been a psychic who'd been holding him in place, and they get out. After killing the Arcoflagellants and throwing. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Because didn't Bequin showed up and did the blank stuff. So that's when they use the Arcoflagellants. They blow them up. This is after Molitor explained his evil plan, where they'd already called the place down to be destroyed. Ha ha ha. So at this point,
I find it quite interesting that they had like a fucking code word you could just send to the fleet. At which point, the fleet just starts bombing the fucking planet, regardless of what else is going on.
So at this point, Eisenhorn and Beckwin, after killing these archoflagellants, are like, oh shit, Midas is like dead or unconscious. Let's leave him there. Let's run. They just leave him behind and run out onto the rooftop or whatever. And the guy, Molitor, follows him with his Psyker. And
so it's as they're getting away, the Psyker, quote unquote, is like, hey, guess what? And just,
what happens first? He shoots Molitor as Molitor's chasing. And
that's right.
He falls off the fucking... Yeah, he falls off the roof and dies. And then the Psyker walks off and is like, hey, it's me with my blank eyes. His eyes were blank. His eyes were blank. My prophetic dreams were made flesh. Terror seized me, turned my heart inside out. Ooh.
That's a great descriptor, turning his heart inside out. That's such because you can understand that feeling, can't you? Like that's great. Really like that.
And it is a great actual finale to the story. I don't think the first one was maybe necessary, but this one is a good final.
We need the Cherubale showing up. I would like the primer now, please, Gregor. It's a demon host.
So
demon hosts were in the Inquisitor rulebook, and demon hosts, quite frankly, seem to be like the most fucking powerful weapons you could possibly have in this setting.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so powerful in this book. So, like, Cherubale seems way more powerful in this than he does later on in other things.
You say that.
So, depending on what happens later on, there was a reason, but we'll get to that at some point, I assume. Depending on which scene you mean, because later on,
I'm talking outside of this entire trilogy.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I don't know him.
Goes way down.
In this, I feel like the demon hosts are almost like nuclear weapons to a degree.
They're super strong in this early stuff, but they were never really that strong outside of this.
Yeah,
it's weird.
So
like
something.
So the equivalent would be something like a possessed Chaos Space Marine, but they are nowhere near as crazy as Cherubale is, apparently. Where he could just like look at people and set them on fire, or like just touch people and then they get atomized. It's like
what happens at the beginning of the third book, obviously.
So, do we remember what happens with the Cherubale confrontation?
So sorry, quickly before you talk about what happens, I was just going to say something you probably didn't get, because this is obviously audiobook exclusive, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. Is there's a very good voice that Toby Longworth puts on for Cherubale, which
it's great.
It's so distinctive that the second he starts speaking, it's like, holy fuck, it's the fucking demon host again.
Yeah, it's really good.
I imagine it as like a very maybe like a slightly higher pitched eerie.
It's like the opposite. It's low and gravelly as fuck. Yeah.
Okay.
Very low, very eloquent.
Yes, it is creepily kind of well spoken, but also incredibly low and gravelly.
I'll see if I can play you some at some point, because it's good performance.
So he wants the primer. Eisenhorn just fucking crushes it.
Yeah, he's just like smush. Can't have it now. Sorry. And then what does he do with two? Does Cherubale just be like, all right, peace?
Yeah, basically, because the Deathwatch Marines are coming out and shooting at him, and he's like, fuck this.
Oh, that's right.
So he just fucks off, and then the gun cutter comes in, and the Deathwatch Marine has actually got Midas with him, I believe.
Yeah, Midas is there.
Yeah, so he hasn't just been left behind. That's nice. And then they all get away. And then
fast forward to the end again.
No, that is the end. It just ends with them flying off. There's like an epilogue after. It just ends there with them flying off.
Well, that's what I mean. He does the like smash and then they all lived happily ever after.
The epilogue is basically something like, we did the paperwork, and I still had to deal with Cherubale at some point.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
And that's it.
That brings to the end of Xenos. So I was just struck at this point, I guess, with the thought of we now have a Gregor Eisenhorn who has destroyed not one, but two Necrotukes.
Well, he's destroyed one Necrotuke and one Primer, and then he's left with one useless Necrotuke at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, but like
destroyed with the planet, right? Because he just leaves it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the second one gets destroyed as well. So, like, the point is though that we have an Eisenhorn who has destroyed now two Necrotukes, like this book of dark knowledge, and I'm just really interested to see, or would be really interested to find out what this Eisenhorn would think of Iron Eisenhorn from later on in the series.
Yeah, because he is very Puritan in quotation marks at this point.
Well,
and obviously it's not until the next one that we start to see that slip.
Well, there were some comments earlier when he saw the Necrotuke where he starts to think, like, I think there's some comments about, like, he has, like, a dilemma where he thinks about, what if I didn't destroy it?
Yeah.
And I think he comments, like, is this, like, would this be the start of me slipping? You know?
Yes.
Yeah, or even, I think he even says, like, is this the Necrotuke affecting my reason?
Yeah.
Actually, that is a valid theory, because he didn't start to, like, slip until after he touched the Necrotuke. So did it corrupt him?
Well,
it can definitely be argued that probably some of the stuff later on definitely corrupts him.
I think there's an interesting comparison to be made later on with something else. But for now, I reckon we're fully done with this book, aren't we?
I think we are.
So that puts us on to, I guess, recommendations. What do we think of it? Would we recommend it?
Should we give Gauze the first word on this? Because as our guest.
Sure.
I would absolutely recommend this book because it's the start of a great trilogy, which then leads on to a great saga of books as a whole. Like you'll have what will be soon 9, well, hopefully soon anyway, 9 books that are just all fantastic reads.
10. It has 9 at the moment. You fooled.
Does it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I was not thinking of the name.
Weird book that sits in between these trilogies. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you are right. So it would be 10. Yeah, there you go. 10 books.
I had a feeling somehow you would recommend this.
Yeah. I think these are like some of, if not the best 40k books there are. Like you can't really get much better.
I think, I mean, I agree. I think Xenos is possibly my favourite of this batch as well. They're all good, but it just stands out like on its own really nicely as well. Whereas the others, I feel like this one stands out as a great book on its own and as part of the series, whereas the other ones stand out as great books as part of the series, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so, absolutely.
I've also got some notes here for, out of spoilers, a last few notes from Abnett. One of them is that Abnett recognises this book is considered a good intro to 40k, and I would agree.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement.
You have a very human perspective on everything. So
I think it'd be very dense if this was one of the first 40k books you were reading. It would be.
I'd say it's no worse than something like Dune or. I don't know. Would you class? I suppose Wheel of Time is sci-fi, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's fantasy, but yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of density, though, like I'd say that's probably more dense than this.
Wheel of Time.
Yeah. God, yeah.
I mean, it's definitely a unique setting, but I don't think there's like
my only lot into it.
My question about this would be the fact that right at the beginning you're getting like all of these very very unique terms to 40k, like but specifically unique terms to the Inquisition. So you're getting all of the orders that you went through, all of the list of like the different.
But a lot of what I went through there, like you can read this book without knowing that just fine.
Yeah. Well, I did. So I mean, I agree. You can. The more terms that are introduced that aren't really explained enough that you can like truly make truly make an understanding of what they are, the denser it gets in my opinion. I wouldn't say that it's too dense. I'm just saying that it is probably quite dense as a read if you don't know anything about 40k.
Yeah, that's okay. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, but I do think that even so, while it is quite dense, that it doesn't have a lot of assumed knowledge. Like,
no, it does. It does introduce you to a lot of concepts, but it doesn't go particularly.
But it does just that. It introduces you.
Yeah. No, I think I'd agree with that. That is a good introduction to the series. Like, I can't think of anything else that would be a more, because everything else that a lot of people say is like a good introduction to the series is either too one-sided in what it introduces, or like it's just not very well written.
I mean, we've recommended Gaunt's Ghosts First and Only, and also, which is another Abnett one, and
yeah,
I think also the Space Wolf series are quite good. Even though it is quite one-sided in what it introduces, it does something I haven't seen from many books at all, which is it takes you through a like one of the core things of a setting, a space marine, and goes, how do you get one of these? You know?
Yeah,
which is, it's designed for people who don't know 40k as well. It was written.
I think as a complete introduction, I actually kind of prefer Space Wolf, because I think the scenes that you have in Space Wolf, they were almost like some of those were specifically chosen to introduce you to the world. You know, like the drop pod scene, like the warp travel scene. There's so many different individual scenes that like almost somebody like went, you need to show them how this works. You need to show them how this works. And, it does it so well and seamlessly without actually like feeling like it's doing that.
Here's what I'm going to say. If you want a war story to introduce you to this setting, then go for Gaunt's Ghost. If you want a pulpy sci-fi action story to introduce you, go for the Space Wolf series. If you want a fucking like crime intrigue noir type thing where you're seeing like small people who are doing things that are high stakes, this is the fucking setting to the series to start reading to introduce you.
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah,
I think that's a fair assessment.
I've got another thing here from Abnett's notes, which I think is not so much tied to a recommendation of this, but is a very interesting comment on 40k on the whole that I think would be good to raise here, which is he notes that one of the reasons that his writing for Black Library has been able to go on for as long as it has is the nature of the fandom. He says, I've got a quote from him. The ebullient and enduring affirmation of 40k is unusual because it's both constant and generationally renewing. And like, it's a very like weird, like thesaurus-y line there, but I think I agree. Like, there is a dedicated fan base watching what 40k works exist. And the 40k works is not just like, they aren't just like tie-in stories for a setting. They are a part of the setting in a very real way. So it's a setting that's evolving as people do it, and there's a big fan base that is part of that. So, and they absolutely give some of these things, like the Eisenhorn books, the sort of love they deserve, which is why they continue on, and we still have Inquisitor cycle books left being written to this day.
Yeah.
One more finale. Another series Abnett needs to finish. There's a few of those now.
Why would you though? People seem to love them.
But this needs ending. I would recommend Xenos, and I will say that the book I'm most looking forward to seeing come out in all of 40k is the final to this series. So like that should say something.
Agreed.
Okay, I guess it's probably a spoiler, so I'm not expecting an answer, but I assume like all 10 books they're not all Eisenhorn, right?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Very dedicated fan base watching, like keeping an eye on 40k works, doing things like making podcasts about it. He also at some point describes it as a perpetual fan base, which I kind of want to boo him for.
Hello.
Yeah, boo, Abnett, boo.
No, I think that's I think you summarized the introduction part perfectly. Like, different books will for different people. I think if you want to get hooked, if you want to get your hooks into new fans, then depends what they're into.
Yeah, absolutely. But everyone else is wrong, and you should definitely just read Eisenhorn's books first.
What would you say then? So actually, I wanted to ask this earlier because when you were talking about First and Only. So First and Only obviously introduces us to a very different kind of 40k world.
Yes.
In terms of technology, in terms of like your position in the grand scheme. Like, what do you think is more? What do you think is actually closer to the reality of 40k? Obviously, it seems weird to say that, but like in terms of other books, how other books describe the 40k universe, is it the technology of Eisenhorn? Is it the technology of First and Only? Like, is the bureaucracy like it is in one or the other?
I don't think that it has to. I don't think there's a necessarily a clash there, because Eisenhorn, like especially in like Xenos, a lot of the technology we're seeing like the richest people in the Imperium and what toys they have to play with.
Maybe in Xenos.
Yes, in Xenos in particular, like where they're on Kudrin, which is like the fucking nobility planet where they all just have their fucking like country-sized mansions. Whereas Gaunt's Ghost, we're seeing a regiment of the Guard who basically have the cheapest, most mass-producible gear ever.
Yeah.
Okay, we do actually see Guards though in the other books.
Well,
they seem to have there's quite a lot of differences.
Slightly more valuable, less mass-producible gear, yes, but they're still Guard.
Bear in mind as well is that 40k as a setting is permanently immutable. Like there's no single set fixed thing with anything. Like it constantly varies, but that's the joy of it, is that literally anything is possible.
Yeah, so I think
anything is possible.
I think on this individual planet.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I was going with the question, because like obviously when I say reality of 40k, I mean that's only going to be in terms of a sort of an average of what you feel like from other books, right? So, I think I was really kind of just asking like what feels more like, are those both completely non-contradictory? Like, does it vary that much across the Imperium in terms of like gear?
Yeah, where people, I mean, you actually see it in the next book, but they're using flintlocks, like black powder weapons.
Oh yeah, fair enough. And actually, I guess the sword at the beginning comes from sort of
swords still, like normal ass like axes and swords and maces, and like there are medieval worlds, like a lot of knight worlds that have imperial knights ruling them, like giant mech robots. All of the like peasant folk on those worlds are literal like medieval peasants. Like they will be tilling fields with like livestock and all that kind of thing.
God, the Imperium needs to fucking step up. If you're gonna found an Imperial Guard regiment on a planet, like the least you could do is give them some fucking good gear.
Well, they do. They give them lasguns.
Okay.
I remember the name of the regiment. It's in the old, I think, 3rd edition codex. There's a regiment where they literally go into war naked. Like they just give them a lasgun.
Take this lasgun and just run at the enemy.
Yeah, they're just tribals. Like they just paint themselves with like war paint and then run them in with the lasguns.
Oh, that's kind of what happens in one of the short stories from Gaunt's Ghost, isn't it? There's that short story with the Tyranids where like half the planet is like sort of natives, and they're fighting with like spears and shit.
You're
against
talking about the Last Chances one, not Gaunt's Ghost.
Oh, sorry, yeah, God, how did I fucking confuse those? Yeah,
yeah. Where Deliverance,
one, where like
the planet Deliverance, which is certainly not. We commented on this before that there's the current settings planet called Deliverance is a moon, and it's very different from that. But Deliverance in that one, yeah, they're like spear throwing natives, like literally.
Yeah. So I guess to round this off, it feels pretty obvious at this point, but obviously I recommend it. It's a really good book. I wouldn't say it's the best of the trilogy, like Goz, but I think it's definitely but it's definitely a great one. And I assume you recommended it as well, Boz.
Yeah.
Cool.
After the glowing review, no, I don't recommend it.
Well, with that, I guess we'll call it there. So in the next episode, we'll be discussing the short story Missing in Action, and then the next novel in the trilogy, which is Malleus. So we'll see you there.
Looking forward to it.